for this with high margin and high import substitute positioning, as well as a very tech-led growth coming from this sector, not only in India but also in the global railway ecosystem for us, because now we will have more capacities and more capabilities, more than capacities, capabilities to box build products for the global railway ecosystem. And that's where we are we're headed to. So we see that the entire revenue potential to pan out in a couple of years from where it is today.
What about the overall order inflows? Because you must be expecting a pickup in terms of the Kavach order book after the announcement of Kavach 4.0, once the approval is in place. The size of Kavach order that you're looking at as a part of your total order book?
So, Mahima, this year, the coming 6 months are going to be a turnaround for us in terms of the Kavach order book, because there are massive tenders which are soon to be rolled out, and they're already in public domain available, where multiple locomotives and train sets will be installed with Kavach, and these tenders we are definitely well positioned to participate and win some large order quantities. So we look forward to have a decent order book in Kavach as well, in spite of having more than 300 crores worth of order book as on date.
Gaurav, one more question is there. Since your order book is also on the higher side and you're looking very strong for Kavach related orders, are you looking at any kind of fundraise? Because the amount of so much growth is happening, or your internal accruals are fair enough right now?
So I would say that capital expenditure as well as fund requirements keeps growing from time to time, and the current order book has to be fulfilled in the next 15 to 18 months, plus the Kavach orders. I think today we are positioned to grow at this pace with our internal accruals and cash flows which we are generating. But at the same time, working capital as well as capex would be further supported through bank credit as well as further funding options.
All right, thank you very much, Gaurav, for taking out your time and giving about the growth opportunities and the outlook for your company to NDTV Profit.
I think we are a company which is going to be one of the largest railway players in the next couple of years in India.
Well, that's an important statement coming at the end, but let's move on to another statement, and that statement is in the IPO space. Another big IPO that will be opening for subscription this week is PhysicsWallah, an Indian online education platform. We had a chat with Pratik Maheshwari. He's the co-founder and the whole-time director at PhysicsWallah on the growth plans and the booming AI market. Let's listen in as we slip into a short break. The company itself, we know it's all people prepare for tests, and NEET is there, JEE is there. What is this company all about? What's the journey like?
So, we have a very unique story. We are a company born out of COVID. 2020 was the year where the PhysicsWallah Private Limited was actually born. But actually, it's a Chinese bamboo story. Alak, who's my partner, was teaching for free on internet for good 5 years. And he had built this amazing community of students. On one YouTube channel called PhysicsWallah Alak Pandey. Around 30 lakh students back in 2020. We are born out of community. 2020 we have launched our mobile application and website. Till now we have 12 crore students on various 200 YouTube channels. We are covering close to 38 exam categories. 50% of these exam categories we are number one, in terms of number of students, results, as well as revenues. JEE, NEET, NDA, CA Foundation, CA Inter, UPSC, GATE, SSC, Banking Rail, all these exam categories, aspirational exam categories, we are number one. And a very unique thing about our company is we have made education affordable and accessible. Entire year of medical preparation and engineering preparation in 4,000 rupees, live learning, doubt solving, testing, everything put together for all subjects.
It's very interesting on that front. But now the class which you take generally for the students, now the stock markets, Dalal Street will take your class as well. It's an initial step. But the question remains is why the IPO now? And of course, I've seen the numbers which look like there are some decent numbers. It's not like, a loss-making company or a startup coming in. There is profit in the books. Why the IPO?
Yes, so there are cash level profits because we generate a lot of cash every year. Like last year also from cash from operations we have generated more than 500 crores. See, for a B2C company like us, IPO, it's another branding and a trust gathering event. And this will be the first mid-cap listing of any education company. That will booster our trust among the parents and as well as student fraternity. Although we wanted to expand it to southern part of the country, we are very strong in a Hindi heartland, and this listing will allow us to enter into southern part of the country. We will have access to large capital, which will allow us to consolidate the market in future. So these are a couple of reasons, and another reason was we wanted this listing will make company even more disciplined. The corporate governance will improve in the company.
Well, education and AI and education, both are very important. Now there are two schools of thought. One is AI helping your company internally, and another, is that a competition to you now? Because जो आप पढ़ा रहे वो AI में भी दिख रहा है. What is the difference? Is it a friend or a foe for you?
So currently it's an amazing friend. AI ने learning को hyper personalize कर दिया है. 4 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डाउट्स AI बच्चों के आज के टाइम पे हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे सॉल्व कर रहा है, लेकिन विद 88% एक्यूरेसी, जो कि ह्यूमन की एक्यूरेसी के नियर अबाउट आ चुका है. एट द सेम टाइम जो ये मेगा बैचेस हम पढ़ाते थे 4,000 रुपये के अंदर, डाउट सॉल्विंग वाज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज, जो कि AI ने बहुत हद तक सॉल्व कर दिया है. हम सबसे ज़्यादा डेटा जनरेट करते हैं क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चे हमारे पास में हैं. उस डेटा से AI फर्दर एम्पावर होता है. तो वी हैव 100 पीपल team who just works on AI set of things. AI Guru, AI Grader, AI सहायक, ये couple of marquee products जो हमने AI के अंदर लॉन्च किए, जो कि बच्चे बहुत पसंद करते हैं. At the same time, your question is कि क्या कभी AI tutor आ सकता है जो टीचर को रिप्लेस कर सकता है? मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है ऐसा नहीं हो पाएगा, बिकॉज अगर टीचर हमारी लाइफ से रिप्लेस होगा तो दैट विल बी अ वेरी डिफरेंट सोसाइटी. मतलब दैट इज लाइक रिप्लेसिंग पेरेंट्स फ्रॉम योर लाइफ, तो वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि नियर फ्यूचर में होने वाला है. पर अगर AI ट्यूटर आता है तो वी आर अ कंपनी इन राइटली पोजिशन टू सॉल्व फॉर इट, बिकॉज सबसे ज़्यादा डेटा हमारे पास में है, इंडिक लैंग्वेजेस से लेकर के स्टूडेंट के पैटर्न्स हमारे पास में है. एंड वी आर द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट AI टीम, नॉट जस्ट इन इंडिया बट ग्लोबली इन एजुकेशन. सो वी विल बी एबल टू क्रैक इट.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can. But I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally.
Hello and welcome to India Market Close, and now joining me is Alex as well. The markets, Alex, it's looking like kind of a divergence is happening. Nifty still maintaining its levels, but Nifty Bank is slightly dipping in.
Yeah, actually on Friday this is the star of the show, right?
Yes,
you had
correct.
Nifty Bank that rallied quite considerably towards the end, led by the public sector banks.
And now there's a reversal.
There's a reversal.
SBI is in the red.
But IT is looking strong.
That is insane, and IT is a very beaten down sector, Alex. Today we are seeing a very strong comfort coming in. Might be a tactical bet moving from private banks to the IT space as well. And also to give us more details and color, joining us Akshay Bhagwat from JM Financial. He will be giving us important technical views, and Avinash Gorashkar, Avinash from Avinash Mentor Research Services, joining us. A very good afternoon to both of you gentlemen. First I have a question for Akshay. The markets are showing divergence. Nifty Bank is showing a little bit more softness. What will be the trading strategy? Will it be buy on dips for both?
First of all, good afternoon. Yes, if you look at the last trading session, Nifty has recovered from the support of 25,350. A very key important pivotal support from where the recovery has happened. Tomorrow is the weekly expiry for the Nifty index, and gauging at the option placement, I think 25,500 is the short-term support which is in the making. And in most probability, the markets are heading for the levels of 25,750, which would be the first important hurdle for the Nifty to surpass if we are looking at 26,000. So we would recommend to go one step at a time. Right now, the short-term view will be bullish with initial target of around 25,750. And post that, if it sustains, we are looking again a revisit of the 26,000 mark.
Okay, all right. So watch out above for the Nifty 50 is the message from Akshay Bhagwat. Akshay, we'll circle back to you on individual stocks, but really one of the big talking points today, Sharad, has been that Lenskart listing, and it was quite the scare at the start, wasn't it?
Exactly. We thought that this would be the grey market premium was suggesting around 7 to 10% downtake, but then there is a recovery happening, and it's a small but sentimentally it's very important. And
Very.
that's why
So it's not the biggest gains, but it's at least recovered from that 11% downtick that it saw within the first few minutes of its life on Dalal Street. Avinash, I'll come to you on this one. What did you make of the IPO, and are you from the camp that says that you should be cleaning your glasses, or are you from the camp that says that valuations are very clear?
No, I think Alex, very clearly, I think this opening price definitely scared a lot of people. And I think, I think for Lenskart, now the key crucial test would be that how well they perform going forward. But I think my personal belief is that this could be another case like Ola Electric. I think Ola Electric got issued at 60 rupees, then it went all the way up to 120, and from there it's back to 50. So I think, once the numbers come in, if they're able to sustain the kind of growth what they are talking about, I think people would obviously like to see what happens going forward, because valuations during the IPO time were unbelievably very high. But now going forward, if the company manages its earnings growth trajectory in a much better way, expands more aggressively in the export markets, which it has been talking about, then I think one could definitely look at it. But as I think at these levels, I think the markets have also realized that this is not a cheap stock. It is definitely a fair to expensive stock. And I think it's going to be now only the earnings growth trajectory which is going to do the trick. If that happens, then I think it's all in good. But otherwise, we are going to see a lot of volatility going forward.
Okay, a lot of volatility is likely going forward. But talking about companies with a proven track record, and there are several that have posted pretty decent set of numbers, some of them reacting quite positively on the upside. Of course, there are a few. I was just going to talk about Nalco. I think my producer and my studio director have read my mind. But Avinash, I want to come to you on this stock, which is now building towards the high point of the day. How did you guys know that I was going to talk about Nalco? I want to know that. I think they're reading my mind. But having said that, Avinash, pretty strong set of numbers across the board for Nalco, right? Because aluminium prices have been supportive, and though alumina prices have been a little soft, their volumes and the demand in the Indian market have been quite considerable. Also, I spoke to the management and they say that the EBITDA margins might decline, but even if they do decline, they'll be between 42 or 43% in the second half, which bodes well for the company, wouldn't you say?
I think, the commentary has been good, and I think numbers have been much better than what the street expected. And as you rightly pointed out, margins could get impacted, but I think overall, if the volume growth is good, and I think we are seeing slowly, some sort of normalization in the aluminum market. Aluminum prices have been standing firm. We have seen results from Hindalco also. So my sense is that, if the management is pretty confident that the volume growth could come in, then I think, this is a well-managed PSU company, has been operating in a very profitable segment like alumina as well as aluminum. So to that extent, I think this optimism is definitely, kind of positively rewarded by a good uptick in the stock price today. But hopefully December quarter, if they show the same volume growth, Alex, then I think the markets would be excited. This is a commodity finally, and commodity businesses, are a mix of both price as well as volume. So if the volume growth is much better, then I think it's going to obviously percolate into better profit numbers, for the third and the fourth quarter. So we are structurally positive. But I said, in these kind of markets, something which has gone up by 10%, it's always better to wait for some time. You would see a little bit of cooling off going forward, and that would be a good time to accumulate here.
Other aspect, of course, in the short term, of course, Avinash, is the uncertainty with Hindalco and the Novelis story, right? Because that update that they had on a higher capex spend and the implications of that New York fire, at least in the near term, would be sentimentally negative for Hindalco. It's going to have a bearing on the cash flows for the rest of the financial year as well. But like I said, we spoke with the management of Nalco earlier today, and they spoke about the volume trajectory in the second half, which looks robust. And they also spoke about the margins. Here's what the managing director of the company had to say.
Second half of the year, since normally Q3 and Q4 are the production year, whatever production we have done in the first half, we will be increasing the volumes. So we are relying on increase in the volumes and increasing in the efficiencies. We are taking small projects. So this will add to our revenues. Of course, the pressure on the alumina prices will be there, but we are hoping the metal prices will stabilize somewhere around 2800, in between 28 to 2850. So that will give advantage. So overall EBITDA margin, which was now in this H1 around 46%, we are expecting It can go slightly down, but not less than 42 to 43%. We are aiming that 42 to 43% of EBITDA margin we will be having.
Well, interesting update coming in for Nalco with a positive undertone, but let's move on to positive earnings as well. Some stocks are buzzing on this positive news flow. They include Newland Labs and Lumax Auto as well. Vansh joins in with the details. Vansh, you must be very confused, or you could say there's a problem of plenty for you. Lot of good earnings coming today, and we are seeing that in the stock prices.
Well, yeah, Sharad, the plenty of earnings have been reported. In fact, let me take some important pieces and put in front of you. Firstly, I'll start off with Newland Labs. Now, they have reported their Q2 set of numbers. Now, the revenue was driven by their custom manufacturing solution segment. Now, the EBITDA was also led by the operating leverage for the company. And in fact, if you look at the custom manufacturing solutions, it contributes about 60% of the revenue for the company versus the 42% contribution from the last year as well. Also, if you look at the margin, there has been a steady shift from the low margin to the high margin business, that is the CMS segment as well. If you look at the numbers, what really stood out is the net profit that stands at 96 crores versus 32 crores on a YY basis. The second on my list is Lumax Auto, an interesting company. We've already seen a run up about 200% since the lows of March 2025. In fact, we look at the Q2 numbers. Now, the revenue was led by sustained demand from the key OEMs and the scale up of the new program launches as well. Also, if you look at the momentum, now the momentum has been strong in the passenger vehicle and the aftermarket business for the company. And lastly, the EBITDA margin has been led by the higher margin products for the company. If you look at the financials, we saw the EBITDA was up by 51% on a YY basis. And if you look at the net profit, it's also by 55% at 67 crores versus 42 crores as well.
Well, that's pretty interesting on that. Akshay, I'd like to take your view on Newland Labs and especially the positional view, because we are seeing some delivery-based buying also in the charts. What are your views on that? If you could just give us a medium basis targets for Newland Labs.
Yeah, so technically, if you look at Newland Labs, it's shown your all-time high levels today, but somewhere post-opening, there has been a strong round of profit booking in intraday trade. So clearly, the levels of 19,000 are the short-term resistance you should keep a note on. These are more of short-term levels because there can be some bit of profit booking considering the highly overbought nature of the stock. So there can be a temporary weakness till 17,000 to 17,500. Temporary dips are expected. That's the area if you get, you can consider rebuying the stock again. So positionally, longer term is strong. It's just that maybe from a weekly perspective, some round of profit booking can drag the stock slightly down till 17,500 on the lower side.
Okay, I want to ask you about a couple of the other gainers as well, Akshay, while we're at it. And some of these reacting to numbers, others not. But HBL Engineering is the top gainer on the Nifty 500 right now, reacting again to earnings and in double digits, right? 12% higher at this point. And something like a Nykaa as well, which is reacting positively. Torrent Pharma reacting to numbers, both up 6.7% and at very close to the high point of the day. Which of these, according to you, are good contenders for a momentum move higher?
So I think Nykaa and Torrent Pharma are the two stocks which you can consider from a trading perspective based on the technical price readings. Now, if you look at the price structure of Nykaa, first of all, a very strong uptrend is in place on the longer term charts. Just that the last 3 weeks, we have seen some bit of a consolidative pattern. And today, again, the momentum has regained in the stock. So I think this stock is well, again, heading for levels of 275 to 280 on the upside. There is a strong support base confirmed at 250. So a positive view on Nykaa for possible targets till 280. And Torrent Pharmaceuticals is the other stock which has given a very strong technical breakout at the levels of 3,700. This comes after a consolidation of almost a couple of months. And this possibly gives you a target of around 4,000. So these two stocks can be considered from a technical perspective.
Interesting. Torrent Pharma is also there. It's a day's high level the stock is trading at. But focusing the shift back to earnings, it was a mixed bag of earnings today. We discussed earlier with Vansh the positive side, but there are some weakness also dominating certain companies like Shipping Corporation, Global Health and Neogen Chemicals. Jasmeet joins in with more details.
Well, right, thank you for that. Starting with the negative earnings, first on my list is Shipping Corp of India. If you look at the profit and margins, we see pressure on those. In other aspect, the other expense is something which is driving down the margins, and the profit is nearly up 5.7 times versus YOY. In terms of the other aspect, the segmental performance, we see weakness on broad-based all the segments, or also the linear revenue is down to 29% in this particular quarter. While the dry bulk market has strengthened in Q2 compared to Q1, we see a positive move there. But in again terms of the volume and the overall ton mile demand that the company saw in Q2 was weaker. If we look at the second earnings, I have Global Health. While the margins have inched down, but the revenue and profit sees a double-digit growth. If we look at what's causing the pressure is the increased cost that's coming from the overall expenses, which has grown faster compared to revenue. That's why the pressure. In terms of the total average price per the patient paid, we see it's nearly up 5.5% YOY basis. In terms of inpatient and outpatient, even that's sees an uptick in this particular quarter. Lastly, the project which was estimated to be 1,200 crore, the Mumbai project has increased. The estimate has increased to 1,500 odd crores while adding up the extra cost for the company. If we look at the next one, the last earnings on my list would be Neogen Chemicals. The key takeaways from this particular results are the margins have contracted while the profits are down roughly 70 odd % in this particular quarter. If we look at the overall cost expansion, it's double compared to what the revenues have grown. Now, in terms of the what's dragging the margins and profit would be the higher material and employee cost, which is causing all the pain. And even the higher insurance cost is something that is dragging the margins down in this particular quarter. If we look at the other aspects, that's the unavailability of the plant, the Dahej plant is causing the pressure. In other aspect, the diversified business model is maintained, which is helping the growth for the company. So all in all, a mixed set of numbers must share, but still negative what market is reacting.
Thank you very much, Jasmeet, for that. Avinash, the paint segment, that has been doing well. Just pull up the Indigo Paints chart and even Circa Paints. These numbers had actually come today itself, Circa Paints. And Indigo is up, Indigo Paint is up 16% and Circa Paints is up also 4% near the day's high levels. These mid-cap paint companies, I wanted to know your views on these two companies. Which would be better, fundamentally going ahead? Of course, today in the trade, Asian Paints is also up. That's up almost 1.5%. But Avinash, what would be your view in this mid-cap space for these paint segments?
I think, Sharad, you rightly pointed out that Circa Paints is a very unique positioning player. I think, numbers have been very good, EBITDA margins have been good. So I think we have been very structurally positive on Circa Paints, and we believe that it operates in a very niche segment where, profitability margins, the operating, ratios are pretty solid. And I think with their ongoing expansion, they should be able to scale up for the next leg of growth opportunity. As far as Indigo Paints is concerned, it definitely is a tier 2 kind of player, but I think has a very strong product positioning, a very good geographical presence. So I think, one good part is that the cost pressure for paint companies has been now stabilized. Crude prices are off their highs. And most importantly, with a good monsoon, rural demand is picking up. Interest rates have been cut, construction activities have been picking up. So all this should lead to a better second half. Typically, the second half for paint companies is much better than the first half. So I think this is a pleasant surprise that, in the first half itself, numbers have been pretty good. So second half could be a lot better. So I think both Indigo Paints as well as Circa Paints, somebody wants to take a investment call, I think would definitely allocate some funds here because both of them are likely to show strong growth even for the next 6 to 12 months.
That's the fundamental call coming in on these paint companies. In fact, Heyman also did mention about Asian Paints being his top bet in trade today as well. But Akshay, Jasmeet a while ago was talking about three companies, Shipping Corporation, Global Health as well as Neogen Chemicals. All of these three counters on the back of earnings. Anywhere where you think making an entry makes sense right now?
Well, I think you can look at Shipping Corporation because it's been almost, I think, over 7-8 months that the stock has been pivoting around the levels of around 50. So the volumes are pretty less. It's more range bound, but I think there is a very strong support building at the base of 45. So from a risk reward technical perspective, 45 will be a stop loss. And if the stock recovers from here, you can expect it to touch the upper end of the range, which is around 55. That's your first target. And post that, if a positive breakout matures, then positionally it opens up for targets till 65.
All right, so that's the view on the laggards in trade, Shipping Corporation of India among them on the back of earnings as well. But it is that time of the show where we get you the chatter from Dalal Street, and this is where you get all the mirch masala that might actually add to your bottom line, because you get ahead of all of the rumors that are out there that actually could pan out. Some of them do in Khabar Confirmed. Samit, good afternoon to you. What's interesting today?
Good afternoon, Alex. If you look at the markets, we are cruising ahead of 25,600 level, and the next crucial resistance or the crucial data point to watch out for would be 25,800 level is what dealers have indicated. But stock specific action, couple of names. Firstly, it's BHEL and Jindal Steel. Multiple dealing rooms have suggested buy call to their clients based on technical charts. For BHEL specifically, if you look at dealers are indicating around 20 to 30% upside from current levels. And when it comes to JSPL, they also believe that valuations are cheaper on a relative basis. When it comes to Dixon Tech, there are buy flows on PMS desk. Dealers are anticipating a potential order win in the mobile segment for Dixon Tech, which could be quite positive. For Bharat Dynamics, there are buy flows on large HNI desks. Dealers are expecting that the second quarter numbers could be much better compared to what they are estimating at this moment. And Bharat Dynamics will be reporting its numbers on November 13th. For Petro and LNG, there are buy flows on institutional desks. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been buying this counter at lower levels. Valuations are quite cheap for Petro and LNG at this moment, is what dealers have indicated. For Biocon, there are buy flows on large HNI desks. Dealers are indicating that a potential announcement regarding the demerger of biologics could be announced along with results, or could be discussed at least in the board meet of the results, and there could be some commentary regarding the same that could come in the conference call. Positive commentary is what the street is expecting for Biocon. And lastly, when it comes to Bajaj Finance, the company will be reporting its earnings today, and dealers are indicating that the numbers could be on the positive side compared to what the street is anticipating at this moment. Also, the company had come out with their some details on the how sales have been during the festive season, and that was quite positive, and they're also expecting the similar positive commentary to come in the conference call as well.
Interesting. That last stock up about 1.3% and earnings eyed. Somit, thanks so much for getting us those details. But guys, the one index that is doing particularly well today, IT, it's up about 1.9%, and the question is, what exactly is the trigger? Of course, traditionally, when foreign institutions have bought into India, they have veered towards banking and IT. And some might think that the buy figure on Friday was indicative of buying, but actually there was that one big block deal that accounted for a large part of that. If not, it would have been negative. So what could be playing out right now?
Well, I think there's a sentiment. The US government shutdown, if there's a clarity comes in, so you get client clarity, the budgets will start coming in. So maybe, because a lot of IT companies have a B2G exposure to US government as well. So that might be one thing, but a technical up move, that's it, because the valuations are still 5 years below their averages right now. Not much there actually fundamentally for IT space.
On the US government shutdown, in case our viewers missed it, the latest update overnight was that the senators, and this is source-based information, so there could be a lot of push and pull that takes place in the interim before final deal is signed. But senators seem to have agreed on a plan to end the shutdown. Remember that once it passes the US Senate, it will have to go to the House, and then it will have to be cleared by the House as well. Only then will the government shutdown end. It is already the longest US government shutdown in history. And there's quite a lot at stake, guys, because ultimately it is a significant amount of US debt which is getting kicked down the road.
There's a concern for AI also, Mahima, that AI rebound which is happening. India never had an AI rally, to be honest. So maybe it's a flight to safety.
Yeah, maybe some of their order books do improve going forward. And I mean, Heyman was earlier mentioning also what Shad was talking about, that, it's more of a technical view right now, of course, because it's not that these stocks are rallying, but recovering in nature, the IT stocks per se. Quickly, Akshay, your take on some of these IT names, if you can try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map, the top, line of that consists of 4 IT names that are, topping the chart. You have Infosys, HCL Tech, Wipro, and TCS. All 4 of them doing fairly well in trade today. What's the view like?
Yeah, so, IT per se is in the process of a bottom formation. Now, really, it is not where you can expect fireworks or a momentum regain in the very short term. It is time and again rebounding from a possible bottom. Whether the bottom confirms or not, we'll get to know in time. But right now it's rebounding from the bottom. And if you look at stock specific names here, if I were to name two stocks, it is HCL Tech, which has one of the best chart placements where the strength is evident considering the fact that a strong support base is being charted at 1500 and the momentum is gaining strongly. 1600 is possibly the short-term targets which you can look forward to with possible stop losses below 1500. And the second stock here would be more of a bottom fishing candidate, and this would be TCS, which is kind of showing good rebound intent around the levels of 2900. It may take some time to form the bottom, but eventually the way the volumes and price action is suggesting, possibly 3200 is the target you can look forward from a short-term trading perspective.
That's a comprehensive view on the frontline IT companies, all of them buzzing in trade. But another stock that's doing particularly well, we did ask about this on the technicals, but I'm very curious about what Avinash makes of Torrent Pharma, a consistent performer, and once again with a stellar bottom line performance, 30% uptick in the second quarter, and good performance across the board. Avinash, the question is 7% higher right now. Would you still buy at this price, or would you wait for an opportunity down the line?
I think, Alex, companies which normally do better, I think hardly correct significantly. So I think, we have been telling our clients to focus on companies like Torrent Pharma, in a SIP way. Even if the stock is up by 6-7%, this is not a short-term call. We are looking at the next 12 to 15 months kind of runway where we feel that, the earnings growth could possibly get further accelerated in the second half of the current financial year. And I think Torrent Pharma qualifies as a very credible and a very consistent kind of player. So, 30% growth is definitely very encouraging. But we feel that, even if this performance is repeated in the second half, you could see a further re-rating from these levels. So I think, a lot of institutional, buyers, typically ultra HNIs, family offices, these have been buying this stock as a good core kind of stock in their holding. So my sense is that this is definitely a good stock with a solid potential even going forward. So one could definitely look at it, but I think hopefully if the market corrects, you get a lower price that would further enhance your ROI. But even at these levels, one can dip in for a slightly medium to long-term horizon.
Even at these levels, one can dip in for a long-term horizon is the view that Avinash has on Torrent Pharma. But the one stock that has, seen a good rally in trade today on the back of its Q2 numbers is Nykaa, because it's posted better numbers versus what the street expectation was. And it's the perfect time to do a bull versus bear on this one, because there are starking brokerage views coming in on Nykaa itself. To take a look at, the views that all of these brokerages have given, Morgan Stanley has said that they're confident of maintaining the kind of growth momentum that Nykaa has. It's grown at that 25% top line CAGR. On the other side, there's Macquarie, which has said that sub 15% growth of the beauty ad income is something that they did not like. But this time, the gross merchandise value growth for Nykaa has been at that 30% mark, which is one of the highest that they have ever done. Moving on to some other view, in terms of Jefferies, they've said that marketing spend signals growth priority. But on the other side, Macquarie says that margin stress from higher delivery costs is going to continue. This is because they're scaling up Nykaa now also. There's competition also playing its part. So delivery costs going up and advertisement costs going up is going to, of course, put pressure in terms of where the margins stand. Margins, of course, lifted EBITDA in terms of twice its revenue. This is a positive that Jefferies thinks is a good thing in terms of where EPS growth is concerned. But Citi has said that they see downside risk to EBITDA estimates from here on because of the kind of competition playing out, because of the kind of money that they're going to put in brand building, and considering the kind of amount that they're going to spend on ad and promotional spends. In terms of, the last point where the bull versus bear case is different is now in terms of Nykaa now, they're scaling up faster than what the street was expecting them to, but overall higher delivery costs may put pressure in terms of where the margins stand. So overall, we'll have to see that this type of margin expansion that has taken place in this quarter at that 6.8% mark, largely on account of Nykaa fashion, whether it is sustainable or not is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. But Avinash, I'll quickly come to you on Nykaa. What's the view like? In the past couple of quarters, there were signs of recovery, but this quarter they've shown that, you know, not just beauty and personal care vertical, but also the fashion vertical is capable of growing at a stronger gross merchandise value.
No, I think numbers have been very solid, and I think this strong momentum in gross merchant value growth is going to continue in the second 6 months also. I think they have been positioning their business well. The product range has also increased, and I think most importantly, in spite of the fact that they are scaling up, and even if distribution or delivery costs go up, I think they operate in a vertical where price increases are very much possible. So, I think the markets is overly concerned about the operating margin profitability. Our sense is that if the GMV continues to grow at a very solid growth, what they have recorded, then I think you could see a very strong performance getting repeated in the second half also. So I think, this has been already been welcomed by the market. The stock is up by about 5-6%. So I think, this is definitely now an interesting space. After a lot of hurdles, I think the business model has stabilized, and I think we are constructive on this, on this space. Very few players which have got this kind of scalability potential. So we continue to be positive for the longer term.
Okay, a stock that tends to move quite sharply once in a while and is affiliated with the metal space is graphite. It's an electrode manufacturer, and of course the utilization of graphite electrodes is in steel, and it's fallen off the cliff quite a bit actually in trade today. The development comes, I'm wondering if there's an earnings reaction.
Numbers, yes,
I'm trying to pull that up.
Yes.
But in the interim, let's talk about the technicals. How do you trade this, Akshay, if at all?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fallen off the cliff, and last 4 days have not been good for graphite. A one-way fall with the exaggeration and selling pressure picking up in intraday trades. Now, as a short-term trader, the important level you need to keep on tab is the level of 500, which most probably is likely to be tested in a day or two. So 500 is an immediate support, and that's where the stock may temporarily hold on, but the broader technical perspective too on the monthly charts is not good for the stock. Eventually it's in a downtrend. There is resistance time and again at the levels of 600, 620 zone, and in all likelihood a negative chart may further drag this down all the way till 440 on the downside in the days to come.
Yeah, reacting to earnings, I was trying to pull that up while I was asking the question, which would explain my slow motion conversation with Akshay. But let me take you through the numbers. 42.5% downtick in profit despite a 10% uptick in the top line. The EBITDA is flat. The margins have actually contracted in the quarter gone by. So Street not happy with the numbers, clear evidence in the stock price that you're seeing. Akshay, on that note, thanks so much for taking the time. We'll speak to you really soon, and have a great Monday. We have to slip into a very quick break. On the other side, we'll get you the top buy today, sell tomorrow calls, and we'll also take you through a few more stocks that are buzzing in trade. So do stay tuned.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band Jala will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit. Now, the stock that I'm going to talk about was one of the contenders for stock of the day, transformers and rectifiers, is the stock that I'm talking about. Let's try to pull that up. Locked in lower circuit, down 20%. This is after the World Bank debarring the company on allegations of fraudulent practices. Meanwhile, Q2, of course, did see sharp profit decline amid margin pressures. Let's bring in Anushi because she was listening to the con call very carefully to give us more highlights as to what the management had to give as an explanation of all that's been happening.
Right, so Mahima, what we saw today is a 20% of a lower circuit, of course, on the back of all these developments that have taken place for transformers and rectifiers India. The first and the main peg is World Bank now debarring the company for any bidding of its for its orders wherein it would be financing for its such projects. Now here the company, and this is on the back of alleged concerns on its corruption and fraud tied of $486 million of a Nigerian project is what we are seeing. While Incred in the earlier morning came out with a note that they do not see a long-term impact in the domestic markets and overseas, considering that there's a lot of power capex requirements in the industry to which transformers and rectifier plays a pivotal role. So impact in terms of whether domestic requirements are slightly off. However, there has been a lot of scrutiny on screen as to if there is World Bank is now debarring the company, if there would be any other government players also who would be following the footsteps, but they do not believe government customers would debar the company to bid ahead. So this is what the overall and the main reason of this sharp downtick is what we are looking at. In fact, the company just held a con call right now in which they say that none of the current orders are committed with World Bank and they do not intend to increase exports as well with projects funded by World Bank is what we are seeing. In fact, as of today, if we just look at the number of inquiries, 90% of it are from domestic side, so they do not see a major impact in terms of where the order pipeline is concerned, and there would be no impact on the business operations as well with this issue which is currently there. However, talking about the second quarter numbers, wherein we also saw about a 0.3% of a downtake, along with that a sharp margin contraction as well. They did say that delays in terms of the key raw material price, key raw materials has led to execution miss this quarter. Margins are also impacted due to delivery of older low-cost products as well, which led to this contraction that we are looking at. However, they expect the H2 to be stronger in terms of where the order inflows are concerned, and they've maintained their FY26 guidance, that is a 25% of a revenue growth with a EBITDA margin of 16%. So this is the overall perspective that we are seeing for transformers and rectifiers India.
All right, thank you very much, Anushi, for that. But now let's welcome Amardev Singh from Angel One. But Amardev, we just hold you for a single minute because the stock has tanked almost 20% in this lower circle Tyrell, and Avinash tracks these small cap companies as well. Avinash, there is you could say there are some concerns coming in, especially when it comes to the forensic part of it. Have you read about this Transrail lighting?
Yeah, in fact, Sharad, yesterday this point was raised by a kind of a very credible name in the Alpha Ideas meet. So, after that, the stock has gone in for a spin. There have been some corporate governance issues, and I think that's the reason the stock has got corrected. I think, we need to have a little bit of clarity from the management also as to what the real case is. But yes, this is the key reason, the markets have been completely spooked till some time the stock was consolidating around 750 odd levels, and today we are seeing the stock down by 10%. So clearly, there has been some hanky-panky which has happened. I think the management needs to come out very clearly and talk about the facts and figures. And most importantly, reassure the investors, because there are very, very large institutional guys, HNIs, PMSs who have invested in the stock. So I think, these kind of things are definitely like a negative surprise, which I think, obviously would impact any shareholder. So we have clearly, we have advised our clients earlier on this stock, and we still continue to tell them to hold on. But if any negative surprise further comes out, then I think it's better to exit these stocks. But yes, I think this is the key reason the stock is down. I would not be surprised that the management would be obviously clearing all these doubts with the investors, because clearly, these are things which have happened over the last 3 to 5 years back. And these issues have been, brought about now, which unfortunately no analyst had covered earlier.
And also, by the way, it's a stock that had gained. Can we pull up the year to date if we can on Transrail, or as long as we can, because this is not too far away, the listing, right? So the gain, look at that parabolic move up from May till the point where you've seen it fall off the cliff, right? So the gain had been considerable. There was a lot of interest in the stock, and so as a result of which, perhaps today's action can be seen as an exaggerated move. A lot of people rushing to book profits in this counter. But I want to come to Amar Deo Singh. Amar, good afternoon to you, and thanks so much for joining us today. A quick view on the benchmark and stocks that you're liking today.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the benchmark, there we are seeing some sort of consolidation, because if you look at the way Nifty has been trading, clearly there seems to be some sort of support on the 25,300, 400 zone, and it seems to be bouncing back from those levels. But again, on the upside, 25,800, 26,000, that should act as a zone of resistance, but definitely it remains in favor of the bulls. So I would say buying on declines is what is advisable. If I look at some of the other indices, like for example, Bank Nifty. Bank Nifty is better placed as compared to Nifty right now. And but Bank Nifty, we need to see some sort of momentum build up in the large caps, HDFC Bank or ICICI Bank. But otherwise, I would say we could witness some consolidation here as well, but with a positive bias. So on the downside, Bank Nifty is strongly supported on the 57,200, 300 zone, whereas on the upside, resistance is around the 58,400 to 500 zone. So any dip is a buying opportunity till the time we see a trend change.
Amar, what about your picks for the day? What would you go ahead and buy?
So the first stock is Kaynes Technologies. So what we are seeing here is that the stock has corrected, and it is close to very crucial support zone, and we've seen the stock moving up sharply today. So this is one stock one can look at buying opportunity at the current levels with the stop loss of 6,111 and a target of 7,000 on the upside. And the second stock to look at is from the Tata staples, that is Tata Elxsi. So here what we are seeing is in Tata Elxsi, the stock has corrected. It seems to have formed a very strong support on the downside. And the stock is in for consolidation on the long-term charts also. We are seeing that there is consolidation and support. So this is one stock one can look at buying at the current levels with a upside target of 5,600 and a stop loss of 5,077.
Okay, all right. So those are the picks that Amar has on his list today. But, taking a look at some of the small cap buzzers that are either buzzing on the back of news flow or earnings, Anushi joins us to give us all the details as to what are these counters that are moving, in a big fashion where the small cap index is concerned.
So Mahima, a lot of the movers that I'm going to talk about today is in focus on the back of the second quarter numbers. Now, firstly, I'll start off with HBL Engineering, and what a strong set is what we are looking at. If you just look at the number, 134% is the kind of revenue growth that we are seeing. In fact, margins inching upwards to 44% in comparison to 21%, while net profit also stood at about 387 crore as against 78 crore last year. Now, even in terms of volumes, higher volumes in this counter, about 38 times versus its 30-day average. The stock in the last 6 months has also doubled, more than doubled in fact in this particular period, with over 1 month only gaining over 24% or so. What's also interesting is that even the credit agency Care Ratings came out with a report on this, wherein they've revised their ratings to positive from a stable, citing that now with the Kavach 4.0 deployment, the company is in a good position to secure more orders also. So that's a big positive that we are looking at. Coming to Kamath Hotels now, again, second numbers is what we are seeing, but this is on the weaker side that we are looking at. Revenue down to about 12%, with margins coming down to 24% as against 26%, and the company also incurring a loss of around 2 crores as well. So occupancy also was lower than peers, and losses that they had incurred was due to higher OPEX is what we are seeing. Coming to Krishna Diagnostics now. If you look at the second quarter, they've achieved their all-time high quarterly PAT. Even the revenue, if we see about a 11% of an uptick there, this was led by the expanding patient volumes, and EBITDA margin also aided by operational leverage that took place. So that is Krishna Diagnostics in focus. Coming to the last one is HPL Electric and Power, where trading volumes were up over 9 times compared to its 20-day average. The stock also being up more than 7% in trade today. Now, here the order that they had received in September had been amended, with the order size of around 65 crore being amended to 92 crores or so. Along with that, they also had a settlement agreement with Havells India Limited, and this pertained to about usage of the word Havells, so they have settled that as well. So these are the 4 stocks in focus in the small cap space, where there's a lot of action back today.
Tanushi, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Were any of these counters where probably you would make an entry, or where the charts are looking attractive enough? You have your HPL Engineering, Kamath Hotels, Krishna Diagnostics, as well as HPL Electric and Power.
So if I look at Kamath Hotels, what we are seeing here is that the stock has corrected significantly, so I wouldn't venture into it right now. And if I look at the other stock, HBL Engineering, so here we are seeing that the stock is very strong on the chart. So it was consolidating, and then it has taken off significantly. It was meeting with resistance earlier around the 1040, 1050 zone. So it's taken that out and continues to be very strong. But if I look at the structure, definitely very strong. But buying at the current levels might be slightly, I would say, on the riskier side. But this is a stock which is definitely worth keeping a watch on, and any pullback is a buying opportunity. The stock has now got very strong support coming out of the 950, 960 zone.
All right, another stock that has been heading low, and Mahima and I were talking about it just last week, it is Eternal. And the stock is now at very close to that 300 mark. It hit 358 in October, mid-October if I remember correctly. It's dropped very precipitously.
More than 10%.
Close
more
to
than
15% actually at that. So the question is, does that 300 mark prove to be a little bit of a support on the charts? Amar, what's the view?
Yeah, so if you look at Eternal, there seems to be some sort of support coming at the stock. So if I look at the levels, so somewhere around the 290, 300 is an important zone of support. But given that the trend, a short-term trend is extremely negative. So what it effectively means is that if there is a pullback, that pullback could be towards 320, 325 odd levels, and the stock could go in for some consolidation. But 295, 300 is a level from where the stock is likely to bounce back.
Okay, likely to bounce back. That's music to the ears of Eternal shareholders. But the competition is heating up, and that's forcing Swiggy to raise funds. 10,000 crores, nothing. It's not pocket change. It's not I want to order some food change. It's a 10,000
It's
crore. Burning cash money, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That 10,000 crore, and at the price of 402, which is at a much premium price versus what it is trading at right now. 390 is where it is trading at. And in terms of the kind of amount that they're raising, plus the overall amount that they'll receive from Rapido stake sale at around 2,400 crore, they'll be sitting at roughly 17,000 crores of cash balance, which is which will be almost in line with where Zomato is at around 18,000 odd crores. So, the question that analysts always had was that Zomato is sitting on a cash pile, which they can burn, add more dark stores, considering the amount of cash they're sitting on. But now Swiggy is also entering that race with high amount of cash piles. Avinash, how are you viewing this development as one? Because all of this is going to be used in terms of burning its cash. Swiggy is also entering into a lot of other businesses where it's going to put in a lot of cash and burn a lot of cash. What's the view like?
No, I think clearly what you said is right, that they would be using this cash to actually burn it because they need to sustain their operations. And I think just 1 year, we had the Swiggy IPO. Now they are coming with another round of 10,000 crores. See, I think the most important thing is they could definitely raise this money. But once they raise the money, I think it puts a big onus of responsibility that how they deliver on the numbers, specifically on the profitability margins. They are yet loss making. They're burning cash. They are not making any operating profits. So I think the markets would give them one more chance. But I think over the next say 12 to 15 months, if things don't improve, then I think it's going to be a little difficult for the company to sustain its operations. It will be having a decent amount of cash on the books. But I think as everyone says that you cannot survive by this kind of funding for a very long time. You need to concentrate on your numbers, on your cash flows. So I think we'll have to wait and watch. I think it's not going to be easy. But yes, I think in the food delivery business, I think clearly they want to ensure that they get a bigger market share, a bigger slice of the wallet share of the customers. And I think we'll have to wait for the next 2-3 quarters to see whether what they say actually gets delivered.
Important points that you're raising on Swiggy. It can't go on forever, but at least for now, the party is still going, the music's still going on, and people are still dancing. Let's talk about the benchmarks and the move that you're seeing in just over the last 25 to 30 minutes to an hour. Around the 230 mark is when you saw a little bit of a slide for the benchmark. The broader market's also losing a little bit. Pull the mid cap and the small cap index up, and you will see a similar slide at the end, right? Still about gains of 0.5% or so, but the small cap index now more or less heading into flat to negative territory. Sharad is joining in now to, or rather he's here, but he's going to tell you about sugar stocks, which are buzzing today. Sharad, it's an interesting story, but it's always questioned as, is it seasonal? Is it choppy? How are you looking at the latest development?
Well, that's our main point in the entire profit intelligence, Alex, is that will this rally actually continue for the sugar stocks? And that's the concern which I am also raising in this analysis. But today, the sugar stocks have been buzzing. They are going on the positive side as the export quota for the next season that's expected to open up. Centre has decided to allow export of roughly 1.5 million tons of sugar, and the export would be coming in for the next season. And this next season starts from October onwards. Now, overall, the stocks have corrected in Q2 earnings also. And I'll point out the reasons also why. Apart from this, the pricing, is it actually positive for the Indian exporters? The answer currently is no. Why? Because the global sugar prices, they are at their 5-year low levels, and the Indian prices are still on the higher side. Sugar exports from Maharashtra and Karnataka, they may drive prices going ahead because they are the largest producing sugar export states in the country. But currently, the global prices is less than the domestic prices. Also, sugar is still not out of the woods yet. 3 important points are there, which is actually ailing the entire sector. Lack of ethanol price hikes coming in, the increasing sugarcane costs which impacted the numbers also Q1, Q2 both, and even the low sugar recoveries coming in. So there is no much sweet actually in the sugar stocks, actually speaking. Apart from this, the stocks have seen major corrections coming in. Sri Renuka Sugar, this year-to-date basis, it's down 31%. Balrampur Chini, not much happening, down 22%. Even Dalmia Sugar, that's also down almost 26 odd percent. So the question remains is, will the sugar be sweeter for the investors? It's likely to be a no.
All right, Sharad, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Amar, quickly, your view on some of these names, anything where charts are looking favorable or anywhere that buying interest is being shown?
So if I look at some of the sugar stocks, Balrampur Chini, we are seeing it has corrected significantly, I would say. So it's trading around the 460 mark. It's around crucial support zone, so we could witness a pullback towards the 480-500 levels, where it could meet with some sort of resistance. Because most of the sugar stocks, what we are seeing is that the intermediate term trend as well as the long term trend that continues to be negative. But since they moved into oversold territory and they are around crucial support zones, so a pullback can be expected.
All right. Let's also talk, Amar, about your buy today, sell tomorrow calls, or the other way around, vice versa.
Yeah, so if we look at one of the positions in this particular stock, so I would say SAIL is one stock one can definitely look at, because if you look at the metal stocks, SAIL has been doing quite well. It is, if you look at the structure of the stock is very strong technically on the charts, on the long-term charts, and even on the short-term charts, there has been a breakout above the 140 level. And if you look at the structure on the longer-term charts, that also is quite positive. So SAIL is one stock one can look at buying at the current levels with a stop loss of 133 and a target of 165 on the upside. So one would have to hold for some time.
Okay, all right. So that's the view. In fact, those are the picks that Amar has on his radar for BTST calls. But Bajaj Finance, as we were discussing earlier as well, is set to announce its Q2 results, and expectations are for a steady growth in assets and profitability, even as borrowing costs stabilize sequentially. Let's get in Vishwanath to get a closer look as to what can be expected from the numbers.
Bajaj Finance, one of the largest consumer-focused non-bank lenders in the market, is set to announce its results later today. The numbers that you will watch out for are actually on the borrowing cost, because that's where the best impact of the lowering interest rates will show up for Bajaj Finance. Apart from that, of course, any commentary around growth, any commentary around profitability, remember that according to the NDTV Profit estimates, NII, the net interest income as well as net profit, both are expected to grow about 24% year on year. Apart from that, you're going to see a 24% rise on the AUM. This is of course part of the provisional numbers that the bank has, that the company has already announced earlier. The total AUM, or the assets under management, are close to about 4.62 lakh crore. You will see that the new loans booked are also up about 26%. So that shows the strong momentum that Bajaj Finance is seeing in the current market. They are likely to be the best beneficiaries of the rapid rate cuts that have been announced by the Reserve Bank of India, while also the GST rate cuts that have been announced by the government. So you will see some amount of commentary coming in about future growth, and that's something that we will watch out for at NDTV Profit. Net interest margin, that's actually showing in an improvement of about 39 basis points. That's the expectation that we have here at NDTV Profit. That will end up close to about 10.09%. ROA, however, may fall about 26 basis points. Net NPA might see a slight uptick, so we will have to watch out for what the asset quality guidance from the management is for Bajaj Finance. Overall, a strong quarter with some negatives that we will watch out for very closely, but of course, once the numbers come in, more details follow.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks so much, Vishy, for getting us those details. A few minutes for the close of trade, but also don't be surprised if soon after the close of trade, you will see the Bajaj Finance numbers at the bottom of your screen. So stay tuned to NDTV Profit. Don't go anywhere. We've got an interesting update for you beyond the markets as well. And we're already looking forward to Budget 2026. And indeed, seemingly so is North Block. So is the Finance Minister. She's getting well on in the planning for next year already. And she's meeting economists in several meetings that are lined up over the course of this week. In fact, Rishabh Bhatnagar joining in to talk about the significance of this round of pre-budget meetings and what it means for the planning ahead. Rishabh?
Right, the pre-budget consultation meetings with the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman have kicked off today. You've had various meetings, and these have kicked off with leading economists meeting various senior officials of the Finance Ministry. Today, there will be a meeting of agriculture associations as well. So various farmers and trade body associations will also meet the Finance Minister. Later this week, on Wednesday, you'll have various MSME as well as manufacturing representatives come out and meet the Finance Minister in order to offer suggestions for what they could benefit from in the next budget. There will be lots of policy tweaks, suggestions that will be given from these various sectors of the society, various stratas of the society, in order to have a more wholesome and more inclusive budget. From today's meeting, what we saw was that the likes of Ridham Desai of Morgan Stanley, Pranjal Bhandari of HSBC, Sonal Verma of Nomura, apart from these leading economists, you also had Ashwini Mahajan of the Swadeshi Jagran Manch join in and give in their suggestions. In the agriculture front also, you had various leading farmer body associations given their suggestions for more inclusive growth and more growth that takes into account the growth of farmers as well going into the next budget that we're seeing, the union budget for 2026 and 2027. So all eyes peeled on the budget. Various pre-budget meetings have kicked off. This will be an ongoing process till the budget is actually finalized, and we'll hear more on this very, very soon.
All right. Thanks so much, Rishabh, for getting us those details. Avinash, quick question to you, less than a minute. If you were to identify between 1 and 3 stocks that would benefit significantly from an uptick in government spending, what would they be and where would you place your bets?
No, I think very clearly infrastructure, Alex. I think domestic infrastructure, specifically, I think capital good companies, construction companies, and of course, what kind of benefits the automobile sector gets. I think, clearly the EV sector has got a lot of tax benefits, but I think even the automobile companies would be one area where a lot of investment could come in if the government announces some norms. So I think all said and done, these 2-3 sectors would be interesting because clearly these would actually generate a lot of employment also in the economy, and that is something the government would also like.
Well, thank you very much, Avinash and Amardev, for joining with us and giving a both technical as well as fundamental perspectives. But moving on to the market closing, we saw the last 19 minutes, we saw a certain dip coming in the Nifty. This was around trading at 25,600 levels, and Nifty Bank also cooling off, coming below the 57,900 levels. But overall, the chart setups still suggest that there is strength in the market. Now let's pull up the heat map, how this is actually moved, the Nifty heat map. The significant gains coming in the IT space, especially Infosys and HCL Tech we are talking about. Also, Titan and Tech Mahindra also making it to the list with positive. But the fall that's happening is trend. The stock is down 7% on the earnings. Let's pull out the sectoral heat map, how things have panned out, and largely we see a sea of green here. That's a good point. Metals also reversing, and Nifty IT that's up almost 1.7%. Slight corrections coming here. Nifty PSU Bank slight rollovers, but Nifty Media is something which has fallen the most. Also, let's pull out the advanced decline ratio, how they have actually panned out over the day itself, and this has been in a very small range. With just the last 25 minutes, we saw this divergence actually going up. Nifty mid cap, Nifty small cap, both the indices we can fire, and we can see where the fall has been happening. The Nifty mid cap 150 index that has shown strength. Nifty small cap index that's in the red, so that is something which we will be watching out for. And let's just pull up lastly the BSE contribution list, how things are panning out. These are the numbers impacts coming in. Nalco almost 10% up, Indigo Paints 11%, and even the sugar stocks making it to the list with Balrampur going up 6%. But look at this, Graphite India, significant downtick coming in, and even HEG following the same suit, followed by Whirlpool and KIOCL as well. So these are the BSE 500 stocks where we saw these reactions coming in. But what are the cues for tomorrow? US FMC members daily speak, that is important, and we'll be focusing much more on the macro data from US as we are eyeing at the US government shutdown nearing its end, interim dividend announcements coming in, but still the focus remains on the earnings season, and that's where we see the smaller names also coming in. This will be of course the day of the mid caps and small caps. The Vodafone Idea, that is something everyone will be watching out for. Ather Energy, especially how their numbers and outlook go, and we'll compare that with Ola Electric as well. Let's pull up other stocks which will be in focus. Today, of course, Bajaj Finance is their post-market hours. Bajaj Finserv in focus. Apart from that, BKG, Balrampur, Hind Copper, and even Bicon are the important stocks which we will be tracking in the day's trade. IPO set to open. Physics Wala. Interesting conversation we had in our channel today, and followed by MV Photovoltaic Power as well. So that is something which we'll be watching out for. So this is the entire setup which we'll be targeting, and that's it for the India market close at NDTV Profit. But do stay tuned in, because Himanshi is getting us important details in the Market Express to give you the entire picture for the day.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show. But first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So markets have ended the day on a positive note. Nifty 50 has ended above 25,500 mark. Sensex has closed 300 points higher. RIL, Bharti Airtel and Bajaj Finance have contributed most to the market rally. Let's also look at the sectoral picture now. So, it remains fixed. Nifty IT and Defence end as top sectoral gainers. Nifty Media and Realty, have bled the most. Total 32 Nifty 50 stocks advance in trade. Now let's look up at sugar stocks. They have surged as the government opens an export quota for the new season. Now, authorities allow 1.5 million tons of sugar to be exported for the 2025-26 season, which starts in October. So the move comes after stocks correct following weaker Q2 earnings, giving the sector, fresh momentum. Next up, we have Shipping Corporation of India, which has posted a weak second quarter with profits and margins sharply down. Other expenses also jumped significantly, while broad-based segmental weakness drags the liner revenues 29% lower. Although the dry bulk market strengthens and freight indices rise, overall ton-mile demand remains below historical averages. Keeping the earnings momentum on, so retail major Trent has hit a soft patch this quarter. Growth has slowed with revenue up just 17%, which is below its own forecast of 20 to 25. So this is due to weak consumer sentiment, unseasonal rains as well, and the expanding mix of newer and smaller city stores that have weighed on the sales. Even Star Bazaar has seen a drastic revenue dip as store upgrades continue. But the profitability, if you look at that, so that too has come under pressure from slower productivity. Next up, we have Nykaa, which has delivered a strong second quarter with broad-based growth across beauty, personal care and fashion. The company's gross merchandise value has risen 30%, and this is led by a stellar, performance in fashion segment. So Nykaa is scaling up faster than expected and margins are improving too, thanks to the stronger profitability in the fashion vertical. Newland Labs has shown a strong momentum this quarter with revenue driven by commercial projects in its CMS business. Operating the leverage lifts EBITDA while the CMS share rises to 60% from 42% a year ago. So the company continues to shift steadily from low margin products to high margin specialty and CMS segments. AstraZeneca has shown a steady progress this quarter with growth led by new product launches. Margins have improved year on year, though they slipped slightly compared to the previous quarter. So the company has secured 7 new approvals in the first half and also continues to see strong momentum in its rare disease segment. Keeping with the earnings momentum, we have Force Motors now, which has posted a strong second quarter as lower material costs boost the margins. The company delivers a steady revenue growth and also a sharp rise in the profitability can be seen with margins at their highest in over 3 years. So strong cost control and also improved efficiency has driven one of the best quarterly performances for the company in the recent times. Next up, we have Lumax Auto, which has delivered a strong second quarter, and this is powered by robust OEM demand from the new program launches. The passenger vehicle and also the aftermarket business continue to show solid momentum there. Margins have improved on the back of higher value products, and also this is also driving healthy growth in both the revenue and profitability. Next up, we have Apex Frozen Foods, and they have posted a strong second quarter, turning around from a loss to healthy profits. So revenue has grown steadily while EBITDA has risen sharply, and this has been helped by the cost efficiencies. Now, however, the company faces some potential headwinds from the upcoming US tariffs and also EU regulatory compliance requirements, but overall the numbers remain robust. Next up, we have Transformers and Rectifiers, which has posted a weak second quarter with revenue largely flat by profitability taking a hit. EBITDA and net profit has fallen sharply as margins have contracted. The company faces a challenging environment with cost pressures and also slower growth impacting its performance. Not just that, the World Bank has barred the company from bidding on its finance projects. The action comes over alleged corruption and also fraud tied to a $486 million project in Nigeria. And this is raising fresh regulatory pressure on the company and its operations. Jefferies initiates coverage on key industrial names, giving a buy rating to Hitachi Energy and Siemens Energy, while placing CG Power on hold. So the brokerage highlights strong order books and also rising power sector spending, signaling robust revenue visibility and also growth potential across the sector over the next few years. Next, look back at the earnings again. So we have Nalco, which has posted a strong second quarter, and they have beaten the estimates across the board. Margins have expanded sharply, and this is supported by higher aluminium prices, robust domestic demand, and also effective cost reductions. So higher other income adds to the positive performance, making it a standout quarter for the aluminium major. Keeping with the earnings momentum, Global Health reports double-digit growth in revenue and also profit for the second quarter. Margins inch down as costs rise faster than revenue, but patient volumes continue to grow with both inpatient and also outpatient counts up year on year. And average revenue per occupied bed also increases, supporting overall performance. Next up, we have Neogen Chemicals, which has reported a tough quarter with profits plunging 70% and also margins contracting. Cost includes material and employee expenses. They have risen faster than revenue, while the unavailability of the Dahej plant adds further pressure. So despite these challenges, the company's diversified business model helps maintain some stability. Next up, we have Bharat Electronics, which has secured additional orders worth 792 crore rupees since 30th of October. Now, these contracts cover radars, communication equipment, drones, and a combat management system, gun sighting systems, upgrades, spares, and also services. Within just the 8 days to 30 October, BEL had also announced orders worth 732 crore rupees, highlighting strong momentum. Now, notably, software-defined radios, that is the SDRS, developed jointly with the DRDO are included and supporting transition to next-gen secure communications. Let's look at Lenskart now, which has closed more than 2% higher after, making a tepid debut. So the stock fell as much as 11% in the early minutes of trade before recovering those losses and even briefly crossing its IPO price. So higher valuations, thin margins and sentiment reversal, in India's IPO markets are the key reasons behind Lenskart's disappointing listing. Viewers, SEBI has issued a notice of caution for the public on Saturday regarding trade of digital gold. Now, the regulatory body has outlined that these digital gold and e-gold products are different from SEBI-regulated gold products and gold ETFs. So it further warned that the unregulated digital gold trade offered by these platforms may actually entail significant risk for the investors and also may expose the investors to counterparty and also operational risks. Let's look at more corporate action. Ola Electric has strongly refuted allegations of technology theft leveled by South Korea's LG Energy Solution. Now, in a statement, the company has described the claim as misleading and also devoid of merit. Reports from Seoul had alleged that a former LG executive attempted to leak the proprietary pouch cell technology for use in Ola's Bharat 4680 cells, 4,680 cells. Now, Ola Electric has clarified that its 4,680 Bharat cell employs in-house process and also bears no relation to the technology in the question. Now, the company has also noted that the commercial production of 4,680 cells has commenced and customer deliveries are underway. So, Ola Electric has added that the timing of the report appears aimed at undermining India's indigenous EV efforts. Brokerage firm viewers, Goldman Sachs has upgraded India to overweight 13 months after downgrading its view to neutral back in October 2024. So it has set a Nifty target of 29,000 by the end of 2026. And this is implying a potential 14% upside from the current levels. The Global Investment Bank said that it expects a revival in India's growth momentum, and this is driven by supportive monetary and fiscal policies and earnings rebound and also renewed foreign investor interest in India. So it has further stated that low food inflation, a robust agricultural cycle, GST rate reductions and also impending state elections and potential 8th pay commission wage increases, they all are likely to support the mass consumption and also raise demand and profits in consumer-related industries. US China has lifted export controls on computer chips vital to car production, the country's Commerce Ministry said on Sunday. So exemptions have been granted to exports made by Chinese-owned Nexperia for civilian use, it said, which should help car makers who had feared production in Europe would be hit. So China has also paused an export ban to the US of some materials that are crucial in the semiconductor industry and suspended port fees for American ships. So this move marks an easing of trade tensions between Beijing and Washington after President Xi Jinping and his US counterpart Donald Trump agreed in October to reduce the tariffs on each other and also pause other measures for a year. Novo Nordisk has struck a deal with India's Emcure Pharmaceuticals to market its 2.4 mg semaglutide weight loss injection under the brand name Poviztra. Now, this is in India. So the move comes after Novo already launched its flagship drug Wegovy in June, giving it stronger reach in the fast-growing Indian obesity market. The pricing for Poviztra has not yet been disclosed. Now, following the announcement, Emcure's shares have surged about 6.5%. So the partnership is part of Novo's strategy to expand access in India and also leverage local distribution and regulatory channels. Viewers, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has kick-started the pre-budget consultations in New Delhi with a meeting of leading economists marking the beginning of the Union Budget 2026-27 preparation exercise. So the meeting saw the participation of the Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, the Chief Economic Advisor and other senior officials from the Finance Ministry. Now, during the session, the economists shared that their views, on the current macroeconomic situation and also offered suggestions to strengthen the growth, investment and also fiscal management in the upcoming budget. On to some national news now. After a massive 64.66% voter turnout in the first phase of Bihar election, the state is set to vote again in the second and last phase of the state elections on 11th of November. Now, some significant seats will be up for grabs in the second phase, including JDU Minister Sumit Kumar Singh's Chakai, BJP MLA Shreyasi Singh's Jamui, JDU Minister Leshi Singh's Dhamdaha, now, and also BJP Minister Neeraj Kumar Singh's Chhatarpur. So in total, 122 seats will be going in polls in the second phase, with the 121 having voted in the first phase last week. And tensions have flared in Bihar after an angry mob set a police on vehicle on fire following rumors that triggered chaos in the area. So police has rushed additional forces to bring the situation under control. Authorities have urged people not to believe or spread misinformation as investigations are underway to trace the source of the rumors and also restore the normalcy in the state. Now, if we look at the Delhi's, AQI level, so, it has recorded very poor category, and with Delhi's overall air quality index reading at 346 at 6 a.m. So the national capital is choking, and this is a marginal improvement from yesterday where it hovered dangerously close to the severe mark. But as many as 33 stations have recorded an AQI ranging in very poor category. The Air Quality Early Warning System for Delhi has predicted that city's air quality will remain in the very poor category over the next few days also. Now, the Weather Department has issued a heavy rain warning for the next 48 hours across 3 states, along with a cold wave alert for several northern regions. Officials say that a fresh western disturbance is bringing widespread showers and also a sharp dip in temperatures. Residents have been advised to take precautions as rainfall and cold conditions intensify heading into the weekend. Transport strikes are hitting South India today, with interstate omnibus operations coming to a standstill in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala and Puducherry. So the strike is in protest against the unfair and unsustainable road taxi levies by individual states, with at least 1,500 omnibuses off the road, severely impacting the travellers. On to some more national news. Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered a large cache of explosives and weapons in Faridabad, Haryana, after leads from arrested Dr. Adil Ahmed. Rather, authorities seized what was initially reported as 300 kg of RDX, plus an AK-47 rifle and also ammunition. Faridabad police chief said that the substance is ammonium nitrate, not RDX, and that timers were found. Officials now put the total quantity over 350 kilograms, and also an AK-47 and ammunition that had already been recovered from the doctor's locker in the Kashmir Valley. Investigations are ongoing to establish the intended use and any other wider network there. Viewers, Delhi's Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Delhi is set for transformation into a full-fledged sports city as per plans by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So the redevelopment will be carried out under a PPP model, unlocking mixed-use real estate and also multidisciplinary sports facilities. A pre-feasibility study estimated the investment at about 7,853 crore rupees. The refreshed complex aims to host global standard sporting events while improving legacy usage and also revenue streams. Officials say that the scheme will maximize the 102-acre site's value and also make Delhi a major hub for elite sport and athletic infrastructure. On to some global news now. The United States Senate is set to hold a vote to advance a Republican stopgap funding package that could pave the way to end the longest government shutdown in the country's history. The breakthrough on Sunday came after a group of centrist Democrats negotiated a deal to reopen the government, and if Republicans promised to hold a vote on expiring healthcare subsidies by December. So as news of the breakthrough emerged, Trump told reporters that it looks like the US is getting very close to the shutdown ending. US President Donald Trump once again has defended his tariff policy, claiming that the aggressive levies made the United States the richest and most respected country in the world. Dubbing his opponents as fools, the president claimed every American except the wealthy will soon receive at least $2,000 from tariff revenues collected by his administration. Now, the remarks came days after the US Supreme Court raised doubts over the legality of the Trump sweeping tariffs in a case with implications for the global economy that marks a major test of Trump's powers. On to some more global news. More than 1 million people have been evacuated and at least one person has been killed as floodwaters rose in the Philippines on Sunday before Typhoon Fangwong's expected landfall on the east coast. So the super typhoon, which comes just days after another storm ravaged the country, will slam into Aurora province between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. with a radius spanning nearly the whole of the Philippines. Fangwong is expected to bring wind and heavy rain to the broad swathes of the archipelago nation, which last week saw more than 220 people killed by Typhoon Kalmegi. An earthquake of 5.4 magnitude was recorded in the Andaman Sea on Sunday, November 9, the National Center for Seismology said. So the tremor was felt in parts of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, but there was no immediate report of any loss of life or damage to the property, an official said. So the earthquake took place at 12:06 p.m. and the depth of the quake was 90 kilometers, the Seismology Center said. Tim Davie has resigned as Director General of BBC following heavy criticism over a controversial documentary about Donald Trump. So the documentary prompted backlash from the political figures and also public stakeholders for perceived bias and editorial misjudgment. Now, in the wake of the uproar, the BBC announced an internal review and leadership changes. Davie's departure marks a significant shake-up at the state broadcaster, and the corporation will now initiate the process to appoint his successor amid mounting scrutiny. US Lando Norris took a significant step towards his first Formula One championship after winning the Brazilian Grand Prix. Now, the win took his lead over teammate and title rival Oscar Piastri to 24 points, with the Australian managing only a fifth-place finish. Andrea Kimi Antonelli finished second, while Max Verstappen managed a stunning third-place finish after starting the race from the pit lane. Now, despite his showing, Verstappen goes into the Las Vegas GP 49 points behind Norris. And football legend Lionel Messi has created history yet again, recording the 400th assist of his professional career. So the milestone came with Inter Miami, where he's now set up 37 goals for his teammates over his glittering journey. Messi has provided 269 assists for Barcelona, 34 for PSG and 60 for Argentina, the most ever by any player in the international football, and a record he broke just last month. Another incredible chapter added to the story of a true football genius. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but stay tuned to NDTV Profit and don't go anywhere.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
Market ends higher as benchmark close in the green. Nifty finishes about 25,500 levels, while Sensex gains close to 300 points. Most indices end in green, with the IT as the top gainer. Trent loses around 7.5% after Q2 earnings. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman kickstarts pre-budget consultations with economists and agri-sector representatives, holds discussion on the current macroeconomic situation and steps to boost domestic production. Paris Defence sees high growth potential in the next 3 years, says current order pipeline will drive growth. Lenskart ends over 2% higher after a disappointing debut on the bourses. Higher valuations, thin margins and sentiment reversal in India's IPO market are the key reasons behind Lenskart's disappointing listing. Interstate omnibus operators in South India protest against imposition of double tax. Around 1,500 buses would remain off roads. US Senate passes funding bill to end the government shutdown. 8 Democrats vote in favor of passing compromise legislation to fund the government. Trump announces $2,000 in tariff dividend for Americans, says this payout will be for all but high-income people. Super Typhoon Fang Wong exits Philippines after making landfall, leaves 2 dead and 1.4 million displaced. Hello and welcome. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm your host Himakshi Bahuguna. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on the markets as well as national and international news. But first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So benchmark indices snapped 3-day losing streak with Nifty closing above 25,550 levels. At close, the Sensex was up 319 points at 83,500 levels and the Nifty was up 82,000 points. Mostly all the sectors except Nifty, FMCG, media, PSU banks closed in green. My colleague Varsha is now joining us with the detailed market roundup of the day.
Well, yes, Nifty ends in green, closed about 25,500 mark. Infosys and HCL Tech gained the most in Nifty. Biggest loss were led by Trent and Tata Consumer Products. Nifty Midcap 150 ends in green. Gains were led by Uno Minda and Nykaa. Nifty Small Cap 250 ends flat. Nalco and Balrampur Chini gains the most. Nifty IT marks as biggest sectorial gainers. Infosys and HCL Tech gains the most. Wherein Nifty Media turns out to be biggest sectorial loser. Nifty Realty falls for 4th consecutive day, which was dragged by Shobha and Raymond. Nifty Auto gains for 3rd consecutive day, which was led by Hero Motocorp and Bosch. Nifty Pharma snaps 3-day losing streak, while Nifty FMCG falls for the 7th consecutive day, dragged by Tata Consumer and Radico Khaitan.
Thank you so much, Varsha, for that. Now, the current buzz in the primary markets reflects a natural cycle of expansion where more businesses list and markets widen, leading to bubble in the primary markets. Now, this is what Macquarie Capital's Sandeep Bhatia said in a conversation earlier today. He adds that while bubbles eventually burst, solid companies with strong cash flows continue to perform even after the corrections. Listen in.
There is a bubble in the primary markets. But that's how markets function. And when bubbles happen, we see an expansion of markets. We see an expansion of businesses which are listed. And that's how we see the broadening of the depth and the breadth of the market. Eventually, all bubbles will burst. As long as these businesses are solid, their cash flows are there. Even post the bubble, these businesses will last. We saw a Y2K bubble also at one point in time. But of course, the tech business has matured and become much larger than it was when it started. So we are in this bubble phase. It has its good parts, it has its bad parts.
Viewers, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has kick-started the pre-budget consultations with leading economists in New Delhi. Senior officials, including the Economic Affairs Secretary and Chief Economic Advisor, were present at the meeting. Economists shared their assessments of the current macroeconomic situation and offered suggestions on boosting the growth, investment and also fiscal management in the upcoming union budget. My colleague Rishabh is joining us with more details on this.
Pre-budget consultation meetings with the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman have kicked off today. You've had various meetings and these have kicked off with leading economists meeting various senior officials of the Finance Ministry. Today there will be a meeting of agriculture associations as well. So various farmers and trade body associations will also meet the Finance Minister. Later this week on Wednesday, you'll have various MSME as well as manufacturing representatives come out and meet the finance minister in order to offer suggestions for what they could benefit from in the next budget. There will be lots of policy tweaks, suggestions that will be given from these various sectors of the society, various stratas of the society, in order to have a more wholesome and more inclusive budget. From today's meeting, what we saw was that the likes of Ridham Desai of Morgan Stanley, Pranjal Bhandari of HSBC, Sonal Verma of Nomura. Apart from these leading economists, you also had Ashwini Mahajan of the Swadeshi Jagran Manch join in and give in their suggestions. In the agriculture front also, you had various leading farmer body associations given their suggestions for more inclusive growth and more growth that takes into account the growth of farmers as well going into the next budget that we're seeing, the union budget for 2026 and 2027. So all eyes peeled on the budget. Various pre-budget meetings have kicked off. This will be an ongoing process till the budget is actually finalized, and we'll hear more on this very, very soon.
Thank you so much, Rishabh, for that. Viewers, SEBI has launched a detailed investigation into First Overseas Capital Limited over allegations of misuse of IPO funds raised by several small and medium enterprises. The probe focuses on how the SME IPO proceeds were actually utilized amid concerns of inflated expenses and also fund diversion. My colleague Vishwanath Nair, who tracks the sector closely, joins in with more details.
Markets regulators said to be investigating a merchant banking firm, First Overseas Capital. This is with regard to some SME IPOs where funds raised from these IPOs were not used for intended purposes. According to what sources are telling NDTV Profit, many IPOs which were conducted by First Overseas Capital Limited are under SEBI scanner. SEBI is reviewing how exactly these funds were utilized. Some of the companies that are under the scanner include Veer Krupa Jewelers, Varanium Cloud, Samira Agro, and Infra, as well as Electro Force India Limited. At this point in time, of course, there is a 2-year bar on First Overseas Capital that SEBI has already implemented. This was via an order earlier in October. Prior to that, back in May of 2025, SEBI had found certain situations in a case specific to Synoptics Private Limited, which was an SME company that had raised some money from the market. SEBI had found that there were instances of misuse of funds that were raised through the IPO. So SEBI had at that point in time pointed out that other companies which were taken to the IPO by First Overseas Capital were also under investigation. So this is a continuation, of course, of what SEBI had said back in May and then again in October. We'll wait and watch what exactly the final order in all of these different cases comes out as, and whether SEBI finds material deviations in these companies that it is currently investigating.
Thanks, Vishwanath, for that. And on the ground at Paras Defence, Executive Editor Markets, Neeraj Shah, caught up with Munjal Shah, Managing Director of Paras Defence, for an exclusive conversation. He outlined the company's ambitious goals of becoming India's market leader by 2026 and 27. He also highlighted the sharp rise in the domestic orders and also shared insights into its involvement in all 52 ISRO missions. Here's a glimpse from that conversation.
2026 onwards, we will be like everywhere for space. We believe that we will have a lot of traction in the space.
Even export opportunities could come up.
Domestic are so much right now that
you don't need
would not want to even have time to put maybe exploring or maybe marketing it.
Wow.
So many space missions ISRO has announced. If you see 52 missions, which are imaging missions announced by ISRO recently, where we stand to be a part of every mission because of the lenses, and also get some full missions on turnkey basis.
And what could be, I mean, just trying to understand, what could the opportunity size, Munjal, of something like this be? Let's say just ISRO. Let's just break it down because you're doing a lot of things. What could the opportunity size of something like this be? The whole imaging mission for ISRO.
So right now we have like 2 funnels. One is near-term funnel, which is 6 to 9 months, next 12 months.
Okay.
And then one is a long-term funnel starting from 13th month up to maybe about 36 months.
Okay.
So that is like 0 to 12.
Yeah, and 20 to 36. Yeah.
24 to 13 to 36. So 1 year and then plus 2 years. So the near-term funnel of for Paras is anywhere between 1500 to 2000 crores with a probability of 75% to 90% win. And the long-term funnel, which is starting from the 13th month upwards to whatever. So that funnel will be overall, but it is mostly optical system centric to a very great extent. That will be about 10,000 crores.
Wow.
And I can give you every line item.
I'm sure you
breakup.
can, but I'll probably not understand everything.
No, but it's with the program name and where are we today in that program. Yes.
Okay. No, so one more question, and as we try and see more of your lovely facility, the other question that I would have is, so this is just ISRO that we spoke about, right? Now you are doing submarine surveillance. I saw a product which was spacecraft surveillance. Then I also saw anti-drone jamming devices. And I saw a couple of other things as well. So the quantum of products and the ambition that you have for being number one in 3 or 4 areas, right? What does it take to be number one and so successful in so many spheres at the same time? And let's start with that first, and then I'll get to what happens next.
Let's start with optical systems.
Yeah.
So which is our the most
bread and butter.
Bread and butter, and that is very close to us, and also for the next generation.
Okay.
So optical systems, being number one means having the widest offering.
Okay.
So today, land, naval, airborne, and from 2026, most of the UAV companies in India, a small UAV to a large UAV, everybody will be looking at Paras Defense for their drone cameras.
Viewers, now let's look at the stock of the day, that is Trent. Trent that closed more than 7% lower after the company reported a soft second quarter. Here's what didn't work for Trent in quarter two. The company's growth deceleration continued. The revenue grew only 17%, which is below the guided range of 20 to 25%. Muted consumer sentiment, also unseasonal rains and expanding mix of tier 2 and new store hurt the quarter two sales. Meanwhile, Star Bazaar's revenue has decreased 2% versus last year, impacted by ongoing store upgrades. Profitability also came under pressure by the slower productivity. And shifting gears, the food delivery and quick commerce company Swiggy is set for its second fundraise in just a year, looking to bring in another 10,000 crore rupees. And this is a move that will dilute the equity by about 9%. The company says that it needs the funds to strengthen its balance sheet and also fight the rising competition. But with losses widening and cash burn increasing, what's really driving this move? Let's go across to my colleague Sumit for his analysis on this update.
Second fundraise that we're seeing might come in for Swiggy in the last 1 year. In IPO, they raised close to 11,300 crore rupees, and right now they're looking to raise close to 10,000 crore rupees. Last time it was 4,500 crore, which was a fresh issue, while the remaining was an offer for sale where the existing investors had exited, and the price at which they had raised the fund was close to 390 rupees, and right now the shares are trading close to 400 rupees. So very close to the IPO price, and not much of a gain that we have seen for investors who had invested money during the IPO. And yes, exactly in the last in 1 year time frame, they are again looking to raise funds close to 10,000 crore rupees to strengthen their balance sheet and to fight competition. So let's see what has changed for the company in the last 1 year as of now. Now, if you look at the gross order value, that has increased from 10,600 to close to 15,600 crore rupees, and that has also resulted into a rise in the company's revenue from 3,600 crore. It has increased to 5,560 odd crore rupees. But on the negative side, if you look at the adjusted EBITDA, that has been a negative 340 during the IPO time, and right now this number stands at close to negative 700 crore rupees. Margins have come in at negative 12% right now from negative 9% earlier, and the cash balance is largely similar at close to 4,600 crore rupees. But the quarterly cash burn rate that we have been seeing for Swiggy has doubled from 329 crore to 740 crore rupees, and this is the main reason why the company is looking to raise fund. And even after doing this fundraise, if you look at the cash balance that Swiggy would have, would be close to around 17,000 crore rupees, which is still lower than what its listed peer Eternal has currently in its book. Eternal has a cash balance of close to 18,300 crore rupees. And given the fact that Eternal continues to have a larger cash balance and continues to have a dominant position in the industry, the cash burn for Swiggy could continue to remain high even going forward. So why is Swiggy seeing such a high rate of cash burn at this moment? Because they have been entering and doing investments into various non-core businesses, so that has been eating into their cash. Apart from that, if you look at the food delivery business, they have been suffering market share losses, and to retain their customers or to gain more customers, they have to spend more cash for that. And also when it comes to the quick commerce business, the losses have been widening on that front. And despite this increasing losses, the dark store addition that we are seeing for Swiggy is still lower than that of Eternal. In fact, competition is also increasing. There are new players like Amazon Now and Flipkart Minutes. And also if you look at the store expansion plan of Swiggy, it is still lower than what Eternal has. Swiggy has a plan to add close to 40 to 50 stores every quarter, while that of Blinkit stands at close to 200 to 250 stores per quarter. So given the fact that Eternal continues to have a massive store expansion plan, much more than that of Swiggy, and the cash balance also continues to remain on the higher side, it would be important to see who would be interested in actually putting in funds into Swiggy at this moment.
Absolutely, Soumit. Thanks for getting us those details there. Lenskart has closed with 2% gains on the day of its market debut. The stock listed at 3% discount before falling 11% through the day. Higher valuations, thin margins, and also sentiment reversal in India's IPO market are known to be the key reasons behind Lenskart's disappointing listing. Here's founder Piyush Bansal's message for company's shareholders.
At Lenskart, we believe profit is oxygen. It keeps us alive. But purpose is breath. It keeps us human. Lenskart has always been a purpose-driven organization. For over a decade, we have stayed focused on one single mission: to make high-quality eyewear accessible to all. And we are ready to spend the next decades doing exactly that. Because the work isn't done even if one person cannot see clearly. Every customer we serve is our IPO. Because an IPO for us is not just about markets, it's about building trust. The markets may ring the bell once, but our customers ring it every single day.
Another big IPO to that will be open for subscription this week is PhysicsWallah, now an Indian online education platform. We had a chat with Prateek Maheshwari, co-founder and whole-time director of PhysicsWallah, on their growth plans and the booming AI market. Listen in.
The company itself, we know it's all people prepare for tests, and NEET is there, JEE is there. What is this company all about? What's the journey like?
So, we have a very unique story. We are a company born out of COVID. 2020 was the year where the PhysicsWallah Private Limited was actually born. But actually, it's a Chinese bamboo story. Alak, who's my partner, was teaching for free on internet for good 5 years. And he had built this amazing community of students. On one YouTube channel called PhysicsWallah Alak Pandey. Around 30 lakh students back in 2020. We are a born out of community. 2020 we have launched our mobile application and website. Till now we have 12 crore students on various 200 YouTube channels. We are covering close to 38 exam categories. 50% of these exam categories we are number one, in terms of number of students, results, as well as revenues. JEE, NEET, NDA, CA Foundation, CA Inter, UPSC, GATE, SSC, Banking Rail, all these exam categories, aspirational exam categories, we are number one. And a very unique thing about our company is we have made education affordable and accessible. Entire year of medical preparation and engineering preparation in 4,000 rupees, live learning, doubt solving, testing, everything put together for all subjects.
It's very interesting on that front. But now the class which you take generally for the students, now the stock markets, Dalal Street will take your class as well. It's an initial step. But the question remains is why the IPO now? And of course, I've seen the numbers which look like there are some decent numbers. It's not like, a loss-making company or a startup coming in. There is profit in the books. Why the IPO?
Yes, so there are cash level profits because we generate a lot of cash every year. Like last year also from cash from operations we have generated more than 500 crores. See, for a B2C company like us, IPO, it's another branding and a trust gathering event. And this will be the first mid-cap listing of any education company. That will booster our trust among the parents and as well as student fraternity. Although we wanted to expand it to southern part of the country, we are very strong in a Hindi heartland, and this listing will allow us to enter into southern part of the country. We will have access to large capital, which will allow us to consolidate the market in future. So these are a couple of reasons, and another reason was we wanted this listing will make company even more disciplined. The corporate governance will improve in the company.
Viewers, shifting gears, nearly 1,500 interstate Omni buses across South India would be off the roads starting today evening, affecting scores of travellers between these states. The mega strike has been called by the bus operators who are protesting against the imposition of double tax. The operators have alleged that they have been asked to pay additional road tax by states, in addition to the One India tax they pay. So, NDTV Sam Daniel spoke to the General Secretary of Tamil Nadu's Omnibus Owners Association. Listen into what he had to say about the strike.
How difficult it has become for you now?
Sir, now we are paying state permit around 2 lakhs. Apart from one India permit around 1 lakh, 90,000 to 1 lakh. So, they are demanding every state 1.5 to 2 lakhs. So totally it is like that 7 to 8 lakhs. That amount we can't pay.
On to some global news now. So in what has become the US government's longest ever shutdown, running for 40 days now, might finally be coming to an end. The US Senate has struck a bipartisan deal to end the crisis which has disrupted the federal services, air travel and also delayed food aid across the US. The bill will now go to the House of Representatives for approval before being sent to President Trump for his signature. Listen in to what President Trump had to say on the matter.
It looks like we're getting very close on the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon.
Well, viewers, that's all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360. But stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment, one administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and with me is Anushi Vakharia, and the company today in focus in KYC is Puravankara. This is a real estate company and this is south based largely, but trying to make its inroads in the western markets as well. But the question remains is, why are we actually looking at this company? Why is this company coming in our special segment KYC? Let's get to know about it. There are certain questions, which we had discussed earlier. So first is, of course, how will the launch pipeline accelerate from H2? H1, okay, decent launch pipeline was there, but will we see much more re-rating happening in the stock? Second question is the regulatory overhang over from Karnataka? A lot of bylaws where we are speaking about pricing realizations and collections, will they continue their strong uptrend? We have seen that in the numbers as well, which we'll discuss. And how will the revenue mix shape up? Two geographies we have broken it down into. First is west and second is south. This is largely south based players, but now they're making their inroads in the western space as well. And at the end is the how will the debt picture actually shape up? That's the key questions we'll be asking to the management and also via our research. But overall, let's give us more color to the company, Anushi.
Right. So just about how the company began its operations. It's a company which started in 1975 and it has presence across key segments that we are looking at. This is across the different brands that we are seeing in picture. Luxury residences, commercial, premium, affordable housing, as well as plotted development is where the company operates it. It has different brands as well, Purva, Provident Fund, etc. To cater to these different segments that we are looking at. So far, they have completed about 93 projects, which includes about about 55 million square feet of completed developable area is what we are looking at. So that's a kind of past that it has. It has currently a land bank of 32 million square feet as well, which would be developed further. It has ongoing and planned launch pipeline for the same that we are looking at. But let's understand what the kind of distribution in terms of contribution and how, in which ticket segment it caters to. So if you look at the biggest chunk of it, 44% is from its 0.5 to 1 crore of segment that we are looking at. Apart from that, around 19% is greater than 2 crore of ticket size of homes that we are looking at, while the rest of it, about 25% from 1 to 1.5 crore. So it's majorly a mid-sized player that we are looking at, Sharad, right, in terms of whether ticket contribution is concerned. Let's also take a check at how the regional contribution has shaped up. So, as Sharad mentioned right at the start, that it's a south-based player with Bangalore. About 53% of mix is what we are looking at. Chennai contributing to about 13% or odd so, and Cochin about 6%. But now Mumbai and Pune are the markets that we should be focusing on forward, considering that they're doing a lot of redevelopment projects over here as well. Current contribution, if you look at, is about 25% or odd so. But this is increasing. If you just take the ongoing new launches in picture, if you just take a check at that, so South about 22 million square feet of ongoing projects, about 10 planned project is what we are looking at. Now West has also seen a pickup, about 9 million square feet over here, with about 2 million square feet in planned projects is what we are seeing. So this is the overall total ongoing projects, if we see, is about 34 million square feet. So how will launches shape up from H2 onwards remains a key question. But this is the overall perspective about what the company essentially does.
Well, that's pretty interesting, and there's too much on the plate for the company, Anushi. There is a South, there is West, there is commercial, there is expansion, and a lot of moving factors are there. We'll try to break it down slowly for our viewers, that what this company is all about. Right. But because of that, the most important thing is to give you the overall rating parameters, what it is. It's very important that you should know on which rating parameters we are judging the company. First and foremost is the income statement. The operational parameters also come in. There is balance sheet which we'll be looking at, cash flows, and also parameters such as the shareholding, street cred, which is nothing but your stock returns, and the valuations, how it is against its peers, and overall outlook. So Anushi, let's start with the first one. You have analyzed the income statement, it seems.
Right. So just a disclaimer before we talk about the income statement that we are seeing. For most of these real estate companies, how revenue is recognized is based on the percentage completion method or projected completion method. So there is some bit of lumpiness in terms of how the revenue growth shapes up. So that's as far as income statement. So while we have given it as a check in terms of key metrics or whatever, what should be more emphasized is the key operational metrics that Sharad will cover around later. But if you just take the headline numbers in consideration, we are looking at about a 28% of growth in terms of how revenue is looking at. Margins have mainly remained in the range of 14 to 21% or odd. So here the company has recently, if you just look at the mixed redevelopment projects, higher mix is something that we are seeing. The focus is also increasing there in the business development pipeline. Also, a lot of these new additions and redevelopment projects is what we are looking at. While net profit for FY25 was on the negative side, there were a couple of issues regarding regulatory overhangs in terms of Bangalore as well, which are now stated are majorly over, but we'll still quiz the management about what's the kind of outlook that they're building in. If we just quickly walk in with the second quarter numbers as well, the company just reported their numbers recently. We saw about a 30% of an uptick in terms of revenue, while margins came down to 16% in comparison with 23%, while net loss stood at about 41 crore. It has widened in comparison with about 20 crore. So considering the kind of numbers that we are looking at, we've given this one a neutral rating, right?
Well, that's pretty interesting. But for Anushi, I had mentioned earlier that income statement won't give you the entire picture. The entire picture comes in the operational metrics when you track the real estate sector, which Anushi does from our team. If you look at the operational numbers here, we see the pre-sales numbers that has done well. Overall, the collections also, you see that's been a kind of a mixed trend coming in here. That is what a concern is coming in when it comes to the growth. But the collections, that has come down. This is just the H1 number. So if you are looking at these numbers for FY25 and H1 on the screen, it's actually just the H1 numbers. But net, they seem that the realizations and importantly the collections, that has been on an uptrend. And that's the question we'll be asking the management also today in our show, that will this continue in H2 or not. Q2 numbers, let's focus in pre-sales, collection and realizations all on the higher side. Not a very superlative growth, but a decent set of growth coming in, and the number to watch out would be the average realization. So I'll give a neutral impact for this statement.
Absolutely, considering that they're expecting a lot of launches in the second half as well. If there is an uptick in terms of this 4% of growth number is what we are looking at, would be a key question to ask. But coming to the balance sheet now, if you just take a check in terms of the overall book value, well, that has remained in the range of about 1,600 to 1,700 crore or so. But borrowing has seen an uptick. Now, from FY24 value to about 3,200 crore, borrowing has then increased to the range of 4,200 to 4,400 crores. This is the overall gross debt that we are looking at. Considering the cash and bank picture as well, now cash has cash position of around 705 crore is what we are seeing at the end of first half. We are looking at a borrowing of net say 2,600 2,700 crore or so. So this is something that we should be focusing on while the net debt is there for the company. What's the kind of debt to equity number that we should be watching out forward? So considering this, we've given it a neutral rating.
Well, that's pretty interesting. But one more segment is the cash flow segment. That's also very important, and especially the real estate segment. That is the liquidity ratio, you could say, to simplify it. Operating cash flows here, let's just pull that out. That has seen an uptick. That's around 260 odd crore rupees. And the net cash flows overall, that is on the lower side. And for the last, you could say that 2 financial years, for FY25 it was in the negative, and even H1 FY26 we see it's on the negative side. Of course, there's a lot of lumpiness when it happens in a real estate sector when the cash flows come in, and it depends from company to company. So this is, we could say, on a mathematical basis or a theoretical basis, this is on the negative side, and that's why we have given a thumbs down for this segment.
Right. Now, if you look at the shareholding though, now here there's nothing surprising as such that if we have to take a lot of these periods in consideration, we are looking at overall a 75% or so promoter stakeholding. So that remains on the healthier side. Even in terms of the FII mix that we are looking at, if you just take the last 3 years in consideration, 16% is kind of number that we'd seen, let's say in about March 2024, which has then increased to about 17% or odd. So FIIs continue to show, continue to see strength in the company is what we are looking at, while DIIs have about 0.5 to 0.6% of stake in the company. So it's a net positive overall holding that we are looking at. No major surprises on this front. Hence a thumbs up rating is what we are seeing, Sharad.
Interesting. And let's look at the street cred. To put it simply, the share returns, coming in, I've divided it in different buckets. If you're a long-term investor, you have made 444% return in the last 5 years, but 1 month, 6 month basis, nothing much has come. A decent year-to-date return of 37% has been registered as well. If you are a short-term investor, nothing much for you. But if you are, you could say, a long-term investor, a 5-year investor, then there is a lot for you. Year-to-date, 1 year, it has been in the negative side. So it's a neutral rating from my side.
Right. So a neutral is what we are seeing for the street cred, but let's take the valuations also in check, because that's going to determine how the prospects are for the investors who are putting their money into the company. So if we just compare it with the South players which are there, this includes the likes of Sobha and Brigade Enterprises as well. Well, it is somewhere in the middle is what we are looking at. 30 times is the kind of 12-month forward picture is what we are seeing. Of course, not putting a lot of emphasis on this particular metric, considering the lumpiness in revenue recognition that we've seen for a lot of these real estate companies. But considering that 30 times of a multiple, if there is an acceleration in terms of where the pre-sales and the collections growth is concerned from the second half onwards, it doesn't look, the picture doesn't look all that bad. Hence, we've given it a neutral rating for this particular value in terms of where the valuations are shaping up.
Interesting, Anushi, for that. But the outlook Let's have a look at that. Almost 52% of the residential land is under development. So you can see a strong revenue visibility coming in, and 2300 plus units have received OCs, that is called your occupancy certificate. This is a very major positive trigger if you're tracking the real estate segment. Overall, the entire shift of focus is on the redevelopment parcels in Mumbai, where they are going very heavy at, and the collections and realizations which Anushi was speaking about, H2 numbers might be on the higher side. Regulatory overhang for Karnataka markets, it's likely over, is something which we saw in the Q2 investor presentation written. So overall it is looking like there's a neutral outlook coming in, but still the company has to walk the talk going ahead. It's not all rosy picture. There are certain overhangs, and with time, if the company overcomes it, then it will be very positive for it. But let's just give an entire revision of what we have done and how we have researched. Me and Anushi have given the ratings for this. Let's get in the numbers. Largely neutral for the first three parameters: income statement, operational parameters, balance sheet, but the concern comes in the cash flow. That's where we have given a thumbs down coming in. But in our analysis in shareholding, they have received a proper thumbs up, but nothing much here when it comes to street trade. Of course, long-term investors were rewarded. Valuations still in comparison with peers, it's there in the middle, and outlook also based on a lot of future projections, we are giving a neutral rating. Largely neutral stance in our entire KYC show, and bang on, the number comes 4 out of 8 in our KYC rating. But of course, we'll take in more details, and to justify our segment, we are having Mallanu Sasalu. He is the CEO South for Puravankara. A very, very good afternoon to you, sir. And of course, the numbers were there on the mixed side of it. But I would like to ask, the first question is your expansion plans, especially in Mumbai. That is something which the street wants to know. The first and foremost, the question: what redevelopment potentials are there? What are the important timelines which you will be looking at? Could you share with us?
Thank you, Sharad, and thank you, Anushi, for having me here. So you started off with Mumbai, so let's go to Mumbai then. So Mumbai, that we've got now 5 redevelopment schemes, with a GDA of in excess of 10,000 crore rupees. We've signed up some marquee projects, and some of the marquee projects including, Palm Hills and Miami and Beach Candy and Malabar Hills and in Andheri, Lokhandwala. So we're quite kicked up about that, and so all these projects usually take some 3 to 4 years for us to look at the larger part of the revenue. Yes, in maybe the next 1 year or so, that we should have major launches coming out of this redevelopment, because most of the projects have gone into approval stage. So we are quite positive about the outcome.
Right, sir. So just want to speak about the key launches that you've mentioned. You have about 13 million square feet of launches which are on table for the next 3 quarters or so. Want to understand the overall development potential of these launches that we are looking at, and considering that, what is the kind of pre-sales growth also expected? Because if we see the first half, majority of it was driven by sustenance sales. So is now fresh launches going to drive the momentum forward for the business?
Absolutely. So basically, we have 11 projects coming out of South and 2 projects for launches in Mumbai, right? So out of the 11 projects in the South, 9 projects are coming from Bangalore, and 2 out of the 2, 1 from Cochin and 1 from Coimbatore. The total value of those launches is around 13,000 crore rupees. And usually, when you talk about, the sales projection, we usually don't peg it to a number, but I can say that our experience in the South has been 30% to 40% we sell off on launches itself. So you can do the calculation, considering that our average price realization per square feet is around 8,800 to 9,000 rupees. So with regards to the West, and I think we'll bring around 5,000 crore rupees worth to the market, and maybe that the launches will be around 2,000 crore rupees will be brought to to the market as per our program currently.
That's pretty interesting, and a bullish view coming in for the Western markets as well. But coming back to the earnings, that's what the street will be looking at. Of course, that's a very short-term scope to look at, but the Q2 numbers, the H1 numbers, the pre-sales were driven by sustenance sales. There were no fresh new launches, and that's what the company had also stated in the investor presentation as well. Could you just, give us the overall trends in the third quarter and fourth quarter? Will this pre-sales continue by sustenance sales, or some additions will be coming in from the launches as well? I want to know Will this accelerate or not for H2?
23 ongoing projects. On the sustenance, we do somewhere around between 1,200 to 1,300 crore rupees of business, and I don't see any reason why it should slow down. It should only improve as I see forward. And as you rightly pointed out, that we didn't have any major launches except for around 1,000 crore rupees of launches, which were the extension of the phases that we had, right? So what we are looking at currently is all fresh new launches and in excess of around 15,000 crore rupees, including all regions. And I see this as a very, very positive thing for us going forward in the third and the fourth quarter. So third quarter could be 30% of the projects may come up in third quarter, and in the fourth quarter, majority of them comes up, and maybe some of them may even go to the first quarter of next year. So out of the 15,000 crores, even if we're able to get 70% of that, we will be around 10,000 crore rupees of launches that we are looking at in this financial year.
Can you also talk about the growth number that we can have? Because in FY25, we did see about a 15% of a dip. Of course, this was on a higher base of FY24 as well. There were a couple of regulatory headwinds as well. Are these bottlenecks now behind? What's the kind of growth number, if you just have to see, for pre-sales and collections that you have in mind for Puravankara?
See, we are currently, what I suggest is that we should look at from our expense perspective. We're almost spending around 150 crore rupees per quarter on our overheads and marketing. What it really means is that the growth is robust. That is, the launches are kicking in, and hence we are spending quite a bit of money. We're also spending 1,000 crore rupees so far in H1 only on pure construction, which means that our collections are stronger, as you can see, by 1,900 crore rupees of collection. 1,900 plus crore rupees of collection is what we have done so far. And in fact, that we think that in the second half of the year, our construction will be even more stronger, and maybe our collection will also be stronger. So with the launches coming in, and we don't see any problem in that situation.
That's pretty interesting. Mr. Sasalu, the question is for the net cash flows also. I'll just break it down for our viewers also. Net cash flows in the last 2 fiscal years have been muted, but you have overall estimated a surplus across all categories. Now, this is exceeding the 15,000 crore mark. When will the recoveries start coming in? Of course, you have mentioned that fourth quarter will be very heavy when it comes to the booking realization. So, will that realization come in fourth quarter and the cash flows improve? What would be your answer on that?
See, our EBITDA margins remain at around 30%, or quarter, if you look at it now, that you're seeing around 18 to 20%. By the end of the year, I'm pretty sure that with the launches coming in, we will be at around closer to 30% in terms of our margins. Margins have never been a problem. The problem has always been on the supply side because of the regulatory issues that comes up, and particularly our stronger market is Bangalore. In Bangalore, for good in the long term, that we have gone into the computerization of all land records and the approval process and the ownership, such as Khata and things like that, which has put us a little bit back in the back seat in the last 6 months. But once this almost everything is sorted out now, I expect that we are going to be doing extremely well in the third and the fourth quarter, and cash flows are not a problem.
Just a follow-up on that, are these regulatory headwinds that you spoke about in terms of e-Khata and all of these, is this behind now, or can we see a subsequent recovery from now onwards?
Absolutely. I think we are behind that at 80 to 90%. Still, there are some interdepartmental software upgradation and working together is still happening. But I believe that it should not last more than a month. And after that, I think we should be okay in Bangalore to be going towards registration, handing over. Just to give you the perspective, right? We gave guidance of around 4,300 units to be handed over this year in the south, and we have been able to hand over only 1,300 units so far. So another 3,000 units to be handed over in this year. And in this, almost 2,000 units, the snags have already been corrected as per the customers, and customers have accepted it. But since without the, either the Khata or the OC or registration, we've not been able to recognize these things into our numbers. So I'm quite confident that, this year things are going to be better. And I would really think that you use the word turnaround, and it is a turnaround quarter in the next couple of quarters, yes.
The subsequent turnaround that we are looking at in terms of your cash flows, in terms of the overall the macro picture as well, just want to understand how would the overall debt also shape up? You currently have a net debt position of around 2,800 crores or so, which implies a ratio of around 1.7 times as well. So with more of these recognition back on the table, would the debt number go down, or would it sustain at these current levels?
I'll give you a little bit of perspective on this one with a portfolio of around 32,000 crore rupees portfolio that we currently carry. Our debt is around 2,800 crores, which is rightly pointed out. And out of which 700 crore rupees is on the commercial asset, which the asset is almost built and now we are in the process of leasing. And 2,100 crore rupees is the debt that what we have on our residential business. Looking at the size of portfolio and looking at the debt, and I think I'm quite comfortable with the debt position that what we are. Yes, from a very business metrics, the way market looks at it, it may look very high. From a very operational perspective, and I'm very, very comfortable with it. Just to give you a perspective on, for example, 11 projects that are going to be launched in Bangalore, right? And so we've got around 9 of them are owned by us. Right, in South India, we have 11 projects launched, 9 are owned by us. So you can always have a different methodology to kind of do your business. Either you own the land parcels and you go to the market, or you can go on joint development. So we're owning quite a number of them, and so the debt position is there, and we're quite comfortable with it.
Interesting, Mr. Sasalu, but pricing trends, that is something which everybody wants to hear, be it investors, viewers, and even real estate brokers. What's the overall outlook looking like for Mumbai and Pune if you compare that with South market? I presume Southern market, there is a slight inch up of prices happening, while Mumbai markets, they still see a bit stagnancy. What are your channel checks suggesting when it comes to the pricing trends?
And then see that the inflation in the country is around 6.5%, and the real estate will continue to beat that. And so basically 9 to 9.5% per year going up is not something that unheard of. If you look at the history from 2012 to 2020, we didn't see any increase in the real estate, and now it is becoming better. And with a little bit of that consolidation that has happened, where listed players are coming in, and that's the reason why you see the average price realization going up. And I'm not saying that it will continue to go up at 15%, 20%, but beating the inflation is what it is going to be. So far, for particularly in South India, it has been a supply problem rather than a demand problem. Wherever the supply has come up and the offtake is fantastic, and I don't see any kind of slowdown as I sit here and see there is no slowdown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sasalu, for giving your views on the company's growth trajectory and even the expansion plans, especially in the western region. But let's just recap the entire key takeaways, Anushi. Whatever the 30 minutes we have spoken about, the management has spoken, what are the 3 important things which are important for our viewers? The major launches in Mumbai, they are coming in 1 year. And that's roughly 15% to 25% if you combine Mumbai, Pune revenues both, right? Okay, the second one, because we can see the second takeaway is that 10,000 crore worth of projects can be launched by the end of FY26, and the fourth quarter, that they'll have roughly 70% of these numbers.
And this is after a muted FY25 that we are seeing.
Exactly. That means there will be up moves expected, when it comes to the operational parameters as well. And the last point, the management key takeaway is that the Bengaluru market's regulatory overhang won't last more than a month. That means 80-90% issues are solved, right?
Right. So, and this is after 6 months of weaker performance. So this is a big positive that we are seeing,
so this is a very major trigger for the company, and I think that's enough for our show at KYC, and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank
I
you.
think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. Now, I'd like to discuss an interesting question today. In a mutual fund portfolio, is it more beneficial to have a concentrated list of stocks in an equity portfolio, or should you have a large number of stocks that are diversified? It's an interesting proposition because if you compare flexi-cap funds and focused funds, the thesis essentially is the same. The fund manager has pretty much a blank slate to choose where to invest. Except in focused funds, the requirement is to have 30 stocks that they have to choose from, and that's the maximum that they can keep. So it's a pretty concentrated portfolio. Let's talk about what has worked over the course of the last several years and how a focused strategy might fit into your portfolio. Prableen Bajpai, the founder of FinFix Research and Analytics, is joining me today. Prableen, thanks so much for taking the time. I thought this would be an interesting conversation. So first, let's define what focused funds are. What are they and what is their purpose?
Hi, Alex. Always great to be on your show. Just like you said, that flexi caps is one of the category wherein we have the freedom to move about anywhere in the market cap space. So it can be a large cap, mid cap, small cap stock that one can pick. So focus funds are a concentrated format of a flexi cap because we have a capping of maximum 30 stocks. So the fund manager has the freedom within this universe of all the stocks which are available anywhere the fund manager, he or she can invest, restricting the maximum number of stocks to 30. And that is the differentiating factor between flexi caps and focused. So focused funds have to keep 65% in equity at all times, like a typical equity fund, Alex, to get the taxation. And other than that, this 30 is the restrictive criteria which they have. Now, because we're talking about, flexi cap kind of becomes a natural benchmark for comparison when we're talking about focused funds. So just to give a perspective that how concentrated these funds can be in terms of the stock holdings. So if you're looking at currently the category focused funds has roughly 28 schemes, which are total AUM of about 1.62 lakh crores, which is 1/3 of flexi caps in terms of AUM. And if we look at those focused funds which have a track record of 7 years, and then we look at the counterparts of the same schemes within the flexi-cap space, and we do a comparison, then the lowest holding in the top 10 stocks for a focused fund stands at 56%. In case of a flexi-cap, it is at 28.53. So basically, the lowest is double of a flexi cap. So it's a higher concentration portfolio, which tells us. And the highest in the top 10 for a focused fund is at 74.39%. That means the top 10 stocks alone have a 74% allocation, which in comparison of a flexi cap is at 46. Now, of course, we are talking about 16 schemes here, which have a track record of 7 years plus. So it's comparatively limited as compared to the overall universe of 28 schemes which are there. And one more point here, Alex, that out of these 16 schemes for focus funds, we've had roughly 11 schemes which have a higher allocation of more than 50% in the top 10. So there's a very small percentage, which is like these 5 schemes which are left behind, which have a overall focus concentrated portfolio 45 to 50 stocks in the top 10. So overall, just to the point that, it's a higher concentration bet that we are doing. And of course, I think a lot depends on the fund manager here than, what general markets are going to perform.
So then the next logical question, Prableen, is has one strategy performed better than the other? One would assume that if you have a concentrated portfolio, you will tend to have more volatility, potentially, because you can swing quite sharply either way if you have a higher weightage of stocks.
Absolutely. So, because the comparison stands with FlexiCap and in focused, the very idea that why somebody should invest is that, these are sort of high conviction bets, and it can work both ways, Alex, because we are taking a concentrated portfolio. So if you're looking at the volatility currently, and we see how these funds have performed during, let's say, market downturns and in terms of standard deviation, if you're just looking at standard deviation, then amongst the and we just put these flexi caps and focus funds together, and then we filter it in terms of the highest standard deviation. Then amongst the highest 10 funds, which have the highest standard deviation, 7 of them are focused and 3 of them are flexi caps. So definitely in terms of volatility, which standard deviation is a standard measure of, it tells us that the volatility in these funds will be higher. In terms of market falls, if we look at the top 3 falls during the last 7 years, then we see that in comparison to a flexi cap, and even in terms of category as a whole, the flexi caps and the focused funds, the highest falls are seen by the focused funds. So these are the falls from, one is the COVID fall, the second is the fall from October 2021 till June 22, and the third is since September last year till April of 2025. So during all these times, the highest fall within these 2 categories was seen by the focused funds. So definitely on the downside, we are taking a higher risk.
Okay, interesting. And just a small point to those tuning in, if you're not familiar with how standard deviation works in the context of a mutual fund scheme and its performance, simply put, in a certain time frame, if the compounded return is, say, 10%, and the standard deviation is 10%, that means that at any given point of time, you might have been earning 10% above or below that average. So you could have been receiving zero returns. Praveen, is that a fair assessment of how standard deviation works? I'm just checking. You're the expert.
Right, Alex.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about pros and cons. And you've already kind of addressed a few of these, but there are definitely some pros associated with focused funds as well, Prableen.
So pros, ideally, Alex, why should one invest in a focus fund is because we feel that, a high conviction bet can earn us better returns. Now, we earn better returns, that will happen when we're discussing returns now. But are we able to do that? Ideally, theoretically, yes, we should be able to do that. But is it always happening? Actually, no. But one of the pros can be definitely that there is a potential to higher returns. The second one is that it can be, suited, or for the pros can be that it is for investors who are looking to have concentrated bets. And if those work, then of course there is a much higher potential for upside, and you have a significant allocation to a particular stock rather than having these 50-70 stocks in a portfolio with just about 2 and 3%. Here the concentration to a particular stock is definitely higher. So that can work in the favor of a focused fund. So these are the minor pros. Cons, of course, if we look at the returns also, and we know that the concentration in the portfolio can work either ways. So that can be a negative as well, because it's a concentrated portfolio. And let's say even if 2 stocks from those which are held don't perform, it can actually pull down the performance quite a lot. So it eventually boils down to the fund manager's skills. So I would say that the fund selection risk is even higher. So what we are seeing typically that in any of the active funds, we are seeing that the fund selection risk is very high, Alex, with the kind of differences that we see amongst the best and the worst performers. So I think that actually gets accentuated in a focused category. And, that we'll see when we're just talking about the returns.
No, absolutely. And this is a logical thought, right, Prableen? Because ultimately when you have, for example, if I select 10 stocks and my neighbor selects 10 stocks, the probability of one of us sharply outshining the others exists. And when you have schemes to choose from that are each making these choices of a select number of stocks, then the possibility of outperformance or underperformance, relatively speaking, is quite considerable, particularly because there's likely to be very little overlap between these portfolios. So having said that, there are a few schemes that have achieved a certain track record and that have a certain assets under management base, right? 10,000 crore, pretty large if you think about these focused or concentrated portfolios. Does that make it easier or harder for the fund manager to operate, in your opinion?
Yeah, this data is very, very interesting, Alex, because there are currently, out of these 28, there are currently 5 schemes which have an AUM of more than 10,000 crores. And then there are a couple which have like 8,000 crore AUM. So overall, it's a very small AUM as compared to the size of how, flexi-cap funds have grown. And the smallest AUM is just about 180 crores here. And the maximum is at 41,000 crores. So it's a huge range. And typically what one assumes that, as the AUM increases, maybe taking exposure to high conviction bets can become difficult. But data is suggesting, and on 3 parameters we look at the data. One is in terms of the rolling returns, second SIP returns, and the CAGR, so point to point. So if you're looking at returns on 7-year criteria, so in terms of rolling returns, so we look at a 2-year rolling window over a 7-year period, and we see that 3 out of the top 5 performers actually have an AUM of more than 10,000 crores. So 3 out of 5, not bad. And actually the scheme as the 6th place also has a very huge AUM. In terms of SIP returns here, 3 schemes again are in the top 5. So if we are looking at XIRR returns, then again AUM has not been a deterrent, and 3 of the top performers are amongst with AUM higher than 10,000. And if you're looking at the compounded returns, the CAGR, then again we have 3 schemes which are in the top 5. So at this point, it would be wrong to say that a higher AUM and with this benchmark of, let's say, 10,000, what we've said, that the performance is getting impacted. In fact, only 1 scheme out of these 5 schemes, which has an AUM of more than 10,000 crores, has lagged on all 3 return parameters. Otherwise, they're there. And I think that has not been a deterrent. Also because 10,000 crore in itself, I think, is not a very, very huge AUM.
That's fair. It's not. But it's interesting nonetheless to say that in a concentrated portfolio, 10,000 crore rupees, which is the highest more or less in that category, is not a reason for underperformance. But the last point, Prableen, which is the most important point, because we have to give our viewers actionable insight, which is, should they be investing in this? And who should be investing in it? What is the role in a portfolio?
So before we do that, Alex, I'll just give a little overview of how the returns have been. So because I think flexi caps and focused, these are the two funds which would compete against one another. So I don't think that anybody should look at a focused fund in addition to a flexi cap. It can be for an investor who's looking for a more aggressive format of a flexi cap fund. So if you are having a portfolio with, let's say, some passives in your portfolio, some other schemes, you have the mid cap and the large cap, and you're wanting to add a flexi cap, then that is where you check that maybe a focused fund can be better if you are a high risk investor. And of course, only if you have a horizon of, let's say, 7 to 10 years and above, because it's a concentrated bet, so risk is slightly higher. Having said that, besides the suitability, also in terms of returns, Alex, on a 7-year basis, if you're just looking at the SIP returns, then the highest between the focused and the flexi have actually come from a flexi, which is at 23% as compared to 22% for a focused fund. If you're looking at rolling returns 2-year over 7-year period, then again, for a flexi cap, it is at 23.89 as compared to about 18.32 for a focused fund. And even in terms of point to point, a 7-year CAGR, it is 23 for a flexi cap and 20% for a focused. So I think there'll be certain segments, there'll be some cycles in the market when focused can actually outperform, but then it definitely involves a high fund selection risk, and it is for somebody who can have the patience and has a higher risk appetite, but it can be seen and viewed as a aggressive, concentrated flexi cap. And I think that is the approach with which investors should sort of look at focused funds.
So it doesn't necessarily have to fit into your satellite portfolio is what you're saying, right? Prableen, broadly, it shouldn't be a satellite approach. It can form part of your core.
It can, Alex, but I think it has to be with a mix of index funds. Sure. Then it should be probably the active and passive approach kind of a portfolio overall. Absolutely.
All right, Prableen, thanks so much for taking the time. Absolute pleasure having you as always.
Thank you, Alex.
A cautionary message has been sent out by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, and it relates to digital gold. A few of you are wondering what this is about. So first, let me tell you what digital gold is in the first place. This is sold by various sellers, including fintech platforms like Gullak as well as Paytm, and a few jewelers as well. It's 24 karat gold that is sold in digital form, and the equivalent of that in physical gold has to be bought by the seller and kept in a locker and insured. The price of that gold is determined by the wholesale rates, but then you could have a pretty wide variance between different sellers of the gold. So that's what the gold is. What you need to understand is that it's unregulated by either the Securities and Exchange Board of India or the Reserve Bank of India, and it can only be sold on the same platform. Additionally, you could have requirements in terms of the maximum amount that you can invest and the duration that you can hold it for, and there's a 3% GST associated with it as well. Of course, with jewelry there is a 3%, but then if you invest in an ETF, gold ETF, or a mutual fund scheme, there is no 3% GST. What is the SEBI saying? It's warning that this digital gold is completely outside its purview, and it's also saying that such gold products may entail risks for the counterparty as well as operational risks. This is quite significant. None of the investor protection mechanisms under securities market purview shall be applicable, is what the SEBI says. So what should you do? You should perhaps go towards the ETF route, which is regulated by the SEBI. That is, if you have a demat account. If you don't have a demat account, you can of course opt for a gold mutual fund. And there's quite a lot of gold that is held by the mutual fund industry through the ETF route. In fact, 90,000 crore rupees at last count was the assets under management under gold ETFs, and they're rising quite substantially. All right, now there's been a lot of debate about the efficacy of the SIP, that is the Systematic Investment Plan. And in fact, The Securities and Exchange Board of India and the mutual fund industry are quite enthused or excited by the idea of the Choti SIP. It's a great way to start up. But the question is that enough? Is that enough to create durable wealth over the long term? And the answer is probably no. You have to increment it. You have to step it up. So right now on this chat, I want to talk about the benefits of stepping up your SIP. Joining me is Dilshad Bilimoria, who's Managing Director and Chief Financial Planner of Dilza Consultants Private Limited. Dilshad, thanks so much for taking the time. First of all, a lot of people start SIPs early on and keep them going. Maybe they add additional SIPs in different schemes. What is the benefit, in your opinion, of a step-up SIP?
Right. So as we say, step-up SIP is basically increasing the amount year on year, right? So for example, if you start with a small SIP, like you mentioned, of say 10,000, and then you say that as my income growth increases, I'm also planning to increment the SIP amount every year. So that's actually going to add to the compounding effect and ensure that your corpus would grow much faster and reach the targeted amount much faster.
You know, I said Choti SIP, and that's certainly not 10,000 rupees, Dilshad. I think a lot of my viewers would think that 10,000 is quite a lot of money to put aside. But having said that, let's ask you this. Should you do it manually or should you do it in a step-up manner? Because when you select your SIP or a new SIP, you can actually choose to do a step-up SIP as well and say 5% or 10% or whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. So there are options by fund houses which provide for an automated SIP increase on a year-to-year basis. You just need to tick off the right columns. But what we do is we also evaluate where the current standing of the client is and to understand whether a step-up SIP of say 10% or 15% or 5%, depending on the current cash flow position and the kind of job employability of the person as well. So you could, of course, update the SIP incremental percentage, but we keep it open to try and be flexible to the client.
You know, that's a great point, because early on in your career, your income is not going to rise by 10% in all probability, right? You might have a higher percentage. And so you might find that you were operating at 20,000 or 30,000 rupees in 1 month, and then you've gotten a bump of 20%. You don't need that entire 20%, so you can possibly save a little more than you did in the previous month. So it's a good idea. So essentially the better idea might be to do it manually. But I want you to illustrate, Dilshad, if you can, what are the advantages of this step-up SIP? And perhaps we can talk about one of the more popular schemes, something like a Parag Parik.
Sure, absolutely. So what I've done is I've done an illustration on Parag Parik, which is a very well-known and widely invested fund today. And the typical returns on this fund over the last 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 year and 10 year. And I've assumed that somebody invests 10,000 per month for the first year. As a normal scenario, vis-a-vis stepping up that SIP, say by 15% every year. So I have done this calculation, and here goes the numbers. So if somebody were to invest, say, 1,20,000 per year in the normal SIP, over a period of 5 years, the effective corpus growth would be about 20.85 lakhs. But if the person incrementally increases this by 15% year on year, so the first year is 10,000, the next year is 11,500 per month, the following year is 13,225 per month, the following year is 15,209, and the fifth year is 17,490, and which could easily happen if people are in their early 30s or so. In this case, the accumulated corpus that the person is able to view is about 26,58,000. So this is a whooping 6.58 lakhs more, Alex, and that is where the magic of compounding really works in their favor.
And this is just a 10-year period that we've looked at. I say just, but actually the beauty of compounding kickstarts after the 10th, 12th, 15th, 20th year, when you've got a sizable corpus under your belt. you're doing a lot of the heavy lifting early on, and I think that's where the central message of this is. But let's also talk about it in a longer time frame, Dilshad, and why this step up is actually very important. You had also sent me a graphic about the Nifty 50 over the course of a pretty long period and going all the way back to 2000. What is the illustration telling you about utilization of the step up SIP?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this graph talks about the 33 years of market performance, right, from 91 to 2024. And what I've tried to point out is when the downturns in the markets are happening. For example, in 2008, when the world financial crisis happened, or in 2020, when COVID happened. If you see in those years, the markets had fallen quite heavily. Now, the idea, the benefit in those times, and of course, presuming you know where you're investing and the underlying securities are kind of well-founded and solid, investment options. The best thing to do is to kind of increase your SIP amount in those periods, right? So if, for example, in 2008, somebody had, got all the bad news, and we also had the bad news for about a year. But starting 2009 February, the markets really stepped up again. If somebody kept waiting and assuming that, the whole, world is falling and things look so bearish, I think that's when, all our famous economists say is when you should actually be looking at investing in the markets. And that is where you should be adding more in terms of your SIP top-up amount, as well as your incremental lump sums as well.
That is an important question. So let me ask you this. So point is well made, but Dilshad, should you do lump sums whenever you see a substantial drawdown, or should you stick to the tried and tested SIP route?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alex. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. The point being, we really don't know when the how long the drawdown is happening, and whether it's going to continue downwards or continue upwards. And like the graph, rightly shows. For example, in 2008, it had fallen quite a bit. Now, many investors would have thought, okay, let it fall some more, and then I probably would invest, right? And we are not kind of soothsayers to say that, okay, this is the bottom and you should be kind of investing your maximum and go all out at this level. However, what we follow as a strategy is that if we had a planned, say, investment from liquid to equity, every downturn that's happening, we are trying to add a certain percentage depending on the macro and micro fundamentals of the economy, right? So as we know, in 2020, everything was down 20% in one day in April. And that was actually the most great period for us to suggest this kind of lump sum investment to our clients. And we did. And post that, even in 2021, although COVID had its second and third kind of phase out, clients did make a lot of money. So it's absolutely difficult to kind of time the market. But yes, you can do a combination of lump sum and SIP. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the bottom line. The bottom line, of course, is to increment your savings. Dilshad, thanks so much for taking the time, and pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much.
And that brings us to the end of this edition of Your Money Matters. Thanks so much for tuning in, and do stay tuned. Lots more coming up on NDTV Profit.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways. You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways. You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
Hi Munjal, thank you so much for having us at your lovely premises.
Pleasure is all ours.
It's fabulous to see some of the cutting edge work that you guys are doing.
Thank you for coming.
The pleasure is entirely mine. Now, just an overview, because I saw some fabulous products and I saw your presentation that you put out on the web, on the exchanges, right?
Yes.
In the presentation, you mentioned that you want to be India's #1 high-end optical systems company, laser-based air defense company, anti-drone company, and electromagnetics company. Now, I believe all of this is not just by virtue of the quality of the products, but also by the size of the company.
Yes.
So, tell us a bit about how do you proceed on all of these things together? When do you become the #1 How do you become the number one?
So, first of all, you are right now seeing India's first nanotechnology machining center.
Okay, let's talk a bit about that. Just tell me a bit about it.
So, this is India's first nanotechnology deployed machining center for manufacturing of high-end optics for defense and space. So, here we are producing lenses for mainly night vision and thermal imaging.
Can you show us?
And yes, and we are India's #1 company in this area.
Okay.
And locally and exporting also. So here you're producing optics. You're not producing anything in micrometer. You're producing anything that is nanometer and angstrom level. So it is 7 decimal beyond a millimeter.
Wow.
So this is optics manufacturing.
7 decimal points beyond the millimeter number.
Yes.
Interesting.
So we are producing lenses. I will show you some of the lens. So this is camera lens.
Wow.
See, this is for thermal imaging. This is made from rare earth material, germanium.
Okay.
So we produce lenses from materials like germanium, silicon, zinc selenide, zinc sulfide. They all used for infrared and for thermal imaging application.
Wow. So this is the one that actually goes into a defense or a space application.
Yes, this goes into a camera for imaging purposes, for defense or for space.
Or for space.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are India's #1 company in this area. And post this, we always wanted to do something more. So we wanted to make full systems. So we went backward integration. We started designing optics. We went also forward integration. We started designing full systems. So today, Paras Defense offers the widest range of camera systems in the country. Nobody offers this wide range of camera systems for land application, for naval application, for airborne application. And also we are doing systems for space.
Okay.
To give you one example for space.
Please.
Paras Defense as an industry partner for DRDO has realized the hyperspectral imaging camera. A camera basically based on hyperspectral imaging technology.
Okay.
So this camera is going to be deployed into the space in the next 60 to 90 days.
Wow.
It is already realized.
Okay.
This is a mission of DRDO. Industry partner Paras Defense, where we are responsible for the functioning of the entire camera. So this is how we have been able to build and realize it, and we have ensured that it is fully reliable. This camera already now is at ISRO, integrated on the spacecraft. Today, the integrated camera goes for final testing, final thermal cycling today, and then the outcome maybe in another 15 days. Post that, just a quick check, and the mission is deployed, like it's in the space. It will be positioned at approximately 500 kilometers from Earth, and it will look down and it will do imaging, and it will probably be the best ever hyperspectral imaging mission ever. And no other private company or government company has ever been able to achieve this for defense application except for ISRO. There could be some startups, but startups, and we are different. Startups also maybe working on something like this, but we have a fully mature technology. And with this, we will have a heritage of a space mission. And after that, 2026 onwards, we will be like everywhere for space. We believe that we will have a lot of traction in the space.
Even export opportunities could come up.
Domestic are so much right now
that you don't need
would not want to even have time to put maybe exploring or maybe marketing it.
Wow.
So many space missions ISRO has announced. If you see 52 missions, which are imaging missions announced by ISRO recently, where we stand to be a part of every mission because of the lenses, and also get some full missions on turnkey basis.
And what could be, just trying to understand, what could the opportunity size, Munjal, of something like this be? Let's say just ISRO. Let's just break it down, because you're doing a lot of things. What could the opportunity size of something like this be? The whole imaging mission for ISRO.
So right now we have like 2 funnels. One is near-term funnel, which is 6 to 9 months, next 12 months.
Okay.
And then one is a long-term funnel, starting from 13th month up to maybe about 36 months.
Okay.
So that is like 0 to 12.
Yeah, and 20 to 36. Yeah.
24 to 13 to 36. So 1 year and then plus 2 years. So the near-term funnel of for Paras is anywhere between 1,500 to 2,000 crores, with a probability of 75% to 90% win. And the long-term funnel, which is starting from the 13th month
upwards to whatever. So that funnel will be overall, but it is mostly optical system centric to a very great extent. That will be about 10,000 crores.
Wow.
And I can give you every line item.
I'm sure you
breakup.
can, but I'll probably not understand everything.
No, but it's with the program name and where are we today in that
Lovely.
program. Yes.
Okay. No, so one more question, and as we try and see more of your lovely facility, the other question that I would have is, so this is just ISRO that we spoke about, right? Now you are doing submarine surveillance. I saw a product which was spacecraft surveillance. Then I also saw anti-drone jamming devices, and I saw a couple of other things as well. So the quantum of products and the ambition that you have for being number one in 3 or 4 areas, right? What does it take to be number one and so successful in so many spheres at the same time? And let's start with that first, and then I'll get to what happens next.
Let's start with optical systems.
Yeah.
So which is our the most
bread and butter.
Bread and butter, and that is very close to us, and also for the next generation.
Okay.
So optical systems, being number one means having the widest offering.
Okay.
So today, land, naval, airborne, and from 2026, most of the UAV companies in India, small UAV to a large UAV, everybody will be looking at Paras Defense for their drone cameras.
Okay.
Smallest camera to the biggest camera for surveillance application or for logistics or for any kind of other missions like kamikaze or maybe whatever. So everybody will look at Paras Defense for the optics, for the complete optical system for surveillance.
Because you are saying nobody else does it, is it?
In the private sector, nobody currently really doing it. Like nobody, not private, but also not in the government, anybody doing it. It's mostly coming from outside, and then they just try to package it.
Okay.
But building the entire right from the optics to the complete sensor assembly and then integration along with the UAV and then testing all by Paras Defense.
Wow.
So 2026 also with this widest range of offering and also for space, like ground to space, space to earth, and also then able to clock the highest revenue in this will then this will be like whatever we are wishing for. India's number one is when you are there, and we believe that it is not too far away. It's maybe already in the making, and in the max is 24 months.
Wow. So you're doing a lot of space work, air work, and from what I saw, you are doing a lot of underwater work as well, right?
Yes.
Because the periscope, it fascinated me, the product, and as I understand that the periscope fitting, it's not just for the newer submarines, but for the existing range of submarines as well, right?
Yes.
And these are expensive products.
Yes.
So tell us a bit about this opportunity for you.
So Paras Defense is the only Indian company building submarine periscopes for the Navy.
Okay.
And also probably the only company in entire Asia doing periscopes. We have already delivered a few of them, and we are also expecting more orders. Just to tell you, like the current opportunity size, which we have been always saying it across all maybe investor meets or maybe on all firms, that the minimum opportunity that we see in the near term, like say from now to maybe about 9 months or max 12 months, say today 12 months, how much is the opportunity that is available for us is about 18 periscopes.
18 periscopes.
18 periscopes.
And each periscope is about 30 to 40 crores or thereabouts, right?
It was about 30. Now we also package it with a receiver and a transmitter, and along with that and some maybe a bit more accessories add-on and some spares. We look at about 50 crore from each periscope.
Oh wow! So that's between 600 to 900 crores of an opportunity size in the next 12 months.
Like if it is 12, yes, but we believe it's 18. So it should be the other number, the second number, 900 is what. And post that, there are also some more new submarines that are going to be now contracted to the shipyards. So we also see an opportunity size there for about maybe 18 more. So total for the existing fleet, minimum maybe 9 fleets to be upgraded. So about 18 numbers. And also the new subs that will be now maybe built, about another 18 more, so about 36. So let's say anywhere between 30 to 36 is the opportunity size, but the 18 for sure is near like short-term opportunity, or this is right now visible for us. Wow. So this is a very most critical optical system across all services and maybe across all forces.
This is an interesting one. Fire extinguisher ball. I haven't quite seen this. Okay. The other thing, Munjal, is the anti-drone piece, right?
Yes.
Now, I remember our earlier conversations wherein being in the drone, I wouldn't call it warfare, but the drone ecosystem for agriculture or for defense was a big thing. A lot of companies there. You seem to have, correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to have made a pivot some time back from being into drones to being into anti-drones.
Yes.
Why was that the case? Do you think it is paying off? And what is the anti-drone opportunity?
So we been working on developing anti-drone systems completely homegrown.
Okay.
Like, these are fully indigenous. Every module that has gone into making of this full system is built here, designed and manufactured by us.
Interesting.
So we worked on this for 2 years continuously, and we got the first contract from a European company, which we announced a couple of months back. So it's an export order for an anti-drone system and a unique anti-drone system. Probably we are the only ones in the country offering this. And the same system with some add-ons. We got an order about maybe 2 or 3 weeks back from the MOD. And also it's about 40 crore. So this is now started. We have some more opportunities, some more tenders that we have bid for. And also we are now adding more features to the system. And we believe that in 2026, what system we are going to realize, which will be like a great universal drone detection and jamming with an electro-optic system, with also a spoofer that will go inside the communication link of the UAV that is coming towards you and could jam any frequencies that the drone is operating on. And this is in the making. With that system in place, we believe that we will be not only for defense, but we will also be selling it to maybe airports, seaports, refineries, oil and gas, also to maybe nuclear power plants and all critical infrastructure of the country. So the opportunity is very big, and also the team is great. We have a lot of great people working in this. So in the coming years, I personally believe, and I'm very bullish on this business of Paras, that in 26, like calendar year 26 and 27, we could probably be able to get there, saying that we are India's #1 anti-drone company.
Wow. That's
and also to tell you that we are the only company in the country who is working on high power lasers.
Okay, tell us a bit about it.
Today, the most happening thing is laser systems.
Okay.
Anti-drone system, everybody knows. Also drones, everybody knows. Radar, jammer, all these things are very popular. But laser systems are very unique, and they are right now the most talked about system in the world.
Tell me a bit about it.
So laser is, high power laser systems, high power laser weapon systems, is basically to neutralize any kind of threat that is coming towards you from air.
Okay.
And
effectively drones or missiles or aircrafts or what have you.
UAVs, aircrafts, also counter missiles, whatever. So Paras Defense is right now probably the only company in private or government who is contracted to develop the highest power laser system ever our country has probably wished for. And the system is under is right now under maybe different stages. We are right now doing module level manufacturing and also testing, and this system will be ready for trials exactly in 1 year time, I believe. We're trying to prepone, but let's say 1 year's time, and then it will be put for demonstration, and this system will be able to take care of any kind of threat that is coming over towards you. And this what power we are talking about is very high. So we don't talk about the number, but it's very high. And the laser system, what we are currently, like India, India is already there. DRDO has already developed system which was put in operation Sindoor. And just about 3 months back, there was a big media event organized by DRDO where they had invited a lot of media people to witness a real-time high power laser system.
Wow.
And also the same system, maybe a bit more power, whatever, is right now being developed by Paras Defense, and we are very hopeful to make this a grand success because we have the entire support from the development organization. Also, we have quite a bit of interaction with the users, and also the best team that is put for this particular system. And we believe that once this is successful, there will be a lot of business to come. And this is also part of anti-drone system. So when you are going to package this with the detection, that is radar and jammer and also the laser, and then you start selling, probably the numbers will be much larger, and you could then probably be able to fulfill your wish of being the biggest anti-drone system company in the country.
Wow. So Munjal, tell us, one is of course the qualification, and you have qualified for all of this. Second is the ability to execute so many things at the same time, right? If you manage to do all of this, then what you've done, I was seeing your numbers, for example, in the last 4 or 5 years, right? Post-COVID, so I'm discounting 2020, 2021, but post-COVID, a 4-year CAGR has been about 25%. Very healthy. I'm just talking revenue. I think the bottom line has been better. But the numbers that you're talking about right now, if all of them come to fruition, then your CAGR numbers can look very impressive. One, are you on scale for doing that? And two, is there capacity enough for Paras Defense as a company to execute all of these to reach those numbers?
So we have always been projecting, like from this year, we are looking at growing by 40-50% from bottom minimum. This is the general guidance we have been giving, and that last year was the first year when we were able to almost demonstrate 40%. So 40-50% for sure. We are like, this is in normal case scenario, like 40-50 this year, 40-50 next year, the 40-50 the year later. Okay. And we are already fully geared up. And this is not, we are not factoring any new systems that we are talking about. We are not factoring anything like this laser weapon system when it goes for mass production, or we are not factoring anything like the universal anti-drone system. We are not factoring even our new other businesses that we are working on. So there, without this also, we are just like, so this I think is a big shift from the number that you would have seen post-COVID and post-listing to now from here to next 3 years for sure. But we also believe that there could be one inflection year. Like in these years, like 3 years, there could be 1 year which can be like a great upward spike. And that could be anything.
Okay, very interesting. The other question is, Munjal, that some of the work that you're doing, some other companies might also be doing, anti-drone, for example. Yes. Some of the work that you're doing, you're telling me you are amongst the only companies who are doing it, right? Is that margin accretive? I'm just trying to understand. You correct me if I'm wrong, but you've kind of kept it very well at about 30-32% EBITDA margins of sorts, right? Are these newer range of products that are coming up, the periscope, so on and so forth, are they higher margin products? Do you think you'll maintain 30-32%, or do you think you have a chance of making a dash towards maybe 35 or something like that?
The earlier numbers, whatever we would have seen is from subsystem, the numbers are more from the subsystem level. But now we are going forward, and with in-house manufacturing for mechanical, for optical, for electronics, for electromechanical, for assembly, for testing, everything in-house leaves you with the highest value addition possible. Right. Unlike the lead system integrator who is going to buy things from maybe 5 to 10 subsystem companies, and you being the subsystem also definitely gives you a better margin. So we believe that the margin should be more, like much better. In fact, much more better in the coming times. And that's not because of the niche products. Of course, it's because of the niche products, but also because we invested in all the manufacturing capabilities and capacities 10 years ago, putting all the bets on setting up infrastructure for that. And then today it is really going to help us to be able to give the best returns to everyone.
You mentioned that you don't foresee the need for one of those products for export opportunities. What about some of the other stuff that you're doing? Are there large export opportunities opening up? And two, do you need to do technological tie-ups with global companies in friendly countries to be able to execute this, or are you done with that also?
No, so whatever we are doing, this particular infrastructure has very high export opportunity. Optics manufacturing has very high opportunity. Okay. In fact, our order book, maybe 10% of that will be currently from exports. Okay. For optics. Okay. That is very high in demand, and this year the revenue potentially could be 10% optics. coming out of exports. And there is a big opportunity still, but because we are also focusing more on forward integration for full system. So because the numbers are higher there, so we are focusing there, and that is mainly for the local consumption right now, because the demand locally is also very, very high.
Right.
But in future also we will be looking at international markets wherever it's like easy to get in and don't have to do too much of work there. It's like straight, simple. So exports are there from the past and also will continue in double-digit percentage in the books, direct and also being the export. And also have potential to also make it maybe higher double-digit. But right now, the domestic markets itself is very, very busy.
Okay. To execute all of this, since you told me that capacities are enough, etc., I presume that you don't need to do any kind of additional equity fundraise of any sort over the next 6 to 12 months, or do you believe there could be a need for that as well?
For any number that we spoke right now, or anything, nothing much on
equity dilution.
No, nothing on the capex side except for creating more infrastructure for the future. Infrastructure is like building, like you constructing buildings and putting all the interior work in place, but that's not quite a bit of cost. It's not a very big cost. It can be self-funded. It will be self-funded, and the rest we are not looking at adding like lot of machines. We are going to add maybe some machines as maybe a little bit extra capacity or maybe some replacement, but all mostly self-funded. For everything that we spoke right now, this as is varies is going to be purely self-funded by the company. And also, for your information, the company is debt-free. So we have no debt also.
So you can raise debt if you need to.
And also, I think we still will not be required to even raise debt. It will be managed through whatever internal accruals.
Very few companies are doing this, right? Everybody's onto the AI bandwagon. Maybe an IBM could be doing quantum. Maybe few other companies are doing quantum. So in some sense, it's not very heard very often. Is this a large investment piece that you would have to do in order for it to be successful? Or can it happen in a small string of pearls strategy as well?
So our major focus is quantum communication to start with.
Right.
So quantum communication has 50% bill of material of optics. It is optical communication, free space communication. So there is no network, like no cable. It's free space. So the 50% bill of material is from what we already have capacity for. And the 50% is what we probably will now build around. And this business is just a new business. For us, not too much of capex, just that the country will now have more and more quantum enabled systems. And that's where we will be able to get larger numbers. But for us, this is just the beginning, and we are not looking at investing a lot because we already have quite a bit of infrastructure in place. And also the team to work on the systems also is in the making.
Can imagine. Okay, well, you're doing a lot of things, Munjal, but I wish you all the best for all of those and more. Do the country proud as well. And thank you so much for speaking to us today and having us in your wonderful facility.
Thank you. Pleasure. And we'll invite you again in 2026 to show you some real-time big products, what probably you would have never seen before, and you may not be able to see it even later for next few years.
I look forward to that. I'm sure my team looks forward to that, and the viewers look forward to that. And viewers, thanks for tuning into this lovely, informative episode with the management of Paras Defense.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj.
Thank you, Partner.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. from where it all began, the first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank
I
you.
think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300, 300, 300.
Hello and welcome to Profit Insights. I'm Vikram Oza in our Mumbai studio, and today we're getting insights from London. Professor Ranjay Gulati is joining us from there. He's a professor at the Harvard Business School, an expert on leadership and strategy and organizational growth. And he's here to speak about his newly launched book, something that I've been reading. It's called How to Be Bold, The Surprising Science of Everyday Courage. And it's rather interesting, this book, because for most of us, when we hear the word bold, in the business context at least, what comes to mind is perhaps that one person who storms the boardroom, or the daring startup founder who's jumping into uncharted territory, or even the corporate leader who is making a grand bet. But here, Professor Gulati's book is far wider in its scope. Here we're asking, what if boldness is not just for the audacious few? What if it's something you can build yourself, you can practice
even in everyday work. And that's the core of Professor Gulati's argument in this book. In fact, he sets out a playbook of the letter C, things like coping and confidence and connection and commitment. This is for individuals. Then there are the other set of C's, which are, probably would hold true for a group, and that's clan and charisma and culture. So in this conversation, we'll look at how Professor Gulati's framework plays out in the context of India's corporate world, its startups, national reforms, also for employees at every level. So absolutely delighted to welcome you, Professor Gulati, from London to NDTV Profit. It's wonderful to have you with us, and a very warm welcome to Profit Insights.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm delighted to be here.
So let's dig in, Professor. Typically, a lot of us have grown up romanticizing boldness. We hear lines like "Himmat-e-marda to madad-e-khuda," or like marketing lines that become ingrained in our popular culture, like "Dar ke aage jeet hai." And the list goes on. But you open your book by saying that people often assume that courage is innate. You either have it or you don't, but you're arguing that it is learnable. Explain that to us.
Absolutely. And this is central to the argument of this book, actually. I myself was guilty of falling into the stereotypes of Hollywood and Bollywood and even fiction, modern day fiction, which really lays out this idea that, courage is the absence of fear, first of all. If you look at James Bond, Jason Bourne, all the characters that are put forward, they don't express fear in any way, shape, form or the other. And so you look at Sholay or any of these movies, these are the daredevils who don't experience fear. So the first realization I had was courage is not the absence of fear, but is taking action in the face of fear. Even Nelson Mandela talked about this as well. Then the question is, can you actually become or cultivate courage? And again, if you look at, just anecdotally, look at history, many of these characters who've done amazing things were not born courageous, they became courageous. If you look at the arc of their trajectory over time, they actually cultivated and became courageous over time. And there was early research on this as well, done on bomb disposal squads and paratroopers in the British Army during World War II. So all this led me into the segue that maybe courage is learned behavior. I also saw this in organizations, by the way. Companies were looking at turnarounds and transformations where companies had lost their mojo, as we say, and how they built back this collective courage. So that was the starting point for this project, that courage is not the absence of fear, nor are you born courageous, you can become courageous, but how?
So how being that question, if I were to bring in the Indian context over here and take, for example, a medium-sized family-run manufacturing business in, say, a tier 2 city in India, where the challenges are several. There is global competition, there are labor rigidities, there is the regulatory overload as well, perhaps weak digital capabilities as well. What would you find as the biggest barrier that prevents that leader who heads an organization of that nature from being bold? And if you had to pick your first C for him or her, which C would it be?
So, excellent question. Both for startups and mid-sized companies, I found fascinating. Very quickly, companies which have been achieved early success fall into what I call the success trap. The success trap means that now you have something to lose. So you go into, from playing offense, you start to play defense. Instead of playing to win, as we say in sports, you play not to lose. Hold on to what we have, protect. And there's a Nobel Prize in economics for this, loss aversion, which is that the human brain experiences the pain of losing more than the joys of winning. So here we are protecting what we have instead of trying to win and go for new opportunities. Are we willing to then lean into that? So the first obstacle is ourselves, because as we scale, we create, we got this mindset of defense, hold what I have. And second is, as we scale the organization, we want to create consistency and accountability. So in this accountability desire, everyone has results orientation, deliver to the quarter. But we've lost the capacity to take risk and make mistakes, learn, and you wouldn't even call them mistakes, they're experiments. So accountability crowds out experimentation. So as a result, we go into this don't rock the boat mode, and you end up with an organization that becomes complacent, stagnant, and focused on holding on to what it has.
But it's very interesting. You started off by saying that, this applies to organizations, the kind that I mentioned, a mid-sized organization in a tier 2 city in India, as much as it does to a startup. But startups is where, in that ecosystem, you're only willing to rock the boat in the initial stages at least. You have founders, they're navigating several regulatory gray zones. There is the big overhang of funding, whether you're going to get it or not, whether it will be enough or not. And the need is to scale from, say, 10 to 1,000 employees. You are building category in India, and that's always going to be a tough task, and maybe even scale abroad. That could be the far-off dream. So how does this confidence, the sea of confidence, apply over here, especially when you're charting new territory? You don't have all the data that supports your aspirations. And how do you build confidence in the face of so many unknowns than, waiting for perfect clarity on making some of those bold moves that you need to as head of a startup?
So let me pick on two, confidence and comprehension. So confidence comes from research actually done by a Stanford psychologist named Albert Bandura. And Bandura actually was interested in taking kids who were terrified of snakes and trying to see if he could teach them to hold a snake. So he put an ad in the paper and he found some students who were willing to come for money, and they had self-identified as ophidiophobes, terrified of snakes, meaning they can't even look at a snake. And he was going to train them to hold and touch and hold a large corn snake. Corn snakes are 6 feet long. They look scary, but they don't bite. So he told them that, but none of them wanted to even see the snake. Over the course of several weeks, half the students dropped out. The other half actually somehow were able to do it. Now, you might call it sensitization, exposure, training, familiarity, and somehow he managed to get them to do it. But that's irrelevant, actually. What is interesting is at the end of the study, after the study is over, these kids reported heightened senses of what he called self-efficacy. I can do anything. If I can touch a snake, which I was terrified of, I can do anything. This self-efficacy is what I call the can-do mindset or confidence. And this is what people cultivate. You see this in some entrepreneurs, not all.
Right.
Where they build this confidence up, where it's not confidence only, it's can-do. So that's the first piece of it. The other one is comprehension. Most of us have a tendency to take action after we've gathered all the data, knowing before doing. When it turns out in heightened situations of uncertainty where we don't know what's going to happen, like in the case of AI today or tariffs today and supply chain disruptions today, where we don't know, the human tendency is to freeze and wait.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to act your way into knowing. You have to take small steps into the darkness in order to learn so you can update and revise your point of view. So that's comprehension. It's ancient mariners used to do this. Point-to-point navigation. They would take small steps into the ocean, further steps and further steps. So you realize that people are resourcing themselves. This is not reckless behavior. This is not James Bond jumping out of a plane without a parachute.
Yes.
This is very thoughtful ways to build up the muscle.
Correct.
To be able to take bold action.
Right. And there is a step-by-step approach to comprehension. But since you're talking about, how we get inundated, there is so much flying around, especially when you talk about AI. So I want to bring it down to everyday employees in India. You think of a mid-level manager, Professor, someone who works in a large Indian IT services firm, or perhaps even a bank for that matter, or even, say, an auto component supplier. Maybe they notice a process inefficiency, or maybe there is a client escalation that keeps recurring. They feel stuck because the culture may say, don't rock the boat, something you were hinting at. Now, how does one apply that theory of connection, comprehension, even micro-action ideas to trigger change from that level? What's a practical move for someone with, limited power in the hierarchy?
So first of all, speaking truth to power is hard at all levels.
It is.
As we can find, right?
It is.
So, and it has consequences. So let's also be very clear. Courage, being bold, doesn't in some way protect you from the consequences of courageous action. And I think in these instances, there are two thoughts I want to share with you. One, I talk about as having conviction. What do you believe in? I think great leaders from very young age have a strong sense of purpose and an anchor about what are their fundamental beliefs that they believe in. And people ultimately will respect them for that. They may be called transparent, authentic, whatever later on, but I think having conviction also gives you your own self the courage to do what you need to do. That's the first one. The second one I think is important to understand is connection, which is support. Courage doesn't happen in isolation. I looked at Frances Haugen, one of my former MBA students, who was the whistleblower actually at Facebook. She took 1 year before she decided to escalate the issue that she had information on that Facebook was hiding. And she did it because she had the support, what I call connection. And these support came in the form of moral support. It came in the form of information support. It came in the form of resource support. And it came in the form of feedback support. She had different people giving her the support system. So if you want to act boldly, build your support system around you. Who's helping you with information? Who's helping you get access to valuable resources? Who's giving you moral support and who's giving you feedback? When you had that kind of support structure around you, it naturally allows you to be more bold in everything you do. So can't do it alone.
So is it easier in a corporate culture? Many large Indian conglomerates, they have a legacy style of functioning, Professor. It borders on bureaucracy even. There is a hierarchical style of decision making. A lot of caution is built into any kind of decision making. The families sometimes control boards as well. And there are risk-averse senior executives who almost always toe the line. Now, you've got the group level Cs in your book. And like I started out saying, those are clan, charisma, and culture. So how do you shift a culture of a business group? How do you move it from risk avoidance to a calculated kind of boldness? If you can share a mini case, maybe even hypothetical, of how that could see the group C's work as per your book in a typical Indian corporate culture.
So, first of all, I think it's important to step back for a second here. What is happening in the world around us? Right? What's happening in the world around us is we have much more uncertainty in the world around us. In fact, see, in a recent study, in earnings calls of public companies in the US, CEOs use the word uncertainty 3 times more than they did the previous year. This word is out there. What is uncertainty? It's not the same as risk. Risk is where you know the distribution of outcomes. Uncertainty is where I don't know. Now, what does the human brain do to process uncertainty? It naturally gravitates towards fear. That's the primal human emotion hardwired in the human brain. And when we encounter fear, we tend to freeze or flight, not fight. It's not fight or flight. So the human condition is such that we are hardwired to freeze typically in the face of fear, which activates when there is uncertainty. And we have lots of uncertainty today. So the natural human instinct will be to freeze. But I think what we need to understand, and Peter Drucker said this 50 years ago, that organizations fail when the environment around them changes and they don't change. And I think we are in a unique moment today where we have technological uncertainty, geopolitical uncertainty, we have economic uncertainty, and so many more forms of uncertainty. This is when winners or losers happen. This is where market inflection points happen. And so I think it's important for boards and leaders, for everyone to understand, this is your moment to step up. And either you'll do it or you're going to get left behind. And if you're going to do it, I'll give you an example of this.
Sure.
I'm just finishing a case on a company called Boston Scientific. Boston Scientific in 2011 had done an acquisition to grow their business into a whole new terrain, and they had acquired a company called Guidant. This turned out to be the second worst acquisition in modern history. They were a $27 billion company, bought a $28 billion company. Together should have been at least $55 billion. In a couple of years, they were down to $4 billion. That is why it's the second worst acquisition since AOL Time Warner. In comes a new CEO, Mike Mahoney. Before he took the job, he was actually advised by a consulting firm, do not take this job, this company is failing. Yet he took the job. And what you find interesting over here is, today that company is a $155 billion company. And what did he do? He did all the things you would expect: fix the strategy, fix the organization, fix the culture, fix the people, fix the processes, globalize the business. He also did 52 more acquisitions in 10 years with an M&A playbook that was codified. But when I asked him, what's the underlying theme behind all these things you did? He said, one of the first things I had to do was infuse in our organization a winning spirit.
Right.
We're lost in ourselves, the confidence and capacity to win. We couldn't even imagine ourselves as winners. We were a bunch of losers. And how do you kind of infuse that? And by the way, this comes from sports. There's a lot of work on sports where great coaches come in and create in the team a capacity to win. Watch Ted Lasso if you don't want to watch sports, but it's all over.
No, definitely in sports. But Professor, often when you talk about being bold, it so easily gets conflated with being reckless, especially in India, where leverage has hurt some firms as well, where, board governance is uneven, sometimes where investor expectations are so high. So then you have those regulatory scrutinies which become intense in that kind of scenario. So in your framework that you've got in your book, how does that help differentiate, smart boldness versus what some would consider foolhardy, that kind of boldness?
Excellent question. And I think it's a very pertinent question to be asking. And by the way, one of the oldest essays that I could find was on courage was going back to Aristotle.
Yes.
And Aristotle, when he made the scale explaining courage, on one extreme was cowardice, on the other extreme was reckless. And he put courage in the middle of it. So courage is now, there's a fine line between courage and reckless. So let's be very clear also, there's no definitive, this is courageous, this is reckless. And by the way, we are very convenient. If it works out, we say courageous. If it doesn't work out, we say reckless.
So we are only bold in hindsight sometimes, Professor.
Absolutely hindsight bias over here.
Yes.
But you need to learn to operate on that edge where you're understanding that this is unknown, uncharted territory.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why comprehension is key, where you make small bets, where you take exploratory forays. So if I look at the companies that are really being systematic and thoughtful about AI, as one example of that, they're taking one step at a time into this arena. If you're trying to change your career and take a bold move,
yes,
you take small steps into that arena, right? So you start to try to understand the domain you're working into rather than leap into it. We call it hedging.
Correct.
You might call it kind of exploratory forays. So I think it's very important to understand that bold action doesn't mean necessarily leaping into the unknown, unless you're forced to. There are crisis moments where I studied where people had no choice. They had no time or the luxury to say, I'll do this slowly at a time.
Right.
And then in those instances, you have to make a call.
So that's what, making that call is so essential, because it is a pivot that you may be making. You think you're doing a step by step, but to others, it may seem like a bold pivot. So it's also from which perspective you're coming in from. For a business that is expanding into a new region, they're adopting a new tech stack, for example, or investors are balking because the short-term metrics, they're not the most promising. In that case, what would you advise the founder, the board, about commitment and culture and boldness, at least in that particular context, when you're trying to make a pivot because something is not working out?
So look, I think the first thing to acknowledge and understand is that it's going to be normal to experience fear. I think we need to first normalize fear in our mind. It's scary. We don't know what to do. We don't know where this is going. We don't know if this is going to work out. This is scary stuff. So just putting it on the table. When you name it, you can tame it, as we say.
Correct.
Right? The next step is to then say, okay, how do we create boundary conditions around this risk or in this context? What are the worst case scenarios? You will do a scenario plan. You do Monte Carlo simulations. You figure out how to create some boundary conditions around the scenarios you're working out of what is going to play out. You also need to recognize that there are always going to be naysayers. There are always those who see more downside than upside. They don't see the upside. And organizations are designed to have people like that. So you're going to have to. This is not going to come naturally or easily. Established organizations don't take bold bets easily. It just is not what they're made of, unless there are very few. Like one of the companies I studied was Netflix.
Right.
In Netflix, the reason they were able to make so many pivots over a relatively short period of time, and then later when Disney, Amazon, and others came head on against them, they still fought them off. It's because they baked this into their culture.
Yes.
Culture of change, a culture of challenge, experimentation, failure, learning. They called it freedom with responsibility, context not control, loosely coupled, tightly aligned. They really try to focus on this idea that we are an organization that is designed to change. Most organizations are not designed for change. Change has to be imposed on them.
So the culture, yes, indeed, but this culture of change, Professor, can it happen at a national level? I talk to you about India, which is at a moment where bold reforms in areas like digital infrastructure or energy transition, manufacturing incentives, liberalizing several sectors that have been controlled by the government in a legacy kind of way. All of these reforms could leapfrog the economy, and we're talking about a Viksit Bharat, a target set for 2047, and yet there are systems that may be clogged by inertia for one. Tell us how you would advise a policymaker in India, or a reform team even. I mean, what does boldness look like when it is on top of the agenda at the national level, at the center, where bold moves can affect so many, some in good ways, some not so good? How do we ensure it doesn't backfire? Meaning like trying to be bold and then get bogged down by the battlefront you may have opened, which wasn't earlier.
So I'm not an expert in speaking about national policy, but I want to just tell you one idea that I've seen inside organizations.
Yes.
Right? Whenever you want to bring about massive change at a systemic level in an organization, the points of resistance are usually the powerful people in the organization because they have the most to lose.
Right.
So what ends up happening is that inside an organization, the power structure, you call the most powerful people together and say, let's do system change in our company.
Okay.
Or in our holding company. And guess what all the system leaders say? They don't want to change it because it upsets the very delicate balance of power that is existing. So you have to be willing to understand the power structure.
Yes.
Understand how to make change, make them understand the change, and make it in their interest to also embrace that change. I do want to say that the way that I would say look at change is to recognize that change brings upside and downside. And it's entirely up to you to decide if you want to be on that upside.
Right.
And it's really up to you to decide if I'm going to play offense or I'm going to play defense.
Right.
And I'll just give you one simple example of this to illustrate the point. I did a research study published in Harvard Business Review in about 2010 with two of my co-authors. We looked at what do companies do in down markets. Now you may say nothing to do with the question being asked, but it does. Because what you discover is down markets is where everybody talks about saying best time to get ahead of competition is down markets, but actually they all go into cost cutting in down markets. So that was my interest. And I found that I got data going back 3 recessions, and I found that the companies that invest for growth in down markets come out like winners at the end of the story. But I also found that only 9% of companies do that. The vast majority of us succumb to our fear. Back to what I was saying earlier. Fear is such a powerful human emotion that is hardwired in the primitive brain. We give in to our fear. And I think it's important to understand that change naturally taps into fear. And the question is, how are we going to overcome this very basic primal human emotion?
Yes,
and I think
overcoming
at the system level or individual level.
Yes, indeed. So it's a primal kind of emotion, and how we're going to overcome it is something that your book talks about at length, and it gives you ways to do it. But Professor, those were the long answers. How about some very short ones in a rapid fire? Professor, just the first thought we'll do over here. Boldness in India today. If you had to pick one, bold M&A move in India or bold organic innovation, what would you pick?
I always pick organic innovation because if you do organic innovation, you can do better M&A.
And of the 9 C's that you put out, if an Indian leader must pick one to focus on for the year 2026, which one would you pick?
Confidence.
Why confidence? A quick one?
Because I think we need to believe that we can be a global technology leader, paving the way forward, not just a technology, a laggard and a follower.
Professor, can I push you to name one Indian startup or a scale-up you believe is doing boldness well, that is publicly observable as well?
I'm actually I've just written a case on 2 actually. One was called Ixigo, which you know is an online mobile travel agency which does train and bus along with air travel as well.
Yes.
Which went through multiple near failures. And I'm just finishing a case on InMobi and their spin out called Glance, which is also looking at kind of images coming to your mobile phone on your lock screen.
Right.
And you see these companies trying to say that how do we be on the frontier of our industry?
Right.
Not just West followers, but actually really pioneering things that I think the world would want to look at.
Indeed. And the biggest myth, Professor, about boldness in business that you would like to bust in India?
As I said, I think the biggest myth about boldness is that boldness is absence of fear, and that boldness is the same as reckless.
Right. That's a myth.
Yeah.
Being bold is not being reckless. And a young Indian employee who's watching us, who wants to bring bold change in the organization he or she is working for in the next 12 months, what's your one piece of advice to her or him?
Do something that scares you. Just try to find what it is and see how you can build a relationship with fear. Fear is normal. Fear is natural. You're going to experience it every day of our lives. How do we build a relation? How do we learn not to succumb to fear, but to tame fear, to bypass fear, short circuit fear, even outwit fear? You can go back to the Bhagavad Gita also, and there you have Arjuna and Krishna sitting over there. And, you know, we have heard so many stories about people being scared, fearful, doubtful. How do we learn to engage with fear? That is my biggest suggestion to everybody.
That's excellent. The takeaways are enormous. We could carry on this conversation, Professor, but that's where we'll have to leave it for paucity of time. But Professor Gulati, thank you so much for this very insightful conversation from London to Mumbai. It's been a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it. You asked me some great questions.
Thank you, Professor. And to viewers, thank you for joining us on Profit Insights. If there's one takeaway for me, it's that boldness is not just for the headline-grabbing CEO or even the high-flying startup. It is something that each of us can cultivate. So stay bold. I'm Vikram Oza. Thank you for joining us on Profit Insights.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300, 300, 300.
I'm joined by Siddharth Nautiyal of Loham. Thanks, Mr. Nautiyal, for taking the time out. A very interesting announcement coming in on the rare earth front by Loham, a 500 crore rupee facility being announced. Talk to us about why this is important at this point in time, and also some specifics about where this will be, what the output will be from this facility.
Sure. So why now? I think anybody who reads the newspapers know what the issues are currently. We need rare earths, we need magnets for motors, for turbines, for lots of high usage applications. The challenge is most of the supply for rare earths is in one country. and most others, including India, end up importing from the one country. That's not a very sustainable situation to be in. I think every country which is mindful of its future being secure needs to have its own supply chain, at least a de-risk supply chain. And that's the reason we think this is the right time for India to be developing its own magnet production line. What we're doing is part of that, trying to make that vision of Atmanirbharta come true. So, as you rightly said, we've announced a 500 crore expansion. This is a 2,000-ton per annum magnet making facility that we are announcing. It'll come up in UP. You'll find the details in the next few minutes. We are making an end-to-end magnet making facility. So we'll start from rare earth oxides, making them into magnets and alloys, and all the way to finished products. And these magnets that we make, those will go into India's EVs, potentially into wind turbines, and hopefully reduce the import dependence that India has on magnets and help resilience in our supply chains.
Mr. Nautiyal, you spoke about import dependence being reduced. What is the sort of market share within India that this facility aims to capture? And I mean, how much do you said 2,000 metric tons, but how much of that is the demand? Do we need more such facilities? Talk to us about the scale of this.
Yes, I think India needs a ton more such facilities. We're just scratching the surface. We will expand one. I'm sure many other people will find the need and the opportunity to expand as well. We think in the next 5 years, India has a demand of around 15,000 tons per annum of magnets. That will be around 10,000 in the next 3 years, 15,000 in the next 5 years. So with a 2,000 ton per annum facility, we'll likely be serving 20% of India's needs in the next 3 years. So there is still a humongous demand. This is the first, or might be the first, but certainly won't be the only plant coming up in India.
Right, I'm joined here by Anshuman Singhania of JK Tyre. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out. We're at the launch of the new Smart Tyre by JK Tyre. Talk to us about how this is different from a potential TPMS that one can install in their current tyres, and what sort of uptake do you expect in the passenger vehicle segment with this?
Sure. This TPMS, we've been doing it for almost about 4 years, and we've been doing this as a kit, and we've been promoting this as a smart tires. And today it is a next level, which we have imbibed the sensor in the tire, so it is more easier, and we don't have to worry about the vagaries of the fitment. And this will definitely serve the customer as to the safety and sustainability. And we have seen that 4 to 5% will be in terms of fuel efficiency coming in the way. And we are the only tire manufacturer in India to have this embedded sensor technology imbibed in the tire.
Mr. Singhania, this is a very, very interesting technology. I think this is the first time we're seeing sensors in the tire. Talk to us about what this brings to a customer who might be paying a premium for this, some sort of a 10%, 15% premium over a regular tire. What does this bring for a consumer who is willing to spend that extra buck?
Yeah, sure. Well, this is a price differential from a normal tire 14% higher. And this is ease of the customer in terms of, because tire is a low involving product, so in this the customer gets to know the low inflation and when to sort of put the pressure right in the tire so it can perform well, it can give better fuel efficiency. And these are the various areas in which a customer can definitely benefit. And moreover, safety is a very important feature. In this, the customer could benefit.
Mr. Singhania, moving away from the smart tire itself, talk to us a bit on the trend that you're seeing with respect to raw material pricing. What is the trajectory that you're seeing, especially for natural rubber as well?
Right now, the whole raw material basket looks very range bound, and we are expecting that going throughout the quarter, going forward, the raw material prices are going to be range bound.
Mr. Singhania, also talk to us about the export momentum that you're seeing, especially for Europe. Is this a product that you perhaps envision selling abroad? Is this going to be a category leader for exports for JK Tyre?
Well, our exports, we are about 14% from our top line, and we are developing a host of products for the European market, particularly in the passenger car radial. I'm sure this product will get a lot of traction in the European market as well, which we may roll out in the future.
Mr. Singhania, thank you so much as always. A pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways. You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf pro-am. The course
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show. But first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So markets have ended the day on a positive note. Nifty 50 has ended above 25,500 mark. Sensex has closed 300 points higher. RIL, Bharti Airtel and Bajaj Finance have contributed most to the market rally. Let's also look at the sectoral picture now. So, it remains fixed. Nifty IT and Defence end as top sectoral gainers. Nifty Media and Realty, have bled the most. Total 32 Nifty 50 stocks advance in trade. Now let's look up at sugar stocks. They have surged as the government opens an export quota for the new season. Now, authorities allow 1.5 million tons of sugar to be exported for the 2025-26 season, which starts in October. So, the move comes after stocks correct following weaker Q2 earnings, giving the sector, fresh momentum. Next up, we have Shipping Corporation of India, which has posted a weak second quarter with profits and margins sharply down. Other expenses also jumped significantly, while broad-based segmental weakness drags the liner revenues 29% lower. Although the dry bulk market strengthens and freight indices rise, overall ton-mile demand remains below historical averages. Keeping the earnings momentum on, so retail major Trent has hit a soft patch this quarter. Growth has slowed with revenue up just 17%, which is below its own forecast of 20 to 25. So this is due to weak consumer sentiment, unseasonal rains as well, and the expanding mix of newer and smaller city stores that have weighed on the sales. Even Star Bazaar has seen a drastic revenue dip as store upgrades continue. But the profitability, if you look at that, so that too has come under pressure from slower productivity. Next up, we have Nykaa, which has delivered a strong second quarter with broad-based growth across beauty, personal care and fashion. The company's gross merchandise value has risen 30%, and this is led by a stellar, performance in fashion segment. So Nykaa is scaling up faster than expected and margins are improving too, thanks to the stronger profitability in the fashion vertical. Newland Labs has shown a strong momentum this quarter with revenue driven by commercial projects in its CMS business. Operating the leverage lifts EBITDA while the CMS share rises to 60% from 42% a year ago. So the company continues to shift steadily from low margin products to high margin specialty and CMS segments. AstraZeneca has shown a steady progress this quarter with growth led by new product launches. Margins have improved year on year, though they slipped slightly compared to the previous quarter. So the company has secured 7 new approvals in the first half and also continues to see strong momentum in its rare disease segment. Keeping with the earnings momentum, we have Force Motors now, which has posted a strong second quarter as lower material costs boost the margins. The company delivers a steady revenue growth and also a sharp rise in the profitability can be seen with margins at their highest in over 3 years. So strong cost control and also improved efficiency has driven one of the best quarterly performances for the company in the recent times. Next up, we have Lumax Auto, which has delivered a strong second quarter, and this is powered by robust OEM demand from the new program launches. The passenger vehicle and also the aftermarket business continue to show solid momentum there. Margins have improved on the back of higher value products, and also this is also driving healthy growth in both the revenue and profitability. Next up, we have Apex Frozen Foods, and they have posted a strong second quarter, turning around from a loss to healthy profits. So revenue has grown steadily while EBITDA has risen sharply, and this has been helped by the cost efficiencies. Now, however, the company faces some potential headwinds from the upcoming US tariffs and also EU regulatory compliance requirements, but overall the numbers remain robust. Next up, we have Transformers and Rectifiers, which has posted a weak second quarter with revenue largely flat by profitability taking a hit. EBITDA and net profit has fallen sharply as margins have contracted. The company faces a challenging environment with cost pressures and also slower growth impacting its performance. Not just that, the World Bank has barred the company from bidding on its finance projects. The action comes over alleged corruption and also fraud tied to a $486 million project in Nigeria. And this is raising fresh regulatory pressure on the company and its operations. Jefferies initiates coverage on key industrial names, giving a buy rating to Hitachi Energy and Siemens Energy, while placing CG Power on hold. So the brokerage highlights strong order books and also rising power sector spending, signaling robust revenue visibility and also growth potential across the sector over the next few years. Next, look back at the earnings again. So we have Nalco, which has posted a strong second quarter, and they have beaten the estimates across the board. Margins have expanded sharply and this is supported by higher aluminium prices, robust domestic demand, and also effective cost reductions. So higher other income adds to the positive performance, making it a standout quarter for the aluminium major. Keeping with the earnings momentum, Global Health reports double-digit growth in revenue and also profit for the second quarter. Margins inch down as costs rise faster than revenue, but patient volumes continue to grow with both inpatient and also outpatient counts up year on year. And average revenue per occupied bed also increases, supporting overall performance. Next up, we have Neogen Chemicals, which has reported a tough quarter with profits plunging 70% and also margins contracting. Cost includes material and employee expenses. They have risen faster than revenue, while the unavailability of the Dahej plant adds further pressure. So despite these challenges, the company's diversified business model helps maintain some stability. Next up, we have Bharat Electronics, which has secured additional orders worth 792 crore rupees since 30th of October. Now, these contracts cover radars, communication equipment, drones, and a combat management system, gun sighting systems, upgrades, the spares, and also services. Within just the 8 days to 30 October, BEL had also announced orders worth 732 crore rupees, highlighting strong momentum. Now, notably, software-defined radios, that is the SDRS, developed jointly with the DRDO are included and supporting transition to next-gen secure communications. Let's look at Lenskart now, which has closed more than 2% higher after, making a tepid debut. So the stock fell as much as 11% in the early minutes of trade before recovering those losses and even briefly crossing its IPO price. So higher valuations, thin margins, and sentiment reversal, in India's IPO markets are the key reasons behind Lenskart's disappointing listing. SEBI has issued a notice of caution for the public on Saturday regarding trade of digital gold. Now, the regulatory body has outlined that these digital gold and e-gold products are different from SEBI-regulated gold products and gold ETFs. So it further warned that the unregulated digital gold trade offered by these platforms may actually entail significant risk for the investors and also may expose the investors to counterparty and also operational risks. Let's look at more corporate action. Ola Electric has strongly refuted allegations of technology theft leveled by South Korea's LG Energy Solution. Now, in a statement, the company has described the claim as misleading and also devoid of merit. Reports from Seoul had alleged that a former LG executive attempted to leak the proprietary pouch cell technology for use in Ola's Bharat 4680 cells, 4,680 cells. Now, Ola Electric has clarified that its 4,680 Bharat cell employs in-house process and also bears no relation to the technology in the question. Now, the company has also noted that the commercial production of 4,680 cells has commenced and customer deliveries are underway. So Ola Electric has added that the timing of the report appears aimed at undermining India's indigenous EV efforts. Brokerage firm Goldman Sachs has upgraded India to overweight 13 months after downgrading its view to neutral back in October 2024. So it has set a Nifty target of 29,000 by the end of 2026. And this is implying a potential 14% upside from the current levels. The Global Investment Bank said that it expects a revival in India's growth momentum, and this is driven by supportive monetary and fiscal policies and earnings rebound and also renewed foreign investor interest in India. So it has further stated that low food inflation, a robust agricultural cycle, GST rate reductions, and also impending state elections and potential 8th pay commission wage increases, they all are likely to support the mass consumption and also raise demand and profits in consumer-related industries. US-China import controls on
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम क्या आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty. Occasionally we come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है.
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot. Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see. Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well. No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore.
जनता जनार्दन को प्रणाम करता हूं. इस चुनाव में भी जंगल राज वालों का डिब्बा गोल करना जरूरी है.
भक्ति से डरे वाला नहीं छे.
final countdown to the final phase. 122 constituencies, 1,302 candidates.
नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह चुनाव नहीं जीतते हैं, वोट चोरी करके चुनाव जीतते हैं.
Who has the edge in Bihar phase 2? Who gains from higher turnout? Youth or women, what will swing the election? You're watching Battleground Bihar with Rahul Kanwar.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching NDTV Battleground from a brand new election studio. The second and last phase of polling all set for tomorrow in Battleground Bihar, and over the next 2 hours the NDTV election team will be taking a close look at the factors at play on the ground in this state that loves its politics. We'll have ground reports, we'll have pundits, we'll have data insights to give you the best ringside seat of what to expect during the second and last phase of polling in Bihar. On the back of the trends that emerged after the first phase, I've put together a set of X factors that will determine what happens on the ground in Bihar tomorrow. The biggest question, I've just come back after spending a week in Bihar, the third trip during this election season, and the biggest topic of conversation at this moment is who benefits from the bumper turnout. This is the highest voter turnout that Bihar has seen. 8% surge from the last elections. If turnout is up so significantly, who benefits the most from the enhancement in voter turnout? That's the first X factor which we'll be looking at very closely during this broadcast. The second factor, the 10,000 rupee Mahila Rozgar scheme by the Chief Minister. Has this proven to be a game changer? During the first phase, we saw massive queues, lots of women lining up to vote. Were these, like has been the case in the past elections, votes which were heading towards the JDU and the NDA? That's the one question that's being looked at, whether this 10,000 rupee Jivika scheme has proven to be a game changer. Let's come to the third X factor. People would anticipate, or at least I did before I went, that Nitish Kumar's age, his mental acuity would be an issue of concern for voters. Far from. On the ground, it seems that there is an underlying sympathy for Nitish Kumar, that he's the man who steered our state for the last 2 decades. People seem to think of him reasonably well. Even if it's not glowing, they're definitely not thinking of him very negatively. There is in fact an underlying element of sympathy towards Nitish Kumar. That's X factor number 3. To what extent will this play out during polling tomorrow? Now, one of the things that I picked up on the ground is that you've got women who are enthused by Nitish Kumar at the state and the welfare agenda of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They seem to be supporting the NDA. On the other hand, you've got youth, a lot of migrants, even locals, worried about issues like unemployment, underemployment, joblessness. They're yearning for change, whether they see Tejaswi Yadav as being the change agent or they see Prashant Kishore as the change agent. But this youth vote is likely to get fractured between the MGB, the NDA and Prashant Kishore. So you've got those two dynamics playing out. One, women yearning for Nitish Kumar and Modi. The other, the youth yearning for change, because for the past 2 decades, they've only seen Nitish Kumar in one form or shape or the other. They're now wanting to look beyond. Let's come now to the fourth X factor that I picked up during my travels through the state of Bihar. Now, Lalu Yadav's magic was that his alliance had the Yadavs, had the Muslims, but also had a lot of Ati Pichdi Jatis, the backward caste. Over the last few elections, the RJD has largely been consigned to the Muslims and the Yadavs. Tejaswi Yadav is trying through the IIP, through the Vikashil Insan Party of Mukesh Sawhney, and they come into play during phase 2 in a very big way. He's been trying to expand the Muslim Yadav vote bank. To what extent Is Tejaswi on the back of smaller parties like Gupta, like the Vikashsheel Insan Party of Mukesh Sahni, able to expand on the core MY vote bank of the Gathbandhan? That's the next X factor that will determine what happens on the field in Bihar. Now, Prashant Kishore, so much noise, surround sound around the Jan Swaraj party. On the ground, not quite as much right before polling. Did the campaign peak too early? Did PK make a tactical mistake by not contesting himself? The general, in some ways, moving out of the battlefield himself. Will this prove costly? This again is an X factor we'll talk about. Guests joining me in the studio in just a short while to try and understand this. From here, let's move to the next X factor. Remember, it is in the Simanchal region that the AIMIM of Asaduddin Owaisi damaged the prospects of the Gathbandhan in the 2020 assembly elections. This time though, and I was in Kishanganj and Purnia areas in that part, people felt that the level of charm that Owaisi had come down, because ultimately out of his MLAs, 4 of them switched over to the RJD. 3 of them didn't get tickets this time around, but they did switch. Therefore, are Muslims now feeling that a vote for AIM is as lucrative as it was in the last election, or will they polarize around the Gathbandhan? That's the next X factor. Let's now come to the next X factor. This is about Rahul Gandhi from the Brazilian model in Haryana, who ultimately didn't turn out to be a model, but throughout he's been leveling with full gusto the charge that votes are being stolen, that this democracy has been bought out and is being distorted, that this is about vote adhikar. That's his big idea. How does this play out? Does this actually rally Gathbandhan supporters, or do they think, hey, if my vote is not going to count for change, is it even worth my while going out and voting? Both those factors playing themselves out. Is this actually encouraging Congress and RJD voters to go out, or is it discouraging them? If early decide ho gaya election, to jaane ka kya fayda? That's the one X factor we'll be looking at. The last X factor we'll be tracking on this broadcast is, and this is what Prashant Kishore in particular and Tejaswi Yadav are hoping for, that you've got a lot of migrants. They've come back for the Chhath Puja. Many have stayed back to vote. Some went back after the first phase. The others waiting to vote in the second phase and then head back. Will the migrants act along traditional caste lines like they typically do? Or will they act as one youth bulge, one youth community? Now, this again is a factor that we'll be looking at very closely, because this is what the opposition is largely banking on. So we have a lot to process and digest over the next 2 hours. Let's get started by giving you a snapshot of all the salvos that were fired in the battlefield of Bihar hours before polling begins in the second and final phase.
पहला चरण का मतदान कब हुआ? 6 नवंबर को। आज हम बैठ के पीसी कर रहे हैं 10 नवंबर को। 4 दिन बाद भी आंकड़े जो है सार्वजनिक नहीं किए गए हैं। दिस इज अ जोक। कितना टेक्नोलॉजी का जमाना है, एआई का जमाना है। ये बताओ, अमित शाह और मोदी जी के राज में इलेक्शन कमीशन ठप हो गया है।
The BJP along with the NDA is going to register a decisive, sweeping and historical victory in the Bihar Assembly elections. और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि श्रीमान तेजस्वी जी अपने पिताजी की विरासत को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं दोनों क्षेत्रों में, भ्रष्टाचार में और कुशासन में और खौफ में।
और जो लोग ये दावा कर रहे हैं कि वोट किसको पड़ा है, उसको जब ये ही नहीं पता है कि वोट पड़ा कितना है, लेकिन लोग टीवी पर, यूट्यूब पर आकर बड़े बड़े बयान दे रहे हैं कि वोट किसको पड़ रहा है। भाई, जब तुम्हें यही नहीं पता है कि कितने लोग वोट दे रहे हैं, तो ये कैसे पता चल रहा है कि वो व्यक्ति किसको वोट दे रहा है? इसलिए ये लोकतंत्र का पर्व है चुनाव। 14 तारीख को परिणाम आने दीजिए, आपको दिखेगा बिहार में देश का राजनीतिक इतिहास लिखा जाता हुआ दिखेगा।
Who will have the last laugh? Will it be Tejaswi? Will it be the NDA? Will it be Prashant Kishore? Arsh se fash, said PK. He is the master political strategist. We will know very soon. I want to give you a sense of what to expect during the second phase. I also want to introduce our guests joining me in the studio. Tehseen Poonawala, welcome to the new election studio. Tehseen, great to have you. Welcome.
Glad to be here.
Ajit Jha is back from Simanchal, joining us in the studio again.
Nice.
With us from outside, we have Prabhu Chawla. India's leading political journalist. I have Jai Mrig. Jai Mrig has been working with the NDTV team, helping crunch a lot of numbers. Amitabh Tiwari is part of the NDTV election panel, runs Vote Vibe, comes from the state of Bihar, understands its politics. I want to go across and show you on the NDTV leaderboard what the second phase of elections actually looks like. So if you look at the second phase of elections, remember 121 seats are done. This is phase 2, 122 seats left. It's the central part of Bihar which for the large part has gone to polls in the first phase. That's marked as white. It's the extremity of Bihar all across the state which go to polls in the second phase. A lot of it in the Bhojpur region, in the southern part of Bihar, went along with the Mahagathbandhan in the first phase. And as you came up north and towards the eastern parts of the state, that's where the NDA did extremely well. That's what happened in the 2020 assembly elections. If I break this down to give you a sense of the party-wise tally from the 2020 assembly elections, out of these 122 seats, the BJP has 42, the RJD has 33, the Janata Dal United has 20, the Congress has 11, the CPI-ML 5. That's where things stand at the starting point on the leaderboard. What I want to do though is focus on the surge in voter turnout. Try and explain that to you and then talk to our experts about what this means. Is this election already settled? Because it's in phase 1 that the RJD was strong. Long queues of women were seen. What does that mean? And what impact does SIR have on the first phase of polling and the surge that we've seen? So let's spend some time trying to dissect and understand what we've seen in polling percentage during the first phase, and then we'll get in a word from our guests. Now here's the big picture. The turnout percentage stood at 65.08, which is about 8% more than the last assembly elections. Out of the 3.73 crore electors, 2.43 crore electors voted. So that's about 8% up. Remember, 8% is a big jump. It's not a small jump. In a state like Bihar, with traditionally low voting percentages because a lot of people are migrants, they're working elsewhere, 8% is a pretty big jump. Let's now come to the next data set, which will try and put this in context for you. Now remember, one of the big factors which is being spoken of a lot in the build-up to the Bihar elections has been SIR, the inclusive rolls. Now, out of the 121 seats that went to polls in the first phase, there were 18.3 lakh voters whose names were deleted. Across the state, on the 243 seats, 47.8 lakh voters had their names deleted. Now, this is about 4.89% of the total voters who existed at the start of the year on the voter rolls in Bihar, which means while voting percentage has gone up by 8%, the number of voters has also gone down by 4%. So do remember that. I want to come now to the third data set that we are putting out on the screen right now. Now, the voter turnout after SIR stood at 65.08. The votes deleted by SIR was about 3.9% in the first phase. So if you look at the voter turnout, if you do the maths, and if you look at voter turnout without SIR, it stands at 62.05, which essentially means that while it looks like there's been a 7.79% increase in voter turnout, and there has been, but if you take all the dead, the duplicate, the bogus voters away, without any SIR, the actual increase would have only been 4.76%. So that's important. The voter turnout is not necessarily 8% up from last time, it is, but if you take the SIR factor away, it actually comes down to 4.76. Let's spend some time with Amitabh Tiwari at the outset to try and explain this to our voters, to our viewers, because if the vote percentage went up so substantially, Amitabh, to what extent would you attribute this to SIR, and to what extent do you attribute this to a surge of voter enthusiasm which led to more participation than we've seen in elections going back to 1950?
I think many of the people or migrants have returned to vote because they fear that if they do not vote, then their names could be struck off as permanently shifted whenever the next SIR or the summary revision takes place. That's why you see a lot of migrants going back and staying after Chhath, despite the elections being more than a week to 10 days away, and going out and vote. Even you see a lot of minority community migrants, as per anecdotes, coming back and voting because they fear that if they do not vote, their names will be deleted. Of course, it is competitive politics. All the supporters of the three alliances feel that these three alliances have good chances of winning, and they have come out and vote in larger numbers. So, I mean, one of the reasons is that there is a good mobilization by party cadres of all alliances. And on top of that, of course, we have the Mahila Rozgar Yojana, which may have enthused more women voters to come out and vote, because it's not only about rupees 10,000, which they have already received, 1.5 crore women. There is also a chance that they could receive up to 2 lakh rupees for expansion of their business after 6 months if NDA comes to power. So I think these three factors, I think, largely are responsible for this increase.
Jaimrik, your sense of enhanced voter participation, usually voter participation goes up when there's a big surge election. You know, they're yearning for change, lots of people come out, there's a lot of anger. That's typically when voter participation goes up. In a business as usual election where you've got a chief minister who's been around for a long time, who's ailing and therefore not a fresh, new, energetic candidate, you wouldn't expect voter participation to go up in this fashion. What do you make of the fact that voter participation net is up about 8%? If you take SIR out, it's about 4.76%. And you know, the data that we were discussing this morning shows that this is the most that Bihar has voted going back till 1950.
Yeah, I think this is, there are two factors to this. One is certainly the mobilization of women voters, point. I would say a couple of factors. Second is the stabilization of the two-party system or a two-front system, wherein each smaller ally as well, for example, the Vikashsheel Insan party, the HAM of Mr. Jitan Ram Majhi, Mr. Upendra Kushwaha's party, where each of the smaller parties is also stabilized in terms of its cadre network and tries to pull out as many voters as possible. Third is the long-term pattern, where actually since independence perhaps this is going to be the election with the highest turnout in Bihar, and which is a part of a long ongoing pattern of increases. Only when the first detailed SIR was done between 2000 and 2005 did the turnout in hard physical numbers actually drop, which was largely due to curbing practices like booth capturing and pruning down the voter list. But after that, the upward trend has continued. So two factors, one absolutely contextual, which is the women voter mobilization. Second, the stabilization of the two-party or two-front model in Bihar, which Mr. Kishore is trying to disrupt. Therefore, he's also going to be mobilizing more voters. And third, the long-term pattern of increased turnout, and also the long-term pattern of women gradually narrowing their gap with men. In Bihar, now the gap is on the positive side. In states like Maharashtra, the gap has come down from -3.2 to something like -1.8.
Okay, so Prabhu Chawla, you've studied elections over the decades. In a typical election, you don't usually see this big surge. We've heard the number crunchers. From your long experience, what do you make of the way the numbers have gone up?
You see, Rahul, I've been watching number cruncher from 1980 onwards. I've seen many opinion polls, 80% of them have gone wrong in states. I've seen all that. One of the issues which are not being discussed in this election, I'm a little surprised because psephologists are not discussed. In our number crunches, we all used to discuss the first-time voters, which is not being mentioned in this debate at all. How many of these 5% extra votes, how many more votes are added who are now 14-year-old when 5 years ago election was held? How many of them have been there in the poll now? What is their percentage? Because they always vote in a large number. That's the question we have not discussed at all. I don't know whether you have the data or
I'm going to build on that. I've just got breaking news coming in that there's a loud explosion that's been reported near the Red Fort. We don't have too many details at the moment, but the information that we've received is that in a car, there has been a loud explosion that's been reported near the Red Fort. And remember, this is just when in the morning a module was busted where 300 kilograms of ammonium nitrate was found, and lots of concerns around, you know, what kind of conspiracy was that module trying to hatch. So this is all that we know at the moment, that there's been this big loud explosion near the Red Fort. in the national capital. The Red Fort, of course, is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and going back since independence, all Prime Ministers make their big Independence Day speech. This is also in the very crowded Old Delhi area. The information that we have, and you can see the fire at the end of the screen in those images over there. A big explosion being reported in a car in the very crowded Red Fort area of New Delhi. Akhil joins us. Akhil is reporting on this story. Remember, details at this moment sketchy, but Akhil Jamil, what can you tell us about this explosion?
Rahul, as you see, a call was received with the Delhi Fire Service team regarding a fire explosion that took place near gate number 1 of Lal Killa metro station. Following which, what we have seen that the Delhi police team arrived over there, and and if you go by the visuals, Rahul, in that what we can certainly see that there is several vehicles the fire has caught, and the fire department has stated that this was a call regarding a blast in the car. So right now, the Delhi police team is basically verifying those details as well. That what was the exact reason of that blast? Was it due to a battery blast in a car, or was it a cylinder blast? So right now there is no official version that has come forward from the Delhi police direction. For that we will have to wait and watch. But right now it is certainly if you just go by the visuals, it's pretty clear that there was a blast which took place near gate number 1 of Lal Killa metro station.
Okay, and what latest can you tell us about the module that was busted in the morning? Obviously it's very early, but it just, in terms of timing, seems highly suspect that a module gets busted. They have 300 kilograms of ammonium nitrate. That's a lot of explosion. They have assault weapons as well. It has linkages to Kashmir. This has happened in the national capital, and just that evening you have this explosion. I mean, it could be linked, it may not be linked, but the timing seems hugely suspect.
Absolutely, Rahul. If you see earlier what we have seen in the very morning, that a large amount of alarming explosives have been recovered by the Faridabad police team. And if you see, it was a joint operation because Faridabad police team, 2 days back, what we have got to learn the information from the Jammu and Kashmir police that they have also arrested a doctor. And after that, within a short span, what we have seen that a terror outfit, Jaish-e-Mohammed link was established. And in which what we have seen that today, 350 kg of explosive suspected to be ammonium nitrate has been recovered in a joint operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Faridabad crime branch team. So if you see, in that very case, 1 pistol was also recovered, 1 assault rifle was recovered, 3 magazines were recovered as well. Apart from that, what we have also gathered the information from the Faridabad police team that there were 8 big suitcases. Apart from that, there were 3 small suitcases, walkie-talkie, batteries. So these were the materials that have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police team and Haryana police team in the joint operation.
Okay, the Delhi Fire Department has put out a statement. I'll read that statement for our viewers. It says a call was received about an explosion in a car near gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station, after which 3 or 4 vehicles also caught fire and sustained damage. This from the Delhi Fire Department. I'm also hearing that the cell from the team from the Delhi Special Cell is now being rushed to the spot at the Red Fort where this explosion has happened. You can see that you can see the fire raging at the back of the screen. From the ground, from our reporters on the ground, we are hearing that many people are feared to be injured in this explosion, and a special team of the Delhi police is currently on its way to the ground. This is what we know so far. Given the fact that this has happened just at a time when so much explosives was recovered in the national capital, in Faridabad, which is in the outskirts of the Delhi, one of the cities near Delhi, 300 kilograms of ammonium nitrate. And ironically, Tehseen Poonawalla, this happens just a day before polling. And while of course this happened in Delhi, this is a congested part, huge concentration of minority voters, and already we're seeing leaders like Giriraj Singh of the BJP rake this up in the battlefield of Bihar as well.
I think, Rahul, that is extremely unfortunate that any terror incident if this is terror incident, we don't know so far what it is, let's not panic our viewers, is politicized or any incident of this sort. First of all, congratulations to the Faridabad police as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police for stopping what would have been a catastrophe of an attack if it would have happened in the capital or anywhere in India. We don't want such attacks, so congratulations to them. We always blame the intelligence agencies when something goes wrong, but rarely do we get them credit for stopping 99 of those attacks. So many congratulations to them for that. The second part about this is, now that this has happened, let there be a professional investigation. Let's not jump the gun. Let's not blame each other. This is the time to be united. We know that there are many forces that are working against the nation. So let's just look at what's happening and let the experts and the security agencies put a statement out. And I think that's responsible politics and journalism as NDTV is carrying on.
Absolutely. Shubhrashtra, they're seen questioning the fairness of the likes of Giriraj Singh, linking the explosives recovered, the assault rifles recovered near Delhi to the elections in Bihar. And now this very disturbing image coming in, the information coming in that there's been this blast. Now we don't know what the nature of the blast is, but just the fact that you don't have the full details and therefore to link it to the election just a day before polling in sensitive areas, the fairness of that?
Rahul, this elections on 11th, which is tomorrow, will always be fought on polarized blanks, because you have travelled Bihar. Simanchal is an area where a lot of districts are there, where there is an issue of Bangladeshi immigration, how many number of migrants are there or not, whether they are Muslims, whether they are Hindus, all of these can be discussed in policy conclaves, but it makes for good political conversation to have, the kind of linkages that are made. It is unfortunate for sure. It's not unfortunate that Giriraj Singh ji is raising it. It is unfortunate that even in 2025, we are discussing this and not doing anything about it. That's my problem with this entire framing and narrative.
Given the fact that this has happened in Delhi and that this is a massive story and lots of developments are emerging, I just want to apologize to the guests who joined us for this election show. We must really focus on the breaking news, and for that I want to take you over to my colleague, NDTV's managing editor Shiva Arur, whose entire team is tracking this explosion in the heart of the national capital, Shiv, also on a day, as your teams are tracking, when there was a massive recovery of explosives in the NCR. That's when this explosions happened. So the timing looking hugely suspect, Shiv.
That's very correct, Rahul. The Delhi Police Special Cell team is on the spot right now. The information that we have, we need to be extremely careful because this is a crowded part of the national capital where this explosion has taken place. What we can categorically confirm through our crime team is that this was outside gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station, which is right outside the Lal Killa itself, where one particular car exploded, as a result of which 3 or 4 cars around it have also caught fire, and that explains the large fireball and plume of smoke that you're seeing in these pictures captured by bystanders over there as well as NDTV's cameras. There are eyewitness reports saying that there are some injuries in the ground. No information so far about any casualties or fatalities, but the Delhi police is on the ground. Fire services have reached the spot as well and have been able to get that fire under control, but the pictures are of chaos. And like you rightly said, Rahul, on a day when there has been an alarming terror-related recovery from the Faridabad suburb of Delhi, just across the border in Haryana. Obviously, alarm bells are going to be going off in the security system at this point of time. Nothing is being ruled out just now. The nature of the blast, what kind of explosive was involved, whether it was accidental, whether it was intentional, deliberate, some kind of a test. We don't know just yet. We don't want to speculate, but the special cell team of the Delhi police is on the spot, and clearly it appears that the blast was enough for quite a few people to actually sustain some injuries. We're not seeing any ambulance movement at this point of time, so we're not able to precisely say whether people have been pulled out and moved away from the spot. But from the pictures that have emerged from there that we're showing to our viewers on NDTV, it's very clear that it was a crowded area, because you can see lots of bystanders and the public on the spot, trying to rescue people in some of those images, filming with others, and awaiting clarity from our crime team about what the police will say. We're expecting some kind of a statement or a comment to come from the police any moment now, Rahul.
Anushka joins us. She's working the phone with her sources in the Delhi police. Anushka, what can you tell us? I know that a team from the Delhi Police's special cell is on its way to the Red Fort. What details are emerging from your sources in the police?
That's right. The Sadiq Nagar police special cell has in fact reached the site, and we are getting to know that several people are feared that they have sustained injuries. 4 cars have in fact caught fire at the Lal Killa metro station gate number 1, and we are seeing that this major incident has in fact happened near Lal Killa, which is at the heart of central Delhi. Now we are seeing that several of the people are in fact being moved from there. We are seeing that the special cell is on their way to the location. We are seeing that 7 fire tenders have in fact reached the spot so that the situation could be controlled. But yes, we are seeing that we are seeing major incidents that has in fact taken place today. The Faridabad, ATS had in fact, taken into custody several of the people who were trying to operate a major, crime syndicate there. But now we are seeing that in the heart of national capital, that is at the Lal Killa, we are seeing that 4 cars have in fact caught fire. We are seeing the visuals also on the screen as to how massive the fire was. We are seeing the plumes of smoke that is in fact billowing there. We are also on our way to the Red Fort right now, where the incident has taken place. But yes, we are seeing that the police have in fact confirmed that many people have sustained injuries, and by the looks of it, we are seeing that the whole panic has in fact hit the particular area where the incident has taken place. This has happened near the metro station gate number 1, where this incident has in fact taken place. Now we are seeing that the special cell team is in fact moving at the location so that they can gather more information as to what has happened, because this is a very sensitive issue that has in fact taken place in the heart of central Delhi, and we are seeing many people are also injured because of the fire incident that has in fact happened there. The blast that happened inside the car. More details are awaited here, but yes, we can confirm that 7 fire tenders have been put. Many people are injured here, and the special cell team is right now on their way to the location. Over to you.
One of the points that Tehseen made, which is important, is whether we know at this moment, Anushka, if the explosion actually happened inside the car, because we've all been to that area quite frequently. It's very congested, and there are lots of eateries there as well, lots of these roadside stalls. Do we know at all whether the explosion happened in one of the stalls, or did it happen inside the car?
Well, Rahul, what we can confirm by now through our sources is that this whole incident has happened near metro station gate number 1. Now we do know that this is a very congested area, and this is, the peak hours where we can see a lot of traffic, a lot of footfall happening, where several of the people who are leaving from their offices go to their homes. But now, because this is a peak hour, there might be traffic congestion, and there might be traffic jam also that might have in fact that could be seen there at the Lal Killa, because it is around 7 a.m. and we do see that a lot of public are out and about, on their way to their home during this time. We do know that, the whole blast has in fact taken place, around the car, and we are seeing that in the visuals also that we are getting right now. We can see plumes of smoke that is in fact billowing, and outside we can see how people are seen in panic mode. Many of the people are feared injured here. 7 fire tenders had to be rushed to the site so that the situation could be controlled, and now we are seeing that the special cell team has been moved to the location so that all the information as to how did the blast actually occur and what all measures are right now currently put in place so that the injured people could be taken to the hospital. These are the crucial details which the police is in fact right now working on. Over to you.
I've just received an input that 15 fire tenders are being moved to that area. So the fire department is on the job at the moment. 15 fire tenders and more have been asked for and mobilized towards that place. Shiv, what's the latest on the arms haul, the explosives haul, and the module that was busted in Faridabad this morning? Where does the investigation stand?
Rahul, that particular investigation has gone entirely to the next level because the scale of recoveries in terms of the sheer mass of explosives, weapons, ammunition that has been found in 3 different locations, one in Faridabad, 2 in Jammu and Kashmir, linked to 2 doctors, has easily become one of the most critical, most crucial arms hauls. All manner of interpretations are being given to it about terror groups looking to create some kind of a big, very spectacular splash after Operation Sindoor. Remember, it's the second big attack plan that has been uncovered in the last 24 hours. Links to the Jaish-e-Mohammed have also been reported, but these are early hours yet and interrogations are still on. Now, while there is no visible link between what's happened in Faridabad and what we're looking at on the ground near Delhi's iconic Lal Killa, obviously the sense is that there is that there is terror in the air, that attempts are being made to disrupt peaceful law and order in the national capital. We've seen in the past as well that terror groups have attempted to use vehicles, they've used pressure cookers, they've used everyday items in order to create chaos in the national capital. Memories of the 2015 serial blast in the national capital are fresh in people's minds as well. At this point of time, what we can say is that this is a very, very difficult place for any kind of an investigation to immediately happen, Rahul, because apart from the fire tenders, these pictures, which are from just a short while ago, which haven't changed very much, even though that area has been cordoned off, is that this is a hugely crowded area. Massively crowded. This is going to obviously impact any kind of forensic investigation right at the start, even though the Sadiq Nagar Delhi Police Special Cell is already on the spot and investigating. There are some disturbing images coming in that we're going to show our viewers in a bit of some injuries that have definitely been sustained. We can categorically confirm now that visible evidence suggests there have been some injuries, hopefully not all of them serious, but it is very clear that the damage is more than just superficial. The intensity of the blast, what the explosives were, will be a matter of forensic scrutiny once that team gets into the act on the ground, Rahul. But at this point of time, this doesn't appear to be just some small routine explosion. 4 or 5 cars completely gutted and destroyed. Some injuries definitely being reported. We're awaiting that first official word beyond just speculation from the Delhi police.
Received word from sources in the Home Ministry. They're saying that do not call this a terror attack at this moment and do not necessarily say that this is an explosion caused by any kind of a terror incident. This could well also be a CNG blast. They're saying we're trying to evaluate what has happened before we can come to any conclusion. And in that, Kanchan Gupta, the way the likes of, say, a Giriraj Singh, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, jumped on the terror module that was busted this morning to make the point that, see, there's one community, that's where all the terrorists are, that's where this whole ideology comes from. Should we just hold that back till we actually see what's happened and what the police says?
Yes, we should be holding it back, and just now you read out the Home Ministry alert which has been put out that we should not automatically or immediately link it to any act of terrorism. We have to first find out and determine what was the cause that resulted in this fire. It could be any one of several possibilities. And in any case, on issues of national security, issues that have to do with law and order, we should just wait and watch what happens. I'm sure investigators are already on the job, and the Home Ministry alert was a very timely one, and we should just go by that and not by speculation by either politicians or by media people who are looking for an Insta story.
Okay, Akhil's got details from the fire department. 20 fire tenders now being rushed to the spot. Akhil, this also extremely congested part of the national capital, the older areas of Purani Delhi, and therefore extremely difficult, as you can see in these fresh images that are now coming from the Red Fort area, extremely difficult to try and ascertain what really happened without allowing for a full probe to take place.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. If you see, I just tried to connect to the DCP of that region. He has said that let them ascertain the exact cause that how basically this entire incident took place. But if you talk about the visuals, Rahul, over there, at that point in time when that incident took place, just outside the gate number 1 of Red Fort, just opposite to that is the Red Fort complex. And if you see, if you just move laterally to the gate number 1, there is a Chandni Chowk Bazaar, which is a very congested market. And if you go in the evening in such markets, it's a very crowded place, and in that area there's a heavy traffic congestions in whatever time. If you go in the morning time or in the peak time during the evening hours, there's a heavy traffic congestion on that road. So what we have gathered information that right now the traffic is being diverted from that route. Apart from that, what we have also gathered the information that Delhi Police Special Cell 1 unit team has also been sent over there. Apart from that, the forensic team has also been moved over there. The crime branch team has also been moved over there. So right now the vehicular traffic movement, one, has been diverted. One, second, the special cell team has from the Sadiq Nagar has arrived over there. So on that front, and if you see, we have just spoken to the Delhi Fire Service team officials as well. They have said that so far they have sent approximately 20 fire tenders to the various spot to basically control the fires. Basically, in which what we have seen that initially when that blast took place, after that that ablaze basically span in the nearby regions itself. So right now the exact cause of that fire has not been ascertained by the DFS team or the Delhi Police team. For that we'll have to wait to get any official version from the Delhi Police DCP.
Okay, this is deeply disturbing, the fact that there's been this explosion. But as we're discussing, we need to wait for details to try and determine what really happened. But the fact that you've got, and Kanchanda, you've been advisor in the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, but the fact that there's been this big recovery, 300 kilograms of ammonium nitrate in Faridabad, so close to the capital, that by itself is of immense consequence and concern.
Well, to be honest, the UP ATS has been very, very active and very successful in digging out these sleeper cells. And if you look at the various arrests which have been made in the last 1 odd year, it all adds up to a sort of a larger chain at work over here. And you are right that something like this happening in Faridabad. I am told a doctor has been arrested, and her car had all kinds of weaponry in it. The fact that this kind of weaponry can still move around freely, can float around freely, and can be transported with certain amount of ease, these are obviously areas of concern. But again, I would stick to the Home Ministry advisory. Just wait for a while, just watch how things develop, and give the investigators time to pinpoint the cause of the explosion and the resultant fire rather than jump to conclusions.
Okay, Aditya Rajkol tracks internal security for NDTV. He's joining me live at this moment. Aditya, you've been working your phone with sources in the Home Ministry and in the Delhi Police. What are you picking up about the nature of this explosion and what's really gone down at Red Fort?
Well, yes, it's a very, very fluid development right now, Rahul. What we are hearing is that there was an explosion inside a car, but the extent of the explosion is such that several other vehicles in this entire area have been caught in this entire explosion. There have been several injuries that have been reported. A lot of those injured have been rushed to the hospital nearby. We do not have an official statement yet from the Ministry of Home Affairs on the nature of the casualties, etc. But that will be clear in a couple of hours from now. As of now, the priority for the top agencies, including the Delhi Police Special Cell and forensic examiners, would be to see the exact nature of the blast that has taken place. Whether this is merely a CNG blast or there could be a possibility of some kind of a terror angle. As of now, no terror angle has been established, but we should not jump the gun in any way, either declaring it as a terror act or declaring it not as a terror act. We should wait for the investigators.
You spent the day reporting on the field from Faridabad, where that explosive haul happened. Give our viewers the latest on where the investigations have reached. What does the police know about this module? What kind of explosives were these? What were the kind of assault rifles that were recovered?
Absolutely. Earlier in the day, a massive development took place in Faridabad, Haryana, exactly 50 kilometers from central Delhi, where we had an entire Jaish-e-Mohammed module that was busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. It started from 16th of October when posters appeared in Navgam of Srinagar, not just terror propaganda, but also trying to recruit new people for the Jaish-e-Mohammed and for terror activities. And thereafter, CCTV led them to multiple doctors, one in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh and another doctor in Haryana, in Faridabad. Now, this is a back of beyond area where we were reporting from early in the morning. At least 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate, an explosive material, has been recovered from that area. Now imagine, Rahul, the extent of the damage that it could have caused, and merely 50 kilometers away from the national capital, from the parliament, and from the Prime Minister's office.
Okay, our reporter Divyankar is the first network reporter who's reached the ground. He's sending us a live dispatch. Let's listen to what Divyankar is saying.
करने में और फिर इसके साथ साथ फायर की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी लगातार यहाँ पर पहुंच रही है और अपनी पड़ताल करने में कोशिश में जुटी हुई है। सामने आप देख पाएंगे कि जो एम्बुलेंस है वो भी यहाँ पर जा रही है। तो इस तरह की तस्वीर फिलहाल यहाँ पर लाल किले के गेट नंबर 1 या 5 जो है वो बनी हुई है। 10 नंबर बताओ। भाई तुम आगे आके ले लो। जाने दे भाई, क्यों नहीं जाने?
Walking, as you can see there, to the site where this explosion has happened. What Aditya seems to be suggesting is that it happened within the car, and 4-5 cars nearby have also been damaged. We're picking up some voices from the ground. We'll try and hear those as well. Let's listen to the comments that we're getting from people who are at ground zero at the moment.
और तो पता नहीं किसी तरह की कोई आवाज़ आपने सुनी? बहुत जोर आवाज़ आई, बिल्डिंग खिड़की हिल गई, खिड़की हिल गई। आपका घर कितना दूर है? ये रहा गुरुद्वारे के पास।
कि आप सामने यहाँ देख पाएंगे कई जो एम्बुलेंस है वो यहाँ से सीधे घटना स्थल की तरफ जाती हुई नजर आएंगी। तो ये तस्वीर यानी कई लोग, जो बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग हैं वो घायल हुए, क्योंकि अब तक तकरीबन 3 से 4 जो एम्बुलेंस की गाड़ियां हैं वो यहाँ से जा रही है। और बात करें सामने आप तस्वीर देखिए कि जो एम्बुलेंस है वो लगातार यहाँ से जा रही है। ये तकरीबन 4थी या 5वीं एम्बुलेंस जो है वो यहाँ से जा रही है। इसके साथ साथ जो पुलिस की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी लगातार यहाँ से जिस जगह पर घटना हुई उस जगह पर जो एम्बुलेंस का सिलसिला जाने का है वो लगातार यहाँ पर आपको नजर आएगा।
Has been taken to the nearby Loknaik hospital, which is very close to where this explosion has taken place. You know, Ajija, such an episode happening hours as it does before polling can create concern. And you know, it's an unknown because you never really know how this plays out. Does it have an impact? What obviously some leaders will try and use it for their political advantage, but at this moment you don't fully know what's happened, and it creates this additional X factor and throws it into the poll matrix.
Yes, absolutely true. It's it's very unfortunate that the incident happened, and if it is supposed to be an act of terror or whatever, then in that case it's a reprehensible act, totally abominable. But it could be just an accident, as you pointed out a little while ago, and therefore if leaders go ahead and say things like this will have an impact on the Bihar elections, they are jumping the gun, because we don't exactly know what happened and we don't know what impact it will have. But it could be played up in areas like Simanchal, for example, where we know 28% of the Muslims of entire Bihar reside. The 4 districts over there, Purnia, Katihar, Kishanganj and Araria, that area is a very different area.
Let's just listen to Divyankar. He's heading close to the spot where this episode has happened. We also have Hari Sharma, who's very close to the spot where this episode has happened. So let's listen to both of them from the ground.
ब्लास्ट हुआ और जिसकी चपेट में कई जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आई, और उसके बाद इस पूरे एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है। लगातार जो एम्बुलेंस है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच रही है। ये तस्वीर फिलहाल लाल किला मेट्रो गेट नंबर 1 के आसपास की बनी हुई है। जी
The Press Trust of India, they're saying that one person could be dead in the blast near the Red Fort. We're waiting for our reporters to confirm this independently. But this is the kind of situation, Ashok Malik, you don't really want before a big poll. I mean, you never want this to happen in any case, but in particular, just before there's so much attention on the polls and this happens. Just one second. Harish Sharma has reached the ground. He's reporting from there. Let's listen to what he said.
गेट नंबर 1 है और यहाँ पुलिस तैनात है और देखिए ये देखिए भाई क्यों कर रहे हो आप?
Hello? Devastation. It's not as if it's a small explosion. It looks like there's a fair amount of devastation. I've got some reactions coming in from the ground. Let's listen to those.
अच्छे से काबू किया मेरे को समझाया कि हो जाए तो फिर मेरे को रिलैक्स मिला फिर मैं दोबारा यहाँ दुकान पे चाबी ले करके ये चाबी दुकान की मैं चाबी दुकान बंद करके फिर आप घर जा रहा हूँ।
आपका?
मेरा नाम राजधर पांडे।
क्या हुआ सर, आप क्या बता पाएंगे कुछ?
नहीं जी, हम कुछ नहीं, हम ये देखे लपट देखा। हाँ। अपने छत से देखा, तभी मैं नीचे उतर के आया कि जरा देखूं कहाँ क्या, और तो पता नहीं
किसी तरह की कोई आवाज़ आपने सुनी?
हाँ, बहुत जोर आवाज़ आई, बिल्डिंग खिड़की हिल गई, खिड़की हिल गई।
आपका घर कितना दूर है?
ये रहा गुरुद्वारे के पास।
Yes, Ashok, you never want something like this to happen, but coming as it does hours before polling in a very sensitive area, it suddenly muddies the atmosphere before that big polling.
Look, the images are obviously very shocking and terrible, and especially if it indeed is a terror attack, which we don't know yet. At least,
but it's a big explosion. We don't know what it is.
True.
But it's a big explosion.
Now, those who watch these images on television will obviously feel affected. Anyone would. I imagine people in Bihar or anywhere by 7 in the evening before polling day have made up their minds one way or the other. Perhaps what it would do, it could increase turnout for some people who were unsure about whether they'd go to vote or not. They would now come out and vote. But I don't imagine it's going to be deterministic in the election, to be fair.
But it just adds a lot of uncertainty, and Tessin was making the point about, you know, we've had the disruptions at the airport because of spamming as well and the spoofing that was happening. That again is of concern. So you've got obviously enemies of the state acting to try and disturb our internal peace and security.
Yeah, Kanchanda and I were traveling to a destination outside Delhi.
Okay.
And our flights were delayed for 8 hours, and I believe over 800 flights were delayed across the nation because of this GPS spoofing. And I believe the NSA is now called for an inquiry, is looking into it. This definitely is economic warfare, if not terror warfare that wants to kill people, because if your radar is going off or your GPS is being spoofed, that can be extremely dangerous. This would also be in consonance with what Asim Munir said, that they are the dumper and India is a Mercedes and they do want to hurt us economically. Could this be something more?
Sure.
Something?
But as I said, let's spend time at the moment looking at what's happening on the ground. Divyankar is on the ground. He's reporting on what he's seeing behind him. Divyankar, बताइए आप अपने इर्द-गिर्द क्या देख रहे हैं? दिव्यांकर?
वो देखिए क्या जी आवाज आ रही है? राहुल जी आपको आवाज आ रही है?
जी जी बोलिए बोलिए, बुलंदी से आ रही है आवाज आप।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए राहुल जी, जो तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ वो देखिए कि जो हादसा हुआ वो कितना भयावह था। आप ये तस्वीर देखिए, फोन की स्क्रीन के सहारे मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा जो हादसा हुआ। और ये जो पॉलिथीन का पैकेट है, इसमें जो बारूद है और जो मांस टुकड़े हैं, जो इस धमाके में जो लोग घायल हुए, उनके कहीं ना कहीं उनको इकट्ठा किया गया और इस पन्नी में रखा गया। तो ये तस्वीर आप देखिए कि कितना भयावह जो हादसा है, जो धमाका है वो हुआ, एक कार के अंदर जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ, और जिसके बाद जो चीथड़े हैं, लोगों के शरीर के जो टुकड़े थे, उन्हें इकट्ठा करके यहाँ पर इस पन्नी में रखा गया है। और इसके साथ साथ जो बारूद है, वो भी बारूद से सने हुए जो लोगों के चीथड़े हैं वो यहाँ पर रखे गए हैं और इसे कलेक्ट करके यहाँ पर रखा गया। और इसके साथ अगर बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप देख पाएंगे बड़ी संख्या में जो एम्बुलेंस है वो यहाँ पर है। सिवाय जो मीडिया कर्मी के और भी जो व्यक्ति है, कोई भी यहाँ पर नहीं नजर आएगा। लेकिन बड़ा धमाका जिस तरह से हुआ है उसकी पड़ताल करने में फिलहाल जो दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर लगी हुई है। और इसके साथ साथ अभी फिलहाल जो ताजा तस्वीर है, वो तमाम जो फायर की गाड़ियां हैं वो यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है। तमाम जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो लगातार यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। और इस पूरे एरिया को, ये तस्वीर आप देखिए कि सामने आपको लाल किला नजर आएगा और इसके दूसरी तरफ जो चांदनी चौक वाला एरिया है, अमूमन शाम के समय अगर हम बात करें तो इस समय आसपास 8 बजने के करीब है, लेकिन ये जो एरिया है ये पूरे तरह से यहाँ पर भरा रहता था। लेकिन अभी फिलहाल यहाँ पर सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो सन्नाटा है वो पसरा हुआ है। दिल्ली फायर सर्विस, दिल्ली पुलिस, जो स्पेशल सेल की टीम है वो यहाँ पर है। लेकिन जिस तरह से तकरीबन 7 बजे के आसपास जो बड़ा धमाका हुआ और एक कार के अंदर ब्लास्ट होता है और उसके साथ साथ जो उसकी चपेट में तमाम दूसरी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आती हैं, और जिसके बाद इस तरह की जो तस्वीर है वो फिलहाल लाल किले के ठीक बाहर नजर आएगी। और कितना बड़ा धमाका हुआ इसकी गवाही देती हुई जो तस्वीर है वो, चूंकि जो शरीर जिनके इस धमाके में जो लोग घायल हुए उनके चीथड़े को किस तरह से कलेक्ट करके, बारूद से सने हुए जो चीथड़े हैं वो कलेक्ट करके पुलिस ने उसे इकट्ठा किया है। और फिलहाल इस जो पॉलिथीन है कि हम आपको एक बार फिर से तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि जो ब्लास्ट है वो कितना भयानक था, कितना बड़ा था, और उसको यहाँ पर कलेक्ट करके रखा गया है। तो ये तस्वीर साफ तौर से नजर आएगी जिसमें जो इंसानी शरीर के जो टुकड़े हैं उन्हें रखा गया है। कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी दर्दनाक जो तस्वीर है वो फिलहाल यहाँ से निकल कर आ रही है। बड़ा हादसा जो है वो देखने को मिला दिल्ली का चांदनी चौक एरिया, एक कार के अंदर जो हादसा है, जो धमाका है वो होता है, और जिसके बाद फिलहाल तमाम जो टीमें हैं वो लगातार यहाँ पर जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो पहुंच रहे हैं और अपनी पड़ताल करने में जुटे हुए हैं। तो जो लोग यहाँ पर उसमें मौजूद थे उनसे एक बार बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये बताइए, ये क्या आपने देखा?
एकदम से शॉक हो गए, फोन भी आएगा क्या हुआ है। उसके बाद हमने दूर जाके करीब में जा नहीं सकता है, फिर यहाँ पे साइड पड़ा हुआ इतना, ये आदमी सोच भी नहीं सकता कि एकदम से हुआ तो क्या हुआ। इंसान
गाड़ी इको बताई जा रही है, फिर क्या पता है गाड़ी के बारे में?
होंडाई का वो पड़ा हुआ है पूरा उसके साथ में।
किस साइड?
आगे
सामने उस तरफ। अच्छा,
बहुत सारी गाड़ियाँ।
हाँ, तो उसके एक गाड़ी के साथ साथ और भी गाड़ी लगातार ब्लास्ट हुआ। ठीक है, तो एक गाड़ी के साथ साथ दूसरी जो गाड़ियां हैं उसमें भी ब्लास्ट हुआ है। तो इस तरह की जो तस्वीर है वो फिलहाल यहाँ पर बनी हुई है। और ये दूसरी तरफ की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखाएं, यहाँ पर जो ये पूरा एरिया है इसे कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है, और इस तरह की तस्वीर फिलहाल चांदनी चौक में बनी हुई है। जी,
from the eyewitness that the blast happened in a Swift Desire car. That's what the eyewitness is telling us, that this is where there was a Swift Desire car apparently near which the blast, so either the blast took place inside the car or it took place near the car, but it looks pretty dramatic. There's absolutely no question about it. There's a a fire raging over there, and you've got all the fire tenders from that local area being sent there. Shubhankar now joins us. He's rushed to that area. Shubhankar, can you describe what you're seeing around you and what are you picking up from the ground?
Actually, I'm just standing outside that particular area. In fact, where the the car had in fact blasted. That is what the police sources until now has been informing us. Now, showing you the visuals, I can see that the fire brigade, emergency services, police forces, in fact, everyone has overreached on this very particular spot right now. Showing you the visuals, also the senior police officers have in fact reached this very particular spot. On the left-hand side, in fact, there is the entry towards the Chanik Chowk market. Just behind me, and the visuals, Jan Mandir, in fact, and this is definitely a very, in fact, VVIP area. As on the right-hand side, there's the Red Fort. Now, in fact, the fire that had, occurred after a blast has been extinguished by the Delhi Fire Services. Though the investigation in this particular matter has started, the forensic team has in fact reached this particular spot, and they are in fact, trying to figure out that what was the exact reason. Was it an explosive, or there has been some other kind of blast? The forensic team right now has been in fact trying to investigate this particular matter. Though the whole area has been cordoned off. On the other hand side, the radius of 2 kilometers in fact has been put on empty. The shops over here have been in fact closed. This is in fact very important and a very serious situation. That is why all the senior officers have in fact reached this particular spot. As you can see, there is barricading just behind me in this entire area. Barricading has been done. There are in fact a few people who were also there during the blast time, though the area has been put on empty now. In fact, it has been evacuated. There were a few people who were injured, and they have also been taken to NDTV hospital. Though the police is still trying to investigate this entire area for now. But showing you this visual, as you can see, that the road has been in fact blocked from both the sides. Showing you the visuals of the senior officials that are in fact now trafficking in this particular area. Back to you.
Okay, we've just heard that there could have been multiple fatalities on the ground as well. Up to a dozen people injured. We're waiting for hospital authorities to confirm. But this clearly, from what we can gather at the moment, seems to have been a major explosion. At the LNGP hospital in Delhi, you've got the injured, they've been rushed. What I want to do is break away from my election programming, stay focused squarely on this big explosion in the national capital, in the heart of old Delhi, and I want to hand you over to my colleague Shivaru. Shiv.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. From where it all began. The first city of the world, where the Ganga flows. I'm coming to Varanasi to perform at the Namo Ghat. My first raga-based band, Jala, will also perform there. So book your tickets from District app and let's create harmony by the Ganga. See you, Varanasi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing.
उसके बाद फिर हमने आगे वो साइड पे देखा तो इंसान का फेफड़ा पड़ा हुआ था। गाड़ी का जो स्टीयरिंग था वो पूरा बिल्कुल, हमने गाड़ी का स्टीयरिंग भी साइड में उड़कर, मतलब आपको बयान नहीं कर सकते कि इतना बड़ा हादसा कि क्या हुआ है, उनके घर वालों से क्या होगा, वो किस तरह से एकदम से अचानक ही हुआ है। मैं खुद नहीं बता पा रहा हूँ कि इतना जोरदार धमाका था कि मैं बिल्कुल उसको बयान नहीं कर सकता। मेरा नाम इरफान है।
इरफान, क्या हुआ आप यहाँ पे?
मैम हम डरेंगे नहीं, बताऊँगा इतना तेज जोर धमाका यहाँ पर आया, हम एकदम से भी भागते हुए हमने देखा इधर उधर, हम आगे बढ़ नहीं पाए क्योंकि आगे जाते तो इतना कभी कुछ होने की हम इसलिए बचा नहीं पाए, लेकिन हम देखा एक इंसान का हाथ पूरा फड़ा हुआ, ये आप देख सकते हैं, पूरी उंगलियां पूरे।
The death toll is likely to rise. We are hearing from our sources anywhere between 5 and 10 people have been killed in this huge explosion outside Delhi's Lal Killa, the Red Fort, where this blast has taken place. Forensic teams are finding it difficult to reach the spot as a result of this huge crowd. The area has been, the emergency first responders are struggling to sanitize this entire area right now, but we are awaiting a confirmation that we've only received so far from our sources that 5 people have lost their lives in this violent explosion that has taken place right outside Delhi's iconic Lal Killa, the Red Fort in the national capital. We are awaiting information also on the injured. Most of them have been carried to the LNJP hospital, which is only a couple of kilometers at most from the spot where this has taken place, outside a metro station. Fire tenders visible on the spot, as well as the forensic teams that are, with the public's help, lifting the injured out of there. We've got a categorical news break. An update here: 8 people confirmed dead in this explosion so far. This has become something more than just an accident. Let's get a word in from NDTV's Aditya Raj Kaul, who is very close to the site of this explosion. He joins me live. Aditya, 8 people killed. This was no ordinary explosion. This was obviously more than medium intensity. 8 people being killed on the spot means that this is something more than just probably an accident. We don't want to speculate just yet. We are awaiting official word. What are you hearing from the ground, Aditya?
Well, that's right, Shiv. Unfortunately, breaking news coming here on NDTV. Very sadly, 8 people have died in this blast that occurred around 18:55 hours earlier this evening in the Red Fort area on the gate number. What we are learning is that the casualties could increase. There are many more people who were grievously injured. A number of ambulances were rushed immediately, including the Delhi police personnel and the Delhi Fire Brigade. I've spoken to senior officials in the Ministry of Home Affairs who say it would be too early to declare the exact nature of the blast, but investigations are underway. There is a specialized team of the Delhi Police Special Cell, senior officers of the Delhi Police, amateur officials from different domains, and forensic experts who are trying to investigate the exact nature of the blast. Initially, it was being speculated that it could be a CNG or a battery-related blast, but the extent of the damage that has been caused, and also the people who have been injured, who are so grievously injured, the dead bodies in some parts, unfortunately, are in a very mangled shape, and that clearly indicates the extent of the damage, the extent of the the blast is such that it could be possibly something more. So we are awaiting the details. No terror angle has been confirmed by the Government of India, by the Ministry of Home Affairs or the Delhi Police. I'm being told that perhaps in the next couple of hours, there could be a briefing or a statement issued on the nature of the blast, but certainly after many years, there seems to be some kind of a blast that has taken place inside a car, and that too, Shiv, on a day when NDTV entire day has been reporting about the recovery of 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate and explosive material adjacent to Delhi, barely 50 kilometers from the national capital, central Delhi, inside a village in Faridabad. These are very serious developments, and let's also remember that the recovery that happened in Faridabad happened just 6 months after Operation Sindoor, and the warnings and the threats that have come in from the ISI and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We are, of course, not speculating, not
Stay
declaring.
with me, Aditya. Stay with me for a second. Stay with me. Shubhang is live with me from right outside the Red Fort, where this incident has taken place. Shubhang, what are you seeing right now? 8 people confirmed dead. Kya dikhai de raha hai? What is the update from the spot? Shubhang.
Exactly, I'm standing just at that very spot. Now showing you the visuals, you can see the fire. In fact, that had occurred after the blast in a car that has been told by the police sources in this particular case. Now showing you the visuals, the fire has in fact been extinguished, though still the crime team, special cell team and also forensic team are present at this very spot right now. In fact, they're trying to find out what was the exact reason for the blast. Was it a terrorist blast? Was it something else? That is what the initial investigation is being conducted right now. Though the NDTV also tried to talk to the ACP Delagan when he was out from this particular spot, he did not say about the casualties, the number of casualties. And in fact, when asked about the initial investigation, what the police is doing right now, he has not made any comment so far. Now I'm showing you the visual that you can see that we still the fire team, all the emergency teams, in fact, have reached this particular spot. Though the very senior police officials are also on this very particular spot. Now showing you the visuals from the left side of this particular spot. This is the way which goes to the Chinese shops, which is always a very crowded area. Now this is the VIP area because this is just outside. Yeah. On the right hand side, on the left hand side, there is Red Fort, in fact. And showing you the visual that you can see, the senior police officials are currently at this very spot trying to figure out what exactly the case is. Though the main question that raises is that, is this a coincidence that today only around 2,900 kilograms of explosives were in fact recovered from Faridabad, and now in the night, in the evening area, we are also witnessing that there was a blast in a car. That is what the sources have in fact been revealing. Though the investigation is still on, there has to be a pure explanation about how this blast in fact has took place, because there have been 8 casualties that has been reported.
Stay with me, Shubhang. The police is speaking.
इंजर्ड कितने हैं, कैजुअल्टीज है वो आंकड़ा है सर? अभी तक क्या हालात हैं यहाँ के? आप आला अधिकारी मौके पर पहुँचे, सवाल फिर भी यहाँ पे कितनी कैजुअल्टीज हैं, क्या सिचुएशन है अभी नहीं बता। क्या अपडेट है सर? कौन बता पाएगा? हम लोग क्या
क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या बता सकते हैं सर आप इसके बारे में? प्लीज प्लीज क्या हुआ है
सर? यहाँ पे हाथात होने की खबर है सर। सीआरपीए को अरे कौन है? आराम से माइक टूट जाएगा, टूट जाएगा।
Shubhang and Akhil, my 2 colleagues, are on the ground right outside the spot where this blast has taken place. Shubhang, you were telling us, we've just heard from the police, they don't want to make a comment just yet because obviously emergency first response, getting the injured out, getting the forensics done is the priority right now. But 8 people killed means this was not a low-intensity blast, Shubhang. That much we can say for sure. Very, very disturbing pictures coming in that both Shubhang and Akhil have just sent us from the spot right now. I want to advise viewer discretion right now. NDTV is making all efforts to ensure that there are no triggering pictures that you see, but this is alarming. The pictures you see are going to be very alarming, so I want to advise viewer discretion. 8 people have died. Many more people have been injured, at least 20. Let's listen in.
अभी कुछ नहीं है. अभी I'm just going to the site. You people are in between. I don't have any idea. कितने इंजरी नहीं. अरे भाई नहीं. सर क्या हुआ? आज क्या हुआ? एक मिनट प्लीज. थोड़ा स्पेस.
Shubhang, I want you to tell us what you're seeing around you. We're seeing, pictures of mangled bodies there. Obviously, the death toll could go a little higher. 8 people have been confirmed dead to us by sources in the hospitals that are receiving these human remains. What are you hearing on the ground? What is the situation? Is there still a huge crowd there, or has the area been cordoned off, Shubhang?
As soon as the police team, in fact, reached this particular spot, they have, in fact, cornered off the entire area. Around 2 kilometers of radius, the whole area has been cordoned off. All the shops, in fact, have been closed. Now, showing you the visuals again, as you can see, senior police officers, in fact, are present at this very spot. But none of the police officers are making any comments so far, because this is the initial investigation. 8 deaths, that is a lot of number, though the number can, in fact, increase. Earlier, I was showing you the visuals of this particular area, the lane that we are showing you the visuals, which has seen the blast. In fact, on the regular basis, there are several cars that are parked on this area. And that is what happened. We don't know for sure that it was only one car that took the blast, but other cars, in fact, caught off the fire. Now, showing you the visuals, you can see some of the evidence right now is being taken by the forensic team over here. Showing you the visuals, as you can see, police officers and a lady forensic team member is taking some of the elements that were found, in fact, from the particular area. Right now, where I'm standing just in front of a barricade. As you can see, the media team, in fact, have been kept behind this barricade. That is the first reaction that the police and the all the agencies first do, is that they cordon off the area. That has been done in this particular case. Though what exact was the reason for the blast, that is what has to be investigated. But earlier, as I was saying, that this cannot be a coincidence. That, just today, in fact, from Faridabad, around 2,900 kgs of explosive were recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Federal Police in joint operation. Now, today, we are receiving news about a blast in a car just outside the Red Fort, which is the VIP area. In fact, this is one of the most crowded areas in Delhi, because on the left-hand side, there is Chandni Chowk Bazaar, Jain Mandir, and even on a weekday, there is so much of crowd in this particular area. That is why we are also learning that the 8 deaths have been, seen so far from this particular area. But right now, the police have not given any number for the casualties. Those showing the visuals, police teams, all the senior officials, crime team, special cell teams, all of them have, in fact, reached this particular spot. Well, none of the senior officers are making any statement on this. We're trying to find out. भाई साहब, यहाँ पर थे उस समय? आप नहीं थे, पर आप कहीं रहते हैं? तो आवाज आई थी, जब छोड़ कर आवाज आई थी, फिर क्या हुआ? मतलब इस तरह ब्लास्ट होता है ना, इस तरह आवाज।
Shubhang, stay with me for a moment. Shubhang, stay with me for a moment. Important piece of breaking news coming in, that Uttar Pradesh has been put on red alert in the wake of the blast outside the Lal Killa as well. Remember, Delhi is surrounded by Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, Western Uttar Pradesh, Noida, where NDTV is broadcasting from right now. This entire area has been put now on high alert in the wake of this blast outside the Lal Killa. 8 people dead. Mumbai police on high alert. UP police on high alert right now. This clearly shows that alarm bells are clanging through India's intelligence system right now about the possibility that this was no accident. Now, NDTV will only report that once there is a categorical piece of information on that. But Aditya Raj Kaul, our senior executive editor, who is going to be reaching that spot in a few minutes, is live with me as well. Aditya, it seems pretty clear right now that the security establishment is on maximum alert from Mumbai to Uttar Pradesh to elsewhere. Everyone is looking very closely at what's going to emerge from the initial preliminary investigation into what's happening outside the Lal Killa right now, Aditya.
Well, that's right, Shiv. Very fluid developments taking place. We're breaking details very cautiously here on NDTV, not speculating. Damage is such that 8 people have been killed. There are more than 20 who are injured, who have been rushed to the LNJP hospital very close to the blast site. I'm also being told that as a matter of protocol, the Delhi Police Commissioner has been in briefing the Home Minister, Amit Shah, and of course there will be a briefing by the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister as well. These are as a matter of protocol that will happen tonight. And apart from that, perhaps in an hour or so, or in a couple of hours, we'll get a statement and official details of what really is the cause. As of now, the forensic examiners are investigating in detail the exact cause and the nature of the blast, trying to tell us that do not speculate right now. We do not know what the nature of the blast right now is. The investigation is underway. Apart from that, not taking chances the DGPs of several states of India, including, the neighboring states of Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and even on the Delhi-Nepal border and several other areas, there is a red alert that has been declared. Precautions that are being taken in all these sensitive areas. And remember, Shiv, this also happens on a day when a massive haul of 2,900 kgs of explosives, ammonium nitrate, was recovered barely 50 kilometers away from the blast site in Haryana. So investigations are currently underway. There are forensics teams on site, but at least 10 to 15 vehicles completely mangled, destroyed and gutted in this blast. And apart from that, as we said here on NDTV, at least 8 people have been killed and 20 others injured. A very fluid development taking place. I'm just barely 5 minutes away from the exact location. That is the gate number 1 of the Red Fort, where the blast took place at 18:55 hours this evening. And even as we speak, senior officials of spot, they're trying to see further the nature of the blast and the kind of precautions the Delhi NCR.
We've got more information coming in, Aditya. Try and reach as quickly as possible. We'll have you live up in a moment. Shubhang and Akhil are on the spot. NDTV's reporters are at the location reporting from their first. Deputy Chief Fire Officer A.K. Malik has just told NDTV we got information that there was a blast in a car near Chandni Chowk, the famous Chandni Chowk metro station, which is right outside the Lal Killa. We responded immediately and 7 units were sent to the spot. At 7:29 p.m. the fire was brought under control. So these images are from earlier, obviously. There is a possibility that there are casualties in this. All our teams are present at the spot, says the Deputy Fire Chief of Delhi. We can confirm via Shubhang and our reporters on the ground that 8 people have lost their lives, which means this was not a low-intensity blast. This was a medium to high-intensity blast of some kind. As you can see visibly from the damage that has been inflicted right around the vehicle that actually exploded. No information just yet on what vehicle actually exploded, but the damage is totally visible. Shubhang, the Delhi Police Special Cell hasn't provided any initial inputs just yet. I am hearing from my friends that the blast was so loud that it could be heard all the way in central Delhi, about 2.5 to 3 kilometers away, where my friends who work in some of the newspapers there, they say they were able to hear that explosion. So this was a big one, Shubhang. This was not a low-intensity blast or a cylinder blast as some people are suggesting.